the fact that there is a legacy, even, I mean, that would be a good start, right?
With my luck, I'll still be here to see it. So,
yeah, you will.
All right, for 50 years from now.
Yeah.
Do you guys nowadays, these days, when you're on the road, do you look out and see people that you know have been around for a while, and you guys kind of all grew up together? You see those faces out in the crowd.
Yeah, you see people all over the country that you recognize, and like last night, like there probably will be today. There's people with their kids, like little kids, which is hilarious because you got an 8-year-old kid with X's on his hands, which that's just kick ass. It's just funny. Like, I want a drink. You know, it's just like, it's not gonna happen.
It's a sign of good parenting, though.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll stick them in front of the amps and blow out their hearing at 8.
Parenting.
It's a sign of parenting because they couldn't get a babysitter. So.
Yeah. Is it weird to see to see fans now with the kids and all that stuff?
Yeah. I mean, we've had fans name their kids after songs that I've written. That's really weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, we've gotten
And cool. Super cool.
That's cool.
Possum Kingdom McClary. We've gotten Jigsaw Girl Jones. That was a weird one we got. Rattlers Revival. Happy Face McGillicuddy. I forgot about that one. Rattlers Revival. You know that one. Wait, no.
No, I don't think any of those are
sorry,
real.
no.
That's funny.
Yeah, that is good.
Hey, you know what's flattering?
Anybody but us. But
I was going to say, you got to have a positive reaction to that, at least, if it's real.
Cool. I mean, actually, the cool thing is to see parents bring their kids for their first shows. That just happens a lot.
Yeah.
Like 13 and 14, and they're bringing their kids to come see us. Like, wow, that's really cool.
Get to see a kid who just learned how to make the horns.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're like
the rock
this?
horns.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's it.
There's your legacy right there that you were talking about.
There you go. Right.
That or Ronnie James Dio's, either one will take it.
I mean, you guys back in so Rubberneck came out in '94, and I was before I knew I was talking to you guys. Looked at all the record releases from 1994, and we've said this on the air before, the best year in rock music, 1994. I mean, think about all the stuff that came out then, and the stuff we're still playing on rock radio now, including you guys. It was a crowded field back in '94. How did you make yourself stick out?
Oh, geez, we just stayed at it. I don't know. But it was a weird, cool era. Like rolling into towns, we would start going through the dial to see if the local station was playing us. And if we're lucky, we heard ourselves sandwiched between Foghat and Boston or something, because the formats were all over the map.
Yeah, right, yeah.
There, and now it's like that again.
Right. Do you still get giddy hearing yourself on the radio? Does it still do it for you?
It's just it's weird. I'm like, what? Oh, that's me. That's what my take every time.
Are you judgmental of the song when you hear, like, oh, we should have done this or we should have done that?
Nah,
That's
I mean,
a good
nah.
What's done is done.
Yeah.
There's no change in what happened over 20 years ago.
Yeah, the funniest
that's
thing
the
is
truth.
the other day I turned on the radio in the car and I heard the tail end of a song, and I was like, what is this religious guy screaming about? And I realized that's me.
Who is this?
You old man.
For the first couple of seconds, I just thought,
You old man to yourself.
Oh,
this station has really changed their format.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Man, so great to see you all. You are also handsome and good looking, every one of you. Not talking to everybody in the studio here. I'm talking out there in Radio Land. Everybody's so good looking.
Wow, sounds like a guy who's only working for one day
That's
this week.
right.
Hi. You know what?
What?
Have your positive Monday. This is great. This is great for you. I love this for you.
Yeah, this is the only day I'm working.
Yep.
And then I'm off to Orlando. Whisked off to Orlando. To the House of the Mouse.
How do you feel? You feel good?
My wife sat me down yesterday, and she says, we need to talk. And I go, okay. What's this about?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm taking you to the happiest place on earth, and I don't want you to ruin it.
Yes,
That's right.
That was the talk.
Good synopsis.
That was
You,
the
you
talk.
need to know that everyone around you is going to be having one of the best times of their life.
Were you there? Because
And I just don't want you to bring your energy to the happiest
it
place on earth.
was... Okay, so seriously, this happened. Hey, can you make some time just so we can just sit down and...
Have a
You and I
chat.
just have a chat.
Yeah.
Sure, babe. What's up? No better time than right now. Let's go. Sit down at the kitchen table on our brand new chairs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, your Inception chairs look like a chair within a chair.
Sure.
Pretty
Comfy.
cool.
Okay. My new chairs from Carroll House, $200 each. Okay.
Because you like nice things.
She goes, hey, please, for the sake of this family, go in with a positive attitude.
Yeah.
Just let the good times wash over you. Leave the negative in St. Louis and just go with it. Just whatever happens on this Disney trip, just go with it.
Yeah.
Don't complain. Don't ruin this for everybody. I said, you know what? I can't promise you anything.
Okay.
I'm not going to promise you anything, but I'm going to do my best.
Man, I've been peppering you with positivity about this trip for a year. You're going to be fine.
And that's really sad, actually. Because look at him. Okay? Just look at him.
You had felt him ramping up his positivity.
I'm
going
to do my best.
I thought that was just gas. I don't know what that was.
That's the power of positivity.
Oh, he's been
coming over me.
He's been talking about the app and what their plans are. Like, he's getting stoked.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I can handle two Disney adults in this room. Moon, I put up with you because I love you, and it's part of who you are and your brand, and we got Punk Rock Disney this weekend and stuff. I need him in the negative because he's the equilibrium of this show, right?
Everybody's
King
coming
Scott
around.
is the purest man on earth. Rafe and I are degenerates from Southern Illinois. We need you to stay in the middle.
Maybe just for the couple days I'm down there.
You're coming my way. You're coming back with merch.
Come on, you better have ears on when you get back.
Let's.
I may get a Disney sweatshirt.
No,
I don't know.
The real tell is if you get the ears.
Yeah, you got to get the ears.
If I see a photo of you with the whole family's
There
gotten
will
ears,
be ears.
I don't know if I can
There
come back
will
to work.
be ears. I'm telling you, I'm going to let it wash over me.
Have you ever been before?
When I was 9.
Okay. So we're going to have a little nostalgia. That's going to pull on your heartstrings more than anything.
Apparently, it's very different. You know what? I was talking to my mother over the weekend, and we were talking about our trip when I was 9 years old, and one of the big. I'll be honest with you. I don't really remember so much of the trip itself, like being at Disney. I remember the Captain EO ride at Epcot. That was Michael Jackson's.
No, nice.
Michael Jackson's thing. I remember the plane ride home with terrible turbulence and everybody throwing up on the plane.
Fine.
And me just laughing.
That's where you began.
I think that's one of the things, though. I don't think you're going to recognize anything except for maybe
totally
the globe or whatever that thing is called.
Epcot?
At Epcot, yeah, the big.
It's called the world something.
Whatever. It's a big sphere.
I think that's pretty much
It's
the only
OG sphere.
Yeah, that's the only relic from back then.
Yeah,
and
it's all
we,
different.
We went through one of the museums down there, and that's kind of what one of their things is they pride on themselves on constantly updating and switching and changing and like growing, because they know they got a few billion returning customers that are getting a new experience every year, especially every decade. For sure.
Rizz is for sure buying a lightsaber. That's not off the table.
Yeah, you will.
Heck yeah.
That's not off the table.
I think you should do that.
That's not off the table.
For like $200.
That's not a weird
It's
thing.
worth it.
You are doing Hollywood Studios?
Me and the boy are.
Nice.
So, and we're just going solo style, just him and I.
I just assumed you will be coming in like a Jedi robe on the Monday following.
Listen, nothing's off the table.
I would expect you to at this point.
What is it? The Emperor's March? That's the
Yes.
The Imperial March.
Imperial
yes.
March. That just is.
I'm going to come full Vader.
Oh,
Fine.
really?
That's where you're going, huh?
Uh-oh, he turned to the dark. He went to Disney. He went to the dark side.
Yeah, just when we thought you couldn't get worse. You know, something unlocks.
Again.
I am kind of
Nothing's off
curious
the
how
table.
you're going to handle. Because, my buddy used to do it. He used to be like a stormtrooper. And they come out and they talk trash. There's like a Megatron that talks trash too, right? Is that Disney? Is that Universal? Wherever
That
he's
may be
going?
Universal.
I don't know. I haven't been.
Transformers.
But I know the
Disney?
Star Wars
That's
is
not
like.
Disney.
My buddy used to be, one day he'd be Spider-Man, then he'd be like a stormtrooper the next. He worked in the park. And he's like, when you're a stormtrooper, you got to talk trash to people. You're the bad guy. So if you go to the Star Wars land, they're going to talk smack to you. Kind of curious how.
Headline. St. Louis man assaults stormtrooper.
Yeah. Kind of curious how.
Man from Disney for life.
It
Damn
doesn't
it.
make it back.
Now I'll give you the full recap when I get home. It'll be great. I'll have a good time. I'm going. Listen, it's my daughter. The big
cheer competitions down there. You know, her team made it, so that's why we're going. So Friday will be full. I'll be full cheer dad. But that we'll hit the park, I think, first thing on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Tomorrow's a travel day.
Magic Kingdom on Wednesday?
Yeah. There's a whole plan.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go with it.
But that's the coolest thing. That whole app and all the scheduling, your rides and your lightning passes and all that. Like,
You guys sneak onto that island.
going with their flow is pretty.
What,
pretty badass.
Epstein Island? I'm not going there.
Well, not that one. No,
That
there's an
attraction
island.
isn't open yet.
There's an island that used to, I think, the Swiss family Robinson.
That's the
or
Michael
Yeah,
something like
Jackson
that.
ride.
they used to have a whole ride thing.
Yeah, but now
They-
you can go over there and sneak into that.
Oh, Sexual Predator Island? Yeah, that's
Yep,
not open yet. They're still building that.
You gotta rest it.
we're suing them because it was our idea.
Sexual
That's actually
Predator
right.
Island. Yeah.
Yeah, with the kids that kill everybody, right? The murderous children who, whenever the
Where the
Epsteins and the Harvey
predators
Weinsteins.
Lord of the
Are
Flies.
hunted
Yes.
by the children. That's Sexual Predator Island. We send all the sex predators to this one island, and the children,
Yeah, they're robotic.
the robotic children, hunt the predators.
They're
Right.
robotic
Great idea.
AI.
It's like Hunger
Pedo
Games,
killers.
but cooler.
Saturday, I went to go see Cat Williams at Enterprise Center,
How was that?
and it was amazing.
How
I loved it.
how much did you laugh? Like, were you belly laughing?
Yes, I
Good.
was.
Like tears? Give me how hard were we laughing on Saturday?
Do you have an opener?
What? Oh, there were a lot of openers.
Oh, okay.
Monique, the queen of comedy.
Oh, yes.
Surprise MC for the evening. The place went bananas. I mean, it went nuts when she came out.
What a reverse in fortunes.
For Monique?
No. Cat Williams, like 5 years ago, remember he was in the news, like getting arrested in alleys or something like that. Like he was the news
He was
was
still
making.
selling out.
Okay,
Even at his low points
Yeah, he was.
publicly, man, he has big support, especially in the black community. Like, he's been selling out big venues
dude.
for a while.
And it was packed. I mean, they had to have had 15,000 in there.
Enterprise Center?
Dang.
that's great. It's great. I mean, that's great to hear. I love hearing that. I just thought, whenever it was, maybe it was longer, 7 or 8 years ago or something. Whatever the news he was making it on this.
Oh,
show.
yeah, it was. And
And it was videos of very strange.
He's
behavior.
a wild person. I mean, he's crazy.
I get it. I like it.
What was was there a theme of what he was talking about, or was he all over with different topics?
He got beat up like by a 15-year-old or something.
Maybe that's what
He was saying he could run like a 4.1 40, and he was playing like pickup football with some kids, and he got in a fight with a 15-year-old, and he's so little he got his ass beat by like a 15-year-old kid. He was just he was just out, wilding out in public.
I mean, he's
getting in arguments with people.
5'5", if that.
Yeah.
He's not a big guy.
He's not a big guy. So Monique, I mean, the place went crazy when she came out because these were unannounced guests. Tommy Davidson
Get out of here.
Whoa.
did a set. Mark Curry, hang on, Mr. Cooper.
No way.
Yeah,
Gosh.
he did a set. Now, what would you do? The guy behind me, sitting directly behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in row J, seat 1. The guy in row K, seat 1, was smoking a blunt. I mean,
Bonus.
Fantastic.
Right on. Contact high bonus at Cat Williams. Okay.
right out in the open. I mean, not even like I got like a vape pen. I'm trying to hide it.
Yeah. Blowing the smoke directly to your neck or what?
All like I would be enveloped in
Get like a smoke awning over you.
I would be enveloped in marijuana smoke. Very and
Makes it funnier.
what a blunt would smell like.
Pungent.
Odoriferous, pungent. So it was like enveloping me like
Like a cannabis cupid. I don't know. It's great.
like a
cannabis
cumulonimbus on my I don't
Yeah.
know.
Definitely a cumulus cloud.
Like not even a joint, but a blunt.
Oh, this
Like,
was
you can
a
smell
blunt.
tobacco and
Was he passing it or were he was having
No,
it
he
all
was
for
hitting
himself?
he was sitting back and just hitting this thing and
Nobody came up and said a word.
Nobody.
Wow. What, this wasn't at Enterprise. This was at Chaffetz? Where was this?
This was an Enterprise
Okay.
Center. Now, they were very strict about recording
Yes.
and having your cameras out. Have you been to one of those shows where security has got the flashlights, which is very annoying. So if somebody's recording this, security will take a bright ass direct flashlight and just shine it onto your phone. So that was a no-no. But this guy smoking this blunt right behind me. Would you say anything?
No.
Nah, I didn't.
I'm not a narc, dude.
That's right.
Yes, you have to take into context where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're at Cat's
What event
house.
you're at? You're at Cat Williams. Like, it'd be like getting mad at a Grateful Dead concert.
That's exactly what I thought. Oh, somebody's smoking weed at the Grateful Dead show?
Yeah, if you were at Sesame Street Live, you might say something, but
I knew where I was.
Not at the Pimp Chronicles, man.
I knew where I was.
Yeah, you gotta
I saw some of that Grateful Dead Sphere
roll with it.
footage. Holy crap.
Yeah, you got to know where you are. Hell no, I was not going to say anything. I was going to roll with it. Did I get a contact tie? Probably.
Nice.
Was
Did
the
it
guy
make it
bigger
more
than you?
funny? Probably.
Yeah, for sure. Like, man, I don't
Probably.
even understand that joke, and I'm just
Did I want to
giggling?
Did I want to stop at Taco Bell after? I did, but I didn't.
Okay. Look at you. On the health train. That's great.
Yeah. Choo choo.
So here where I want to look up the reviews. Like, how were the reviews for the show?
I didn't
And
hear
I
anything.
couldn't find anything from St. Louis. But I did find one. This is from a couple weeks ago. Last night, a friend and I went to go see Cat Williams, Heaven on Earth. That was the name of the tour. The only two comedians that were solid were Zoo-Man Miller and Tommy Davidson. They had Monique come out and play the host. Zoo-Man and Tommy's bits were creative and touched on a variety of topics. I was incredibly impressed with Zoo-Man in particular. I don't know who this was. It's probably too high to pay attention to names. Everyone else was terrible.
Oh.
There are only so many jokes you can make about sex, and the next comic up makes a sex joke followed by another and another. Zero creativity and originality. I was looking at everyone else around me, and nobody was laughing. That's not true at Enterprise. Now let's get to Cat, who I was looking forward to seeing. And what a colossal disappointment that was.
Oh, boy. What a cool person.
He had two good bits, one about Bronny James, the other about Trump, but everything else was about the Shannon Sharp interview. It was about how his comedic contemporaries hate him along with other rappers due to the interview. When his set ended, I remember sitting there thinking, that's it? The crazy thing is that everyone else around me was just silent. I don't know what else to say. I felt like the entire show was a cash grab. Disagree. He was on for about 45 minutes. He did 45 minutes.
Yeah. Did he
That's
talk
pretty
about
solid.
Shannon Sharp stuff?
He talked a little bit about being on. Remember when he did that interview?
Yeah.
We kind of exposed everybody a little bit.
I'm wondering if he's building a new hour around that. That's why I'm asking. Like, I'm wondering if he's trying to build like a new special around like the fallout from that. Kind of the way Chris Rock did with the slap.
Yeah, maybe, but yep.
But it was good.
Glad you had a good time.
5 out of 5 stars from this guy.
What was the name of the person in that review? Who wrote that?
I don't know. It was an anonymous Reddit.
Dave Williams. probably.
Ah,
Yeah. They liked it then. They're
Dave
just
Earl
pretending.
Williams.
put your name on it.
It was an anonymous Reddit post. And again, that was from a couple weeks ago. That wasn't from the Enterprise
That was
show.
probably
so-
somebody that did narc about the blunt.
Yeah, again,
Lame.
it could have been had the contact tie. I don't know. I found it hilarious.
What if that show that night just wasn't that good, guys?
It could happen. But usually it's not that. I mean, comedy shows and tours, it's pretty consistent when you're at Cat Williams level, I would think. Right?
And Monique was great.
Very good.
She was great. And again, and Tommy Davidson, who's been here, was excellent.
Multiple times. I think
Multiple
he's been here
also-
twice.
Whenever they started the sex stuff in the Reddit thing, I'm like, okay, this is someone who's like brought their subjectivity in.
Oh, and
You
it
know
was
what I mean?
it was a lot of sex talk. It was filthy.
Sure.
It was filthy, but good nonetheless. So 8+, 5 out of 5.
Nice.
Loved it. Contact high. Guy smoking a blunt behind me. All good.
Hey, you know it's also good nonetheless? This suit that you remembered to bring me.
Oh,
That I'm
that you have
wearing
on right
today.
now?
Yeah, you kind of look like Cat Williams.
The reason,
Oh, man. People were dressed to the nines.
I bet.
People wore their Sunday best.
I love it.
Did you?
I
Yeah,
should
what'd you have on? T-shirt? What'd you
There
wear?
I wore a sweatshirt.
Oh, God.
What do you mean, oh, God?
you wore a hoodie?
You could have looked nice.
Did I wear a hoodie?
Could've looked
Probably.
nicer
Like some
than a
19-year-old?
sweatshirt.
Oh, there were outfits of all different colors.
Did you feel underdressed a little bit?
A little bit. I mean, people were in their Sunday best.
I love that.
I would have wore this to it. It would have been nice and cozy. Where this would not have been nice and cozy is where you were supposed to wear it. I am
that's the
burning
suit
up
for
over here,
my-
dude.
Buddy's failed wedding.
I'm melting. I think it has one of those space blankets in here, and it's just holding
It's
in the
linen.
heat.
That suit was to be worn in Jamaica.
Oh my
It's made
gosh!
to be cooling.
I don't know, dude. I feel like they made this out of curtains. It's real nice and all, but it is hotter
Still
than
got the
heck.
tags on it.
I know. Look, it's
That's a custom made for me.
custom made. Look,
mini blinds.
handmade luxury and bespoke. All handmade.
Yeah.
It says.
All handmade. Well, enjoy it, buddy.
Thanks,
it was about
man.
to go to. It was about to go to Goodwill.
Well, I really appreciate it. I feel I'm warm. I
That
feel
suit
good.
has been endorsed by every Southern lawyer in history.
Yeah,
And Barack Obama.
I object, Your
That's
Honor.
not a Barack Obama suit. You're talking about the tan suit.
Tan-
That's not
it
even
looks like
close.
the tan suit right
That's
now.
not even. His suit was tan. That's not tan.
Whoa.
I might be
That is
colorblind.
white.
I don't know.
Is what?
It's linen,
That is
baby.
That is white linen.
It
Every
is?
Savannah. You're out of order.
Colonel
Every
Sanders.
Savannah
Call
lawyer
the barrister.
Justice.
in a hot courtroom blotting his head with a white handkerchief.
They're
This is
not. They're
fresh
not lawyers.
sand.
They're barristers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Call the local barrister. Well, enjoy it. Let's see if the pants.
I hold myself in contempt.
Should I go put the pants on now?
No, you don't have to put the pants on now. All right, so I want to talk about this controversy in the radio industry, guys.
Oh, great.
Controversy in the radio industry. Story came out over the weekend about a radio station in Australia. You know the story? Have you seen this?
No. I did not. I thought you were going to talk about something else. Go ahead.
I do declare.
I didn't see Australia coming out of this.
Oh, yes, it's an
Story.
Australian radio station, KADA. For the past 6 months, listen, and that's a radio station in Sydney. Sydney's KADA. Listeners thought they were spending their work days with a radio host named Thigh. THY. Thigh. Female thigh, lady thigh,
Okay.
woman thigh. Turns out,
The AI is at the end of thing.
AI.
Eighth eye.
The thigh was not a real person. Thigh is AI. Now, CADA and the Australian Radio Network teamed up with this company called 11 Labs, which is known for its voice cloning technology, and they created Thigh, the AI-generated host who presented music for 4 hours every weekday. And the catch, they told nobody. No one told the audience that this radio DJ, they call them presenters out there in Australia, nobody told the audience that she was AI.
Do they call it radio?
Not on the website, not on the promos, nowhere. Do they call it radio?
I just feel like they always have a fun name for everything. Like, who's on the doily? You know, like I feel like they'd have a.
I mean, they call
If
it
anyone
radio,
knows,
I
let
guess.
me know.
I mean, they call it a radio station. And the show's website, said things like, "Let Thigh and KADA be the energy and the vibe to get your mood lifted," which is pretty normal stuff for a radio station. Mm-hmm. Now, the secret started to unravel when a writer out there in Sydney got suspicious, and she started asking questions like, "Hey, who is this person? Like, there's nothing about
Yeah. What was her last station? Where
what's
were they
her
from?
How about what's her last name? Mm-hmm. Why is there no bio? Like, we're on the KADA website and there's nothing about this person. She even noticed that when Thigh used certain phrases like old school, it sounded exactly the same every time. Like there was never a mistake. There was never any, when she would say certain things, there was never any different inflections on certain phrases. I would say something one day and maybe another day I would say the same thing a different way. And people started digging, and yep, the voice was identical across every one of her shows. Eventually, the radio station admitted, like, yep, this is AI. And they called it an experiment. And that they were pushing the boundaries of what, quote, live radio even means. And they said, no mic, no studio, just code and vibes.
Cool.
Super cool.
Just code, and now people are upset.
Well, they're experimenting after they got caught.
Do they have the FCC over there similar to us? I mean, maybe not. Different rules.
Oh, no, I mean,
different
they have their own, these are federally owned, frequencies, and, they have their own version of the FCC.
Okay.
And there is no law against it. And I don't think there's any law against it here. The ethics come into play here, for sure.
Where?
Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad, I have all my radio textbooks from school, and I took like an ethics and law class, and I'm going to bust that out and see if there's anything from 20 years ago that was even written where you have to tell somebody if something is fake. Like, for instance, like you can't air the emergency alert without, you can't even do that unless there's a true emergency.
Oh,
or it's
you
a
can't
test.
even fake the tone.
You can't fake the tone. And so I wonder if the laws have been written yet about AI, like you're saying, a fake person on the air.
Well, this is moving very quickly, and, the law's not keeping up with the technology. My ethics into it is, do people have the right to know that they're getting their news or getting a presentation from a real person or from a computer?
I don't know, man.
Now, obviously, as an air personality, and have been for a very long time, I hate this.
Yeah, we hate it.
Taking their jobs.
Taking our jobs.
Taking their jobs. But I was having a conversation with another radio buddy yesterday, and he's like, a synthesizer is a fake piano.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds
Did they
so
have
cool.
to disclose?
It's not a player piano, though.
It's still, you still play it.
There's still a human playing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you could program a synthesizer to...
That's true. A DJ is essentially... We're getting real close. They're pressing a button at this point.
Or auto-tune. That's essentially lying.
I guess they are arranging the beats before they hit play.
Yeah, the people are upset. There aren't any laws in Australia right now that say radio stations can't use AI hosts, but a lot of folks, especially voice actors, are not happy that they didn't tell anybody.
Well, also on their website and the news articles and everything, they have the same picture of a gal, and so they make it seem like she's real. And
Oh, there's a photo of her.
yeah, that's.
There's.
And
What
Is
does it
that
look like?
generated or is that?
it's got to be. I can't figure. I was trying to search for it. It doesn't. It just keeps showing that article over and over again.
Well, they had. I was just listening to a podcast about a newspaper that had a fake candidate for governor that gained a bunch of popularity and got in trouble for this. It wasn't AI, but they hired an actress and had her sit at a desk, and I can't remember, it was West Virginia or somewhere, and they just basically they were trying to show how bad the two candidates were, and ran on this platform of wouldn't it be nice if we had a governor that was like this, but they didn't divulge, and it picked up steam, and people were wanted to vote for this lady,
Right?
And she started to, and they had to come out they tried to make it obvious through the writing. She grew up in a fictional town. They gave her this whole backstory of where she grew up, and the factory her dad worked at didn't exist.
Which goes to show that people don't do any of their own research.
Well, that was
you can just tell them something that fills in the blanks that they need to, and they'll fill in the rest.
Well, that's where I was headed with this. That was the first. That was a few years ago before AI, And that caused a lot of problems ethically. Like the newspaper got in trouble. And I think they made a law where it was supposed to be satirical, but people just kind of ran with it. And now media literacy is a crisis.
Yeah.
Like there's people think about like Twitter. People are arguing with bots. People are like owning people on threads that I'm like, this is a bot that's just saying an inflammatory thing is clickbait to get engagement. But it's just mining your data.
But they have lobbied.
Showed you.
They've lobbied so successfully that they get to hide behind Section 230 and act as if they're not media sources. So at least an AI-generated whatever DJ on Australian airwaves or here is still regulated. They can't just up and put an AI thing on there that's going to say a whole bunch of fake news or libel or this or that.
Let's not get too in the weeds with the.
I'm just saying this is something we're already dealing with everywhere else, and no one seems to object or care or see the concerns there. But now we're concerned about this one gal going, hi, here's Radiohead on Australia's KDD-itis.
What's different than this in AI Ashley that happened in like Seattle?
Well, I wanted to bring that up too. That was Oregon. Where now in Oregon, I don't know if they're still doing it, but middays at a rock station in Oregon, is an AI DJ. So middays would be like where Donnie is now from 10 to 2. And I remember morons were celebrating. Morons in the industry that we work in were like, oh, this is so great. You idiots.
You're shooting yourself in the foot.
Morons. No, this is not good for us.
Yeah.
They're taking our jobs. Oh, I remember the schmucks. You idiots.
Haven't you guys seen Demolition Man?
You idiots. Other radio DJs were like,
hey, but
bravo,
management was excited.
We're finally there.
Well, remember the
morons.
Yeah.
The gal, she was bragging about, I think they paid her like $5,000 or something. She's like, yeah, I got paid for it.
Oh, yeah, the
like one-time payment, and that's it, and you're
whose
done.
voice they cloned.
Yeah, it's like, bye.
That's crazy.
So in this Australian situation.
Well, before you make your point, I do want to say that the heat on this Australian radio station it's been a lot. I mean, obviously it's a worldwide story, and they were like, well, listen, the experiment was interesting. But you know what? It makes us appreciate human radio personalities even more. In fact, we did this.
They pulled the old "you're welcome," huh?
All right.
You're welcome.
As soon as advertisers started pulling, we decided
You're welcome.
Well, you kind of answered my question. The question I had was there actual blowback from listeners on this? Or was this just they got busted? There was like one person who was really interested and became like a whistleblower. Or were people actually upset that they'd been duped by this?
People are upset.
Okay. That's a good sign, I guess.
People were upset.
People care.
It's also another thing like, hey, this thing was for 6 months and nobody noticed.
Yeah.
Well, I got to assure you.
Experiments take a while.
That the 5 of us are real.
Absolutely 100%
totally
real, not in any way generated.
beep, beep.
Ha-ha, joke here. Insert joke here. Ha-ha. Rizz, how was weekend for you this weekend?
It was good. I saw Cat Williams.
Williams, ha-ha, my last name. Perhaps we are cousins. Ha-ha, funny joke. Ha-ha.
Yeah, that whole AI Ashley thing, was that last year?
It was 2023.
2023. Where
does time go?
Where's time gone?
Down the drain.
God. I was upset that people were happy about it, and other air personalities. We talked about it.
I get upset about a lot of stuff like that. Like people are saying, "Oh, AI is great. ChatGPT, it can write a commercial and voice it, and there's tones." And I'm going, "You idiots! These are jobs that are leaving.
Yeah,
these are like across the board." And I was thinking about this as I was driving in. Like the human connection is something I genuinely. My favorite part of being alive is like the people, right? Like I love my friends and my family and stranger. Like I love people. The ethnography is amazing. And what's going to happen is we're going to wipe out everybody. Because everybody's going to become lazy. Like, dude, I don't need to write this. I can just put this into ChatGPT and it'll just write it for me.
It's already happening.
Sucks.
I can understand it as a tool for certain circumstances.
It takes all the skill out of being. I don't know. I don't like it. I really don't mess around with it, and I'm analog for life. And I know everybody's like, well, you're going to be left behind. I don't care, man. I'm going to live on an island with Graham Nash and just grow my own food and have my own plumbing and, like, just talk to people and, like, throw my phone in a fire and burn it.
Being in the music business the last 25 years has pretty much trained me to just expect everything to be changing in the next 2 years at all times. At first, I was doing tapes and CDs, and then all of a sudden, we're on the end cap in Best Buy, but they're $4.99, and Warner Brothers is back charging us $6.49. So it's like, okay, well, how do we make a living selling CDs if they're selling them for $4 now? Okay, then it was iTunes, and then it was this, and then it was that, and now it's Spotify. And I've been in a business that has just ripped the rug out from me every single time you get your feet down. So I don't know. None of this is really. I mean, it all bothers me in the same way that kind of stuff bothered me, but I'm not going to sit here and try not to change.
Huh. You want to live on my island with me?
No.
Fine.
It's the opposite. Like I'm afraid of being afraid of it. So I just want to be like, well, here it is. Adapt or die.
I'm not afraid. I'm just disappointed. It's just very disappointing. I get like technology is incredible for a lot, like for advancements in research and for the health industry. Absolutely. I think AI is going to be incredible for like 60 Minutes or some program I was watching was talking about how AI can decipher something in an hour that's taken us 20 years. Mm-hmm. That's incredible. But for just being alive and everyday stuff, I don't know. I'm going to miss everybody.
Yeah, 80% of it's good. The 20% that's bad sucks, you know.
Well, I mean, even like diagnosing somebody you put in symptoms and it, will pinpoint, know, what's wrong with you. You sometimes having the human element out of it is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Less mistakes.
I just don't want people to become so isolated that the robots are working everything. Nobody's talking to each other anymore, and everybody sucks.
Well, listen, I thought it was an interesting case out of Australia.
It is.
Now we move from Australia to China.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Arkansas.
No, China. Let's go to Zhejiang, China. We all know where Zhejiang is.
Yeah, it's
over there.
It's a province just up here, just a little over from Beijing.
Yonder.
Now, you guys who use microphones, we use microphones every day here, but I know other than myself who uses this microphone. Mm-hmm. When you're out doing a show, Lane Narrows or Greek Fire or Dirtbags or Rafe doing his comedy thing, going from club to club, do you bring your own microphones?
Yes.
Sometimes.
You bring your own microphone? Sometimes?
Yeah.
Why not all the time?
Well, yeah, because I don't want to do that like on the road, traveling a whole bunch. But if it's like a show that I'm going to be doing, we use the Heil microphones that are from here. Mm-hmm. And if we have the time, they're so very different than the Shure microphones that if we're not working with a sound guy that knows how to handle those microphones because they're a little bit different, there's a little bit of tweaking going on, then we're not going to necessarily put that on. If the Dirtbags are playing a show and I show up 20 minutes before and it's a throw and go, I'm not going to be able to bring my own stuff because
let's say you guys are playing Ballpark Village, the Ballpark Village Halloween show.
Yep, we'll use our Heil microphones and we will bring our own.
So you bring your own microphones?
Yes, anytime we can, we do.
Okay, Rafe, comedy shows.
No.
You will use.
After COVID, some comics were. Marlon did when he came. There's a couple of people that I see do it. Yeah. Marlon Wayans brings his own.
Do you wipe it?
Actually, in fact, it's in his rider. He doesn't bring his own. They have to go out and get him a microphone for the weekend.
Wow.
And then he beats it to death. Because it's the pop, 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 knee slap going up against the wall. By the end of the weekend, I don't know how much those things cost, but they're expensive.
That's sweet.
Is just beat to hell.
Okay.
Because, but there are some comics that do still as a holdover from COVID.
Do you wipe yours?
Honestly,
our techs used to wipe them after every band.
If I'm headlining, I'm going up. There's been 4 people on this mic in front of me. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I don't go up until I saw.
Well, and you're assuming that before that the comedy club has wiped the microphone down.
I will go out. There's usually like wipes in the green room, and I'll go wipe it myself before the show starts.
I have never seen a comic wipe a microphone. No. Never.
Well, I do it, but you're not in the showroom before the show starts either. You do a sound check. You make sure it's like hey, when I get on stage, I'm louder than so-and-so. Turn me up, turn me down. It just depends.
Yeah, listen,
But you still have to go up after. If you're headlining, it's like there's a host, a feature, sometimes a guest set. So you're like the fourth set of lips touching that microphone.
So I'm not a musician or anything. I don't play shows, but I've gone on stage to do, whatever, a stage announcement or, a talk of some kind. And I've put the microphone up to my face and I've, oh, God,
yes.
this is blah.
Yeah, I was just using one yesterday at church and never once even think about cleaning it. But I think the tech crew does, but I don't know.
You don't dip it into the holy water before you
should.
Okay, so you guys have been in controlled environments where you're playing a show and it's not a public microphone. Let's talk about a karaoke bar.
Oh, God.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Dude, that was Saturday. After our show at the Alley, they turned it into a karaoke bar. And I mean, nobody was wiping that thing down. Everybody was like,
so you bring your own mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I also let people sing. Like, so I don't really, in 2020, I was more cognizant of that. And now I'm like, I put the microphone in everybody's face.
Okay, but are you wiping it down at some point? No, you're not.
Hell no. It's going in my bag.
So a woman from China, she believes she caught the herpes virus.
Oh, God.
It's possible.
New fear unlocked.
You talking about like cold sores and stuff?
Yes.
I got a situation.
Brother, I did that from my bass player's water bottle.
I don't have herpes,
Now,
but I have a.
No, what the headline
something
is,
different.
woman claims she got herpes from karaoke microphone. And I'm like, oh, yeah, sure she did. But now I'm reading the story. I'm like, yep.
You probably did.
She probably did.
I think it's totally possible.
She rubbed it
Dude,
all over her
I
crotch.
have a thing. What would you do in this scenario? And I'm not upset about this at all, but it was very interesting on Saturday. I took a photo with the listener who came out to my show, and she's like, let's make my husband jealous. So we did like a couple of selfies. Then I was turning to like act like I was kissing her on the cheek, like I was like, and she just planted one on me. And then she told me she had laryngitis. And I'm like, am I going to get laryngitis? And she's like, no, you're going to be fine. I'm like, oh, no. So I'm on laryngitis watch for the next week. Fucking disaster.
Is that her
that's
name?
I think that's just the
not?
word for you don't have your voice. Like your larynx is busted right now.
Or she could have just said that because she knows you're a psycho.
Possibly.
And I'm sure you WebMD'd it immediately.
Oh, God. I was like, well, the
Maybe
whole night
she
I
was
thought.
having the hots for you, and she said laryngitis.
I got
She had
laryngitis. Well, she does now, tell you that much. I told my husband, I go, hey, I kissed this woman
I don't
earlier.
like when listeners kiss me on the lips.
It was fine. Like, she was a total
It was actually pretty
babe,
hot.
but it was like, was not expect. I mean, nobody's gone for it in a while, so.
Did you go, you taste like cigarettes?
You taste like cigarettes.
It tastes like
she
microphone.
tasted like Fireball. It was fine.
Well, this
No, it's
woman
good.
says she got herpes by holding a karaoke microphone a little too close to her mouth.
I believe it.
So, according to her posting on social media, the woman explained that she visited a karaoke lounge, while singing her heart out. Not sure what song it was. She got a little too close and personal with the mic. Soon after, she noticed tiny, painful blisters forming around her mouth. At first, she ignored them. Because, what are you going to do? But then they quickly came back. She went to the doctor, and she found out she had the HSV1, herpes simplex virus 1, the herpes virus that usually causes cold sores. She says she's never had any herpes symptoms before the karaoke night and is convinced the microphone is the source. And yeah, it's a lifelong thing. Like you will always have that.
There's no cure for it, huh?
There is no cure.
Ooh.
It's like shingles. It just lives inside of you.
Yep. The HSV1 is a lifelong infection, and while medicine, can help with the pain, it doesn't cure the virus. The woman said the cold sores have even started appearing on her cheeks.
Yeah, and listen, if your cool uncle's never told you this before, I mean, if you have a cold sore and you get around somebody's genitalia, you can pass it down there.
So can the one go down there?
Oh, yeah.
If you
So the
got,
HSV1 can go.
Let me confirm
if
on the
you-
internet, but that's what
cold
my
sore.
uncle
The
and aunt would
old-fashioned
tell
microphone?
me.
If you get a,
you got a cold, so you don't want to go down there.
Well, some people are like,
And
I
who's
just
gonna-
bit the inner side of my cheek, and
Who's
now
gonna
I'm
let you?
Dave's got an outbreak.
No, no, it's not. Doesn't work like that. But I think if you have an active cold sore and you
it's got to be.
and you go down on someone, you can transmit
go
it
down.
that way.
Yes, go down
yonder.
Go down.
I don't think you can get
go down
like,
yonder.
from
Yes,
gingivitis. Or
Yes,
anything like that.
oral herpes is the technical term. The HSV1 can spread to genitals, leading to genital herpes, especially through the yonder. So, PSA on your Monday, for the love of God, just know it.
Yeah, but I don't think it turns to HSV2, which is genital herpes. You just get HSV1 on there.
Yeah.
Right?
Whoa. It can also cause genital. I don't see HSV2. They're not like saying it turns into there, but it's just.
I think they're different. But
visible lesions.
If this were to be a bright spot anywhere, we now need to worry about karaoke hygiene, guys. Let's
bring a dental dam.
Let's be wiping down our mics.
Your wipe.
I think I would like to call. This sounds like the old got it off the toilet seat.
What are you talking about?
Dermatologists haven't confirmed whether it's really possible to catch HSV1 from a contaminated microphone.
If you can do it from
the old.
It is generally considered unlikely.
I'm telling you, man, I got it from a water bottle from my old bass player.
Oh man,
he had a whole thing going on. It was very visible, and I was like, "Yo, keep your water over there. Don't touch my water." And then all of a sudden, I took a drink, and he ran over the microphone and goes, "Dude, I'm sorry, I drank your water." And I went, "What?" And I was so upset in the moment. I still remember the show. And then 3-4 days later,
there was a week where it was Spinal Tap on that
dude,
bus.
yeah.
It was hilarious. it was incredible.
Well,
I mean, it happened that, dude. I mean, we knew the moment, the water bottle. And
It says that
disaster.
You cannot get herpes from a microphone. Herpes is primarily spread through direct skin-to-skin contact during kissing, oral sex, etc. The herpes virus is delicate and dies quickly when outside the body, meaning it cannot survive on surfaces like a microphone.
Wrong.
So
I don't care what the internet says.
This is like getting AIDS from a toilet seat, or it sounds like somebody's like, "Yeah, I got honey.
Got VD.
I went to a truck stop and I sat down
toilet seat.
Yeah, that's talking about
That's
hours
how I got
later.
the crabs. That's how I got. I swear I love you.
If I'm spitting all over a microphone and I hand it to you and you start going, that's pretty much
and I put
skin
my
to
mouth
skin
up to it.
contact.
Yeah, you put it
Like
in your mouth.
it's still on my spit. My spit is still wet.
But we'd
It's
have
two
to like put
drastically
your.
different things.
But it could happen if you accidentally get it too close.
Oh God!
I'm rubbing my face on the microphone, everybody.
I'm gonna use that tomorrow. Knock it off.
I'm clean.
No, you're not.
No, that is not. That makes me want to throw up.
Enjoy herpes
Yeah.
simplex one.
You just kissed Donnie M.
Doing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe
better wipe that down.
You of all people.
I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm trying to get all. Well, I'm going to come back from Disney with all the diseases.
I just wipe my lips with a Lysol wipe before I go up.
I did find the song she was singing.
Heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River,
Voice.
lies all there, older than the trees, younger than
Karaoke
the
bar.
mountains, growing like a breeze, country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
And you have herpes.
That is beautiful.
Enjoy it.
Even had a video with it.
Enjoy it.
Got new cold sores. Where'd they come from?
West Virginia.
Karaoke.
Tomorrow I am on a Southwest flight.
Congratulations.
Southwest flight to Orlando. This story out of a Southwest airplane this weekend, Saturday. Flight from Philly to Chicago. As the plane was landing, a female passenger reportedly stripped naked and pooped on her seat.
Well,
Also
Southwest
another...
turbulence.
Also, thanks, Scott. Also another way to catch a weird disease.
Yes.
Well, you want me to go in my pants, or I'm going to take my ass out and Put it right here on the seat.
The way the article puts it, as the plane was landing, a female passenger reportedly stripped naked and defecated on her seat, shocking both crew and fellow.
Do you think they keep the seat, dude? Do you think they wipe it down with a Clorox wipe and then they keep the seat, or do they remove the seat?
Little pet stain remover.
That's a great question.
Because I would hope to God that is gone.
That seat ain't coming out.
It's probably not coming out because then it'll be all thrown off. The color and the creasing of the leather will be different.
I'm trying to think of Southwest seats. Are they?
They're blue.
No, I know, but what kind of material?
Now.
Cloth? They're like pleathery.
Yeah, it's a blue fake.
Are they cloth?
They're not cloth.
No, but they're not leather either.
They're like
in between.
The new,
the rattlesnake.
fake leather that's in cars.
Yeah, the fluid just slipped right off of it.
Yeah, fluid.
No, the fluid is seeped in.
Oh, you think so? No,
Oh, for sure.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's leathery
In
plastic.
my fantasy, this is a disgusting chair now that has a weird ring on it.
In my fantasy, as everybody gets off the plane, a crew comes in with the zzz, zzz, zzz,
Yeah,
like those
NASCAR.
guns, and then just unbolts the seat, takes it out, brings it. Zzz, zzz, zzz.
Well, if you get herpes or diarrhea, you can just blame it on a seat.
I was sitting on a Southwest flight from Philly to Chicago.
Pretty sure it's a whole row. Like when I always look at that stuff when I'm in a plane. I'm like, what are they bolting this down with? Very dad-like. And I think it's like if you take one out, I think you got to take the whole row.
I take the whole row out. Get it out of here.
Like all those two seats in the middle seat are all like bolted down.
You take the
with
plane
same
out of
frame.
commission.
Yep.
You park it,
Yeah.
and you fully you have to fully decontaminate it.
Yeah. Well, according to Google, Spirit Airlines gets their seats this way.
Oh,
That's
great.
buy 'em.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Spirit Airlines seats are made of the hard plastic of like that used to be on your big wheel when you were a kid.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing seeping into those, dude.
No,
You're
it's
sitting on
1980s
straight.
Little League seats.
No, it's the
Yeah,
plastic from seats at Busch Stadium. That's the plastic.
Yeah,
That's a Spirit Airlines seat.
You're sitting on straight up hard, non-porous material.
Yeah, when they put in new seats at Afton Athletic Association in 1988, they just saved those seats for Spirit Airlines.
No, you take the plane out of commission, and you do a full hazmat decontamination of the plane.
No, man. They're shop vacuuming it, spot remover, the pet stain, the little bottle.
Well, you're assuming
towel.
that she did not have a solid bowel movement.
What? No,
You're
I'm
assuming.
assuming it's a mix of both, and they just I'm telling you, that's protocol. It's got to be. How are you going to know? They don't know. You don't know the tail number on that plane. What you going to do? They don't care if it makes news. What are you going to stop flying?
You gotta fly.
Now I'm just going to assume every time I see like a mismatched row that somebody crapped there. You know?
There'd be so many mismatched rows in the next couple of years if that
You
was
gotta think
protocol.
about
No
like
way.
dude, how many little kids? Everybody's farting on those. Everyone's farting on the plane, farting right into the cushions.
It's a cabin pressure situation.
Yeah, it's already soaked in fecal matter.
There's poop particles everywhere.
Oh, yeah,
At least
that's-
this one got wiped down.
That's where we took this story. What happened with the gal? Do we know any other details? What the heck?
No, according to reports, police were called to Midway when the plane landed. Southwest issued an apology to passengers.
When was this? Yesterday?
This was Saturday.
Why? They didn't poop their pants.
Southwest has emphasized their commitment to passenger and crew safety. The flight crew was praised for their professionalism in handling the situation.
Yeah, they don't need to apologize.
Because remember, not only did she poop in the seat, she got naked
Right.
and pooped in the seat.
Well, I mean, you only have so much underwear, you know what I'm saying?
It's like those guys that can't be at a urinal without taking their pants all the way down. That's just, maybe this is a new thing.
How many of those guys do you know?
I've heard about a couple. I mean, I don't know them personally, but I've heard of rumored people that I do know.
We used to work with a guy that got completely naked.
That's what I heard. Yeah, a guy we used to work with.
Wait, what? I missed
Maybe
that.
this was before you got to the station. This was a guy that got
At Emmis?
completely naked at Emmis. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean completely naked?
To pee?
Like untied his shoes?
To poop.
Yeah.
So he would be. There would be hangers in the one-seater DJ bathroom.
Right. And there'd be a ton of hangers in there, actually, because he would leave the hangers from the previous day.
Yeah, and he would get entirely naked.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but she was talking about the pants down to urinal thing.
Oh, like
Which
pants down
honestly
and then hold up your
is
shirt.
weird.
Yeah.
Which is weirder than hanging your clothes on
Are you sure? I mean,
hanger.
there was no lock on that door to that jock
Yeah, there was.
to
I don't
the
think
actual
so.
booth, to the one seater.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, there's a lock. There was the old school little turn, like it's like, this much of security.
Right.
There was a girl I used to date that had to take her shoes and socks off. Been a thing since she was a kid. And I'm like, you take your shoes and socks off like when you go public toilet? And she's like, yeah.
Oh, God.
That's very
And I
strange.
go,
That's how you get feet hurt.
we have to break up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm weird
she's
about
like, I
wearing
put
my
my-
shoes in my own bathroom. That's something weird. I won't use my outdoor shoes to go into my bathroom. That's where my clean bare feet are, and I don't know. I want to keep it pure in there. Is that weird?
No, we don't.
But this is only when she
no
pooped.
shoes allowed in
She
the,
didn't do that. Like, she
second
didn't kick
floor.
her shoes off every time she went in to, like, do her hair or whatever.
Right.
It was just specifically...
For bowel movements, or
She was a little kid. Said she couldn't poop with, like, anything on her feet. It was just like a thing. It was just like a mental thing. Shoes and socks come off. I knew where she
get
was
over
at.
it. It's gross.
And the grossest thing, she would put those same socks back on.
I assume.
Oh,
yeah.
my God, that's disastrous.
So weird about shoes in my house now. Like, I think about all the poo that we're dragging into our home.
Oh, yeah, you can't.
And then you start, and like Tim is a person that he's not completely comfortable unless he has his shoes and like a nice sweater on at our own house. Like, he won't take his shoes off until it's like 10 p.m.
Mr. Rogers. That's,
Well,
that's,
for
that's
real.
me.
I
like-
relate to that.
I
The
got
guy
you,
that
Tim.
used to take all his clothes off
I feel like when my shoes come off, my day's over.
is a giant piece of garbage anyway. So
Yeah.
Wow.
So it
I'm glad
tracks.
he's
So
I'm sorry, what?
the guy who used to do that is a giant piece of garbage anyway. So
Oh, okay.
Aw.
And he may have been on the St. Louis Airwaves. We don't know. You know?
he was.
Yeah.
He was. He knows who he is, and he should be flushed.
Yeah.
Okay, because I equate him to what goes in the toilet.
Big old turd.
I have You're flying tomorrow?
Yeah.
Have you been watching the new season of The Rehearsal with Nathan Fielder?
It came on my. It's on Max, right? Mm-hmm. I've seen the previews for it. I've not watched the show. It's about how to. It's a satire on how to prepare for a plane crash.
Yeah, I can't tell what's happening yet in this. Did you watch the first season?
I did, and that show's a little too weird for me. I'll be honest with you.
I love it. It's brilliant. He's a brilliant guy, and it kind of folds in on itself. You don't know what's real and what's not. But this whole season is about him trying to change an FAA policy about co-pilots questioning pilots, and he said that was like he played all these black box recordings back for a former FAA administrator from previous presidencies, and was like, it seems like there were co-pilots who pushed back against pilots, and the pilots shut them down. And then the co-pilots don't speak up for themselves. So
Yes, there's a phenomenon for that. It's called something.
Because a lot of the big air disasters have happened where the co-pilot realized something, but he didn't want to.
He didn't want to speak up.
Yeah, because it was a higher rank.
or he spoke up and got shut down.
There's a famous case, and I don't know if they talked about this in the show, but out of Washington, back in the 80s, a plane crashed coming out of Washington, D.C., and the co-pilot had noticed that there was ice building up on the wings.
There's something on the wing.
There was an incredible amount of ice building up on the wings because they were waiting in line to take off, and it was snowy, and the plane had been de-iced, but they were waiting so long, and the co-pilot was kind of meek about speaking up, and the plane wound up crashing because the co-pilot was like, "Hey, don't you think we should?" And the pilot was like, "Nah."
Well,
Gosh.
in the second episode last night, because he used to work for Canadian Idol, the American Idol sister, as a producer early in his career, and he used to have to pre-screen people and shut them down and like crush their dreams. So he brought all these real co-pilots in from Southwest American, and he made them sit in a room. And he's like, "I'm going to send people in. Now remember, you can only give a golden ticket to the best of the best." And he wanted to see who was good at like shutting people down, because he's trying to figure out a way to train co-pilots to speak up for themselves. And he was sending singers in to these co-pilots, but then they didn't know that when the people were, because this show is so wild, you don't ever know what's going on. After people would leave, they were actually judging the judges on 1 through 10 on like how they felt being shut down by a certain person. And this lady for Southwest was scoring the highest. She was getting like 9.5s, and it was like she was just really great at shutting people down but not making them feel rejected.
Right.
And like, so he's studying her as the base model, and Southwest co-pilots did the best.
Huh.
So,
well, fine. I feel good about that.
The point of that story was, I think you're in good hands.
Okay, good. As long as nobody gets naked and poops on the flight, we're good.
Try it.
Yeah.
I also talked to a pilot on the show that's been banned from all 5 dating sites. When you get in there and watch it, it's just like this dude, and he's an American Airlines pilot. Everyone, I should go watch it. And I'm like, how do you get banned from all 5 dating sites? Someone tell me.
Poor reviews?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
You got to do a lot of stuff.
One more thing before we move on. Another story from over the weekend that I read. A Scottish doctor has been found guilty of secretly filming 30 people with hidden cameras in his home and at the hospital. This guy's name is Ju Young
At his home?
Yeah. That he'd rented out for Airbnb.
Oh. It's like he's
34-year-old anesthesiologist. Okay.
What are you doing?
And a sleazyologist.
You already got the greatest gig ever.
Right.
You dumb.
Right.
Some people get greedy. They want to do more.
What a crazy
Well,
person.
this man has an excuse
Oh, okay.
for why he secretly filmed 30 people in compromising situations. Again, 34-year-old anesthesiologist told the court that he did it because he was insecure about his body and wanted to compare himself to others.
Okay.
Well, you are free to go.
The internet exists. Google.com. You really need that.
He's insecure too.
So, yeah, he struggled. He says he struggled with severe body image issues, specifically about the size of his penis. This is all in court, by the way. He told the court that he'd suffered from body dysmorphia for years, which made him obsessed with comparing himself to other men. And he said his insecurity started as a teenager when he was reportedly diagnosed with suspected gigantism, a condition he believed might have affected his development and contributed to his concern about having a small penis. Now, you'd think gigantism would be you have a giant penis.
Or is
Yes.
that just the cloaked word for tiny?
I thought gigantism is when you're into like the 50-foot woman or whatever.
Gigantism. Gigantism. So the court heard this dude put cameras and items like air fresheners and a smoke alarm in his apartment, as well as staff accommodations at the hospital where he worked. His victims were both men and women, many of whom were his colleagues. Some were filmed while showering, some were on the toilet, some were being intimate with partners.
Gigantism is when you grow tall, like Robert Wadlow.
Yeah. Alton's finest.
He said his insecurity started as a teenager when he was reportedly diagnosed with maybe he's a tall guy.
Maybe he's extremely tall and
his penis is small.
Maybe it's average, but it looks tiny on him.
Could be.
Oh, okay.
I don't know his height.
It's all about proportions.
He explained to the jury that he felt unable to seek help earlier or look up images online, fearing that he might accidentally view illegal content or unrealistic images. He also said he didn't watch pornography because he believed it was exaggerated and it didn't reflect what was, quote, normal for most men.
Well, that's true. But there's so much porn out there. I mean, there's a size for everyone, I think. Right? Can you actually look up things like that?
Listen, according to the good doctor, his actions were not about sexual gratification, but all about trying to reassure himself about his own body.
Pervy research is what they call it.
Do they?
They do.
Okay.
Despite this explanation, surprisingly, he was found guilty. And
we don't even know if his penis size is normal?
Guilty of having a small penis?
Guilty of having a... Guilty.
Guilty.
3 counts.
Guilty.
He was sentenced to a month per inch.
Guilty.
Yeah, so many of his, obviously many victims were filmed without knowledge, while showering, using the toilet, having sex. Prosecutors and victims described his actions as deeply violating and a betrayal of the trust placed on him as a colleague and as a doctor. Convicted of 23 breaches of the Sexual Offenses Act, and he is awaiting sentencing and will be put on the sex offender registry for probably the rest of his life.
Wow.
You're an anesthesiologist.
Yeah, you're probably seeing plenty of naked people already, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like anesthesia.
Well, hopefully not, because you're
Not
the one
really.
putting them asleep.
Well, that's what I mean, though. But like, if you get a colonoscopy, the anesthesiologist puts you asleep, and then they tell you to turn over,
just
and then
buttholes.
that's true. It is just buttholes. You know, that's a good
A
point.
great book title.
It's just buttholes.
Just beeholes, yes.
Well, you get a catheter, so it's out. There's a lot of wings out in the OR,
You guys remember
and
that?
it's not your best showing. It is cold in there.
It's cold
You
in
are
there.
on your back. You are asleep. So
You remember
he
the
should have
cat
seen a
cowboy?
lot.
He should have seen a lot of dong.
I agree, because there's nurses just running catheters
Get him out of here. Guilty. Get him out of here. Clint's asking what was that show you were talking about? It's a Nathan Fielder show called
The Rehearsal.
The Rehearsal. It's on Max.
It's wild. It's excellent.
Let's take a break. But first, and it's brought to us by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, the official sports bar of the Rizz Show and home to St. Louis sports fans since 1990. From St. Louis, Wesley Anderson is
Wesley Anderson?
is member of the day. Yeah. Don't call him Wes. It's Wesley.
Wesley Anderson, Mr. Anderson.
Wesley is a longtime fan of the Rizz Show, clocked in over 58,000 hours of listening to this radio program last year.
My goodness.
My God, what is wrong
Amateur.
with you?
How many
58,000
Way to go, pal.
hours?
hours.
58,000. Is that
Doesn't
possible?
even make
second,
sense.
dude.
Hold
Unless
up.
you listen to the entire archive.
Whoa.
Wait a minute. 58,000 hours
Let's not do
divided by
math today.
24. That's 2,416 days. That doesn't make
He
any damn
listened
sense.
he listened to 9 years worth of time of our podcast in 1 year.
Maybe it's
That is a true fan. He bent the space-time continuum for
He
our
found
show.
a wormhole. I don't know.
All right.
I'm just reading what's on the
No,
the
it's
thing.
great.
Maybe he
I
meant total through the
totally
years.
think it's true. Good job, Wesley.
It says Wesley clocked in over 58,000 hours of listening time last year.
Well, I guess that's the whole archive.
I guess so. Well, thank you, Wesley. Wesley Anderson from St. Louis, dedicated. And our Team Rizz member of the day gets super sweet Team Rizz member of the day soccer jersey
Maybe he listened to every single show since 2013.
on repeat.
Twice.
Get yourself signed up, 1057thepoint.com/Team Rizz. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back with crap on celebrities. It is 7:12, Monday, traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. The highways are clear. Your point forecast sunny and windy today. High of 87. Right now it's 62 at the Point Studio.
All right. I got to turn that on.
Hi.
All right, Lern. I'll try. All right, Lern, ready to go.
All right, here we go. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees for 2025 are announced, and we'll find out who in this room got the most correct in the
Okay.
nomination. Maynardpedia, NASCAR Nation, and are these songs part of your guilty pleasure playlists?
All right, we got that. We got your crappy birthdays. We got the porno birthday. And what's the dumbest reason somebody became famous in the U.S.? And today is Clean Comedy Day. Who are your favorite clean comedians? We'll chop it up next. Stay there.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and what a day in which this has been already.
Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, joined by Hailstorm.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Hi.
very much.
Hey.
It's great to see you
and our
guys.
invisible third member. Yes,
Hey,
yes,
well,
yes.
how you doing?
We're the hail half of Hailstorm.
I have to tell you this, and I know you don't remember this because it's been years and years and years, and I don't even remember how many years at this point. But
We talk about Centric for a long, long time now. Now find out for yourself how you could train for a new IT career in as little as 4 months with St. Louis's leading IT training company. Centric is the longest-running, most experienced entry-level tech training program in the country. And their programs train you on the most current technologies employers are using because, unlike the four-year schools, Centric can quickly adapt their curriculum to match changes in the job market. And they know that's what the ultimate goal is, to get a job. So that's why job search assistance is a huge part of the program over at Centric. In addition to your tech training, they know there are other skills that need to be developed to help you find that right job. Centric's career services team provides you, the student, with seminars and workshops and other services throughout the training that prepare you for your job search, and they will help you land that new IT job. Over 1,700 companies have hired Centric grads. What the hell are you waiting for? Make the decision for yourself. Centric.com/Rizz, CENTRIQ.com/Rizz.
So we've had this place for a little over a year now. And every time I come up here, I discover something new. Whether it be a new structure or just something hidden in part of the woods here. So a couple months ago, just spotted something in the woods, and what the hell is that? So I went exploring, and let me show you what I found. Check this out. That, my friends, is a hidden sawmill. So I drove out here one afternoon, and I said, what the hell is this? Well, you get all this cut wood. You got this wooden structure out here. I said, what is that? And then I go in here, it's a big saw. So this is a sawmill that was just hidden in the woods. So I guess what you do is that little pipe at the end there, you'd hook a tractor up to that and turn the PTO on, and that spins the blade. And you would take your logs and you'd push your logs up onto here, and this thing slides, and you'd make yourselves some 2x4s or whatever. Am I ever going to use it? Absolutely not. All I could see is an accident happening. I mean, this guy was using this sawmill up until basically the day he died. And this was an 80-something-year-old guy who was taking logs, putting them up here, and making planks or whatever he needed to use around the farm. And I don't know what the heck this is. It says observation booth. What are you observing? This would be a good spot for Jeff to come and just do weird things. That's what I was thinking. Again, this is all hidden. I just kind of found it. You got a lot of cut wood, tires, extra fencing. I don't know why there are so many tires. I guess he was a tire collector. Is this a Blair Witch Project thing? Maybe. Let's not find out. Let's go. Oh, here we are coming up to one of the pastures that flush with cows. Look at them all just waiting for me. Hey, it's your buddy Rizz. Hi, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, ladies. Let me introduce.
At the Williams residence, everything kind of looked the same from the outside, but inside, their lives just got way happier because after 3 years of inflation and debt, which had crushed them, for the first time, they have the cash to secure their retirement, pay off their bills, plan their future, maybe even travel. They got all kinds of great things going on, and they didn't win the lottery exactly, but they did something awesome with a great financial strategy called the Sell and Stay program from Truehold, and it's easy. I mean, their home value had rebounded greatly, so they quickly sold it to Truehold, and they got the bank all that equity in cash, and that's their cash. And since they weren't ready to move, they could stay with an easy, affordable lease, which is awesome. So you get to keep that garden and that life going that you love over there in that neighborhood. And Truehold, they're even going to cover their property taxes, their home insurance, and essential home repairs. So Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. And get a Truehold offer right now while your home value is high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or just visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out your home's value without moving. That's Truehold.com.
The great battles of our time. Man versus nature, intellect versus instinct. Burrito versus butthole. Here in this fortress of solitude, we reflect and ponder tough questions about life and ourselves. And the toughest question of all may be, what do I wish I could accomplish before I die? Mine eyes have seen the glory. the proverbial bucket list. Why is it called that? Do you have one? Should you have one? If so, what should be on it? Let's dive into those questions today on the Number 2 Show. You know, they've always said to think outside the box, but here, inside this box, we've had some of the most profound reflections. They say inspiration strikes in the most unexpected places. Sir Isaac Newton, an apple tree. Archimedes, a bathtub. Me, well, let's just say there's a reason I'm broadcasting from a bathroom stall. The bathroom. More than just tiles and toiletries, a vault of solace, a chamber of reflection. Ever think about how much history, philosophy, and yes, even strategy have been contemplated in spaces just like this? I'm pretty sure when Bill Shakespeare wrote To Be or Not to Be, he carved it with the quill on a bathroom stall before he put pen to paper. How many of you have had those aha moments in the restroom? Think about it. You're all alone, free from distractions, and suddenly the answer to that problem you've been mulling over becomes as clear as the bathroom tiles. Recent studies, and by studies I mean a quick poll of a few of my friends, reveal that bathrooms are like unsung brainstorming chambers of the household. I'm pretty sure if we placed whiteboards in showers, we would have solved world hunger by now and probably perfected teleportation. But today we are switching gears to contemplate life's big picture, the journey. Which brings us to today.
For Mentality in Chesterfield and Mentality in South County. Now, if you're a fella and you're feeling like, you're feeling like not yourself, Mentality is here to help you out. You may be suffering from low T. So what's low T? And it happens to guys as they get older. And don't have this whole defeatist over-the-hill attitude. Oh, it's never going to get any better. No. Symptoms of low T: low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable, low libido. Of course, that could strain relationships. So Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board certified physicians provide a full physical, a consultation, and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. And Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, making sure your treatments are tailored to your body. You've heard about TRT, you've heard about testosterone replacement therapy, the benefits of it. Well, feel better. Just book that consultation with Mentality. Get yourself checked out. It's fast, it's easy, it's safe. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. So this year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality is giving you a chance to take back control. MentalityHealth.com/radio. MentalityHealth.com/radio.
Aha! Welcome back to the farm. So today's a special day because I got Mark from Colonel Landscaping here. Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
So Mark brought us...
Happy birthday, Rizz.
All right, welcome back to the program. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. The Mick Ultra Studio Cams, 1057thepoint.com/Rizz. The socials at RizzShow Show. Your emails, RizzShow at 1057thepoint.com. Of course, the Coleman's Campers text line, 314-649-DUMB. Sex Time Fun Facts coming up. Rafe's relationship segment. What do we got this week?
Well, dealer's choice. I got some relationship advice off Reddit, a crazy situation, and I also have some misconnections. So we'll see.
Or maybe a combo of both. Maybe a combo of both. I don't know.
Who knows?
Let's see where the day takes us.
Why not?
Today is Clean Comedy Day, celebrating comedians who can entertain the entire family. So it's a celebration dedicated to humor that's funny without being offensive or without being vulgar or relying on adult themes. On this day, comedians and fans highlight stand-up acts and jokes that are family-friendly, meaning anyone can enjoy them regardless of age or background. So who are the most famous clean comedians out there? Now, Cat Williams over the weekend and all the people that came along with Cat Williams, not on this list.
Like a Jerry Seinfeld. Is
Jerry Seinfeld, probably him and Jim Gaffigan are probably the two most famous
Now
clean
Bergazzi,
comedians
though.
out there.
Nate Bargatze.
Bargatze, too, is on the list.
How about Sinbad, y'all?
Sinbad, yeah. I got him on my list.
Is it just stand-up or someone like Weird Al that is also
Just stand-up.
Okay.
How about Greg Warren?
Yeah, how about St. Louis's own
Greg Warren. Let's put him on the list.
Mr. Peanut Butter Cup.
St.
Brian
Louis-
Regan.
Brian Regan is probably the
Oh, yeah. He's
best to do it, in my opinion.
You like him better than Jim Gaffigan?
Regan's just been doing it for so long.
Yeah, I remember seeing
He's
Regan
so
on
great.
Comedy
Oh,
Central
forever,
in the
right?
90s.
Yeah.
And
He's talking about Steve Irwin going in and kicking trees. Like,
he kills, man, still.
He's so good.
He's amazing.
And such a good dude. When he's in town, he'll do like the Enterprise Center and then come to the clubs and check out comics.
I've
and
never seen him live before. I would love to. Every time he's in town, he'll fly like the Stiefel. And I don't know, it's during the week or something.
you would love to.
It's great.
I would love to go.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, not just because he's from St. Louis, but Greg Warren is one of the best to ever do it. Greg is like, and he's getting his flowers finally because Nate's kind of brought him on to the Nate Land banner.
Yeah,
'Cause Nate's kind of starting his own
Nate
thing.
Bargatze's got his. He's hot. He's the hot, clean comedian right now.
He's
Those eyeballs are
printing-
everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg just went on tour with him to Europe and was telling me like,
He's killing it.
he's like private jet,
Oof.
and he's
Nice.
like felt out of my element, and he's like, and it's not even him trying to.
So Greg Warren, our
Flex.
buddy, is
Yeah.
going on a private jet.
Look
Went
at
on a
him.
PJ, baby.
Dang.
Did a European tour with Nate. And I called him and he was like, oh man, I feel. And he goes, he's not even doing it as a flex. He's like, he's just so busy and doing so many dates that it is a necessity. Like he cannot fly commercial because he's like, we're flying on this private jet all over, like 1 hour flights all over Europe.
Yeah,
Sometimes he's
because-
doing 2 shows in one day in different cities.
Yep.
Jeff Foxworthy. Is he clean?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's clean. He's incredible.
The only time I've ever heard him do anything was an early 90s tape where he dropped the F-bomb when he was talking about McDonald's going through a drive-through.
I can't imagine Jeff Foxworthy cursing.
Well, he's doing,
I don't like it.
He's doing this whole bit about how you can't understand anything in the drive-through that they're talking except for the total. 1785. And he's like, well, I pull around and they go, would you like a hot apple pie? And he goes, did I ask for an effing hot apple pie? Like,
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean,
Did he
love
say
it.
the word, or did he say effing?
No, he did not say effing. Let me.
Okay, all right.
This is how I remember
Is
it. I haven't heard this
Can we
since
play that
8th
clip?
grade.
I'm
Say
not gonna play
MF? What did he
Is Gabriel Iglesias, is he clean?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. Relatively.
most
He's like
part.
PG-13 probably.
John Christ, somebody says.
John Chris is incredible. Kevin James is. I love Kevin James.
Kevin James clean?
Yeah.
I don't like. Well, this is just me personally. I like all I think there's room for all I don't really like people that lean on I'm clean.
Lean on clean?
I like when it's clean and you don't notice.
Right.
Because it's just good.
Jeff Dunham?
That's
clean.
like Greg.
And Jerry Seinfeld's that way.
Seinfeld's that way.
Like he'll let an S slip out every now
Sure.
and then, and I like it.
John Christ is like a Christian comedian. Like he leans on. It actually hurt his career because he got caught banging some of his fans' wives after shows, and he was like really leaning hard on.
Did he
like,
go body of Christ?
Yeah, Body Chris.
Oh,
He's
I
come
don't
back
like
from
that
it, and he is a good dude. I've met him. He's a super nice guy.
Yeah, he's super fun.
But that's what I mean. When you lean on something like that, and like that's your brand, you hurt your brand when you don't.
when you
know.
show that you're human and you mess up.
Body of Christ.
Yeah,
Body
or
of
when
Christ.
you show
Body
that.
of Christ.
Yeah,
But another one that obviously the Christian world would probably know, but I don't know. Have you heard Tim Hawkins? He's incredible. And he's probably the top Christian comedian out there. And he's from here in St. Louis. He's amazing.
there's a guy named Jerry Clower
Ellen.
back in the day.
Ellen was clean.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was looking up female comics that are clean, and there's none that I really like stand out name wise to me. I mean, I don't know a lot
Kathleen
about.
Madigan's pretty clean.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll get down and dirty sometimes, too.
Occasionally. If we separate the art from the artist, I mean, Cosby's one of the best to ever do it.
Well, and he was on, like, the list that I had looked up of, like, the top cleanest comics of all time.
Horrible human.
Horrible human.
Very clean
But
comedian.
Steve Martin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Steve Martin, Gallagher.
See,
And
wasn't
Martin
super
Short.
Martin
clean.
had adult themes. These are like, you could take everybody.
Yeah, you weren't taking the kids to see Steve in the 70s. He was clean. He didn't curse a lot, but, I mean, he did curse some.
Oh, Bob Saget. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Danny Tanner. Not the
Definitely, definitely not. So happy National Clean Comedy Day.
Yeah.
Clean it up, guys. Every era finds a stupid new way for people to get famous. So in the 70s, being a groupie, right? Famous groupies from the 70s.
Sure.
In the 80s, it was, I don't know, being a druggie. In the 90s, it was, being on cable. In the 2000s, it was being on reality TV. These are all stupid ways, dumb ways to become famous here. In the 2010s, it's being on social media. In the 2020s, it's being an influencer. There's a new list of dumbest reasons someone becomes famous in the U.S. and some notable examples. And this took me down a good memory hole here. Number one on this list was the balloon boy.
That's awesome.
Falcon? Is that what
yeah.
his name was?
Yeah, Falcon Heaney.
What are you talking about?
You don't remember the balloon boy?
I mean, maybe
It's
not.
incredible.
Oh,
That doesn't-
learn.
What happened
Back
with
in
the balloon?
2009, the balloon boy hoax went viral when a couple claimed their 6-year-old son Falcon was trapped inside a homemade balloon 7,000 feet in the air.
Oh, kind of rings a bell.
Oh, I remember being at the radio station and people were glued to the TV watching this. So it was a hot air balloon that they made at home that the mom and dad went onto TV saying, oh, my God, our son is trapped in the balloon. And we don't know what to do. He crawled in. He's 6 years old. He crawled in the balloon and he's gone. And, yeah, had the whole country, like,
Freaking out.
There was a balloon, but the boy was at home in the attic. And then they were interviewed by somebody. It was
like
Barbara Walters or
It was somebody big. It was like a 2020, like one of those interviews, like nationwide. The nation was tuned in.
And the kid was like, no, Dad told me to say all this stuff.
Yeah. Dad told me to hide in the attic and say all this stuff.
The textbook example of a dumb reason somebody became famous is Hawk Tuah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
she's-
came to mind.
That was my first thought.
Hawk Tuah, who then wound up, getting rich off crypto. The Island Boys, who went viral on TikTok, got desperate for fame. Honey Boo Boo.
Yeah.
I feel like Hawk Tuah's career was like, we watched a 20-year career and fast forward. Like, it all unfolded in like 8 months. Like, fame, peaked, ripped everyone off on crypto, became hated, grifted everyone and became hated all in like 8 months.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that was like literally watching a social experiment of like fast forwarding someone's entire
It really was, yeah. So she got famous, and then she had her own, she had her own podcast, which was on one of the Paul brothers, like, podcast networks. They called it Talk Tuah.
Yeah.
Great title. I mean, great title.
So good.
And then she came out with her own crypto, and it wound up being a scam, and she went away.
Yeah.
And actually, she wound up being, I know the SEC had investigated all that, the crypto, and she in the clear.
Yeah,
She's good.
I'd say it's not a scam.
No.
It was a grift.
You want to see a really awkward interview with her? Watch Bill Maher's podcast, Club Random. He had her on, and it was
Yeah, it
just
was
bizarre.
awful. Bill Maher was pretty creepy,
He
I'll
was
be honest
super
with you.
creepy. Yeah.
Let me see. Honey Boo Boo, when she was famous for just being a chubby little
Adorable little thing.
Hoosier. Bad Barbie, who is the Cash Me Outside girl,
How about that?
who is very rich now and a legit rapper.
And cancer, right? She has cancer right now.
Really?
I think so.
Oh.
Let me see. Being a teen, remember Teen Mom?
Uh-huh. I mean, I was never one, but yes.
No, I mean the show Teen Mom. All these girls were famous.
Yeah, you would think that would be birth control enough for people.
These
Like
are
that show.
Dumbest reasons
But it
for
wasn't.
somebody to become
It was
famous.
the opposite.
I know. People were like, oh, I want to get famous. Knock
Girls,
me up.
yeah, women, it was like had a bad side effect of like young girls wanting to get pregnant to get on the show.
Octomom.
Oh, my God, Octomom. That's right. Didn't she go on to make pornography?
She did.
Yeah.
Johnny Kate,
It was solo.
+8. That was another Octo fame.
Remember, she did. It was.
yeah.
She would only do it solo.
Yeah, she did a couple solo films. Pretty gross.
Every time somebody says Octomom, I think of her face on like an octopus body.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Like
Every time.
weird, bizarre Tim Burton
I think of
design in my
Octonauts.
head.
Kids show.
Yeah, the Octonauts. You know, one of my kids used to watch that.
I think Octomom should be in that.
Octomom, so she had the kids, no dad.
Artificially?
Oh, yeah, artificially done. A lot of ethical things going on there.
Did she design to have 8 children?
Wanted a goof?
I mean, or like, what do you...
Like she was taking...
I think she wound up having 14 kids altogether.
Oh, Lord.
Remember when singing badly on American Idol, you became famous?
She bangs.
She bangs.
Wait, what? I said badly.
Remember the other kid, Sanjaya,
Oh, yeah.
who they kept putting through? I don't know. Just thinking about some of these dumb reasons people became famous.
How about the guy that's the Ken doll? You know, he's had all the
Oh,
plastic
you're right.
surgery, turned into Ken doll. And
Not a household name yet.
But a household
Well, he's on
face
TV
burned
all
into
the
you.
time.
You know, I can see that. I can see that filler face perfectly in my head right now, and his abs and his little waist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, today is April the 28th. Back in the day, 22 years ago today in 2003, Apple launched iTunes for Windows. This was an industry game changer, 99 cents for a song.
amazing.
That happened today. 17 years ago, 2008, Katy Perry hits the scene with I Kissed a Girl. Anybody seen videos from her
Tour.
recent tour? She's getting roasted.
She is, because she's got this robotic gear on and doing robot dancing, and people are like, "Give it up." I don't, and it kind of sucks. I feel kind of bad for her as a
Well-
human being because I'm like, she's just out here trying to be still in pop culture, and nobody wants it anymore.
Well, they say that they had to. So Katy Perry's doing a world tour now.
Yeah.
On tour to promote her new record. And they said that she had to pivot because she was supposed to lean heavily on her going into space. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the props and stuff that they had on stage, or a lot of the dancing was supposed to be her, like in her flight suit and stuff like that. She had such bad publicity from that. They scrapped all that stuff and never changed all the set stuff around.
Yeah,
So it
marketing
looks
gone
cheesy.
wrong. Yeah.
It's a delicate balance there.
6 years ago today in 2019, Avengers Endgame earns an estimated $1.2 billion worldwide. It's the first film to make more than $1 billion on opening weekend. And that's what happened back in the day. All right, time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your crap on celebrities.
Well, just like everyone else, I was on the toilet this morning. I opened my phone and I saw the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2025.
I did too. I first thing I did was I opened up my phone. I said,
There
let's
it
see, because
is.
I was not watching American Idol last night.
Or was I?
I avoided it. I wanted to hear it here on Crap on Celebrities.
That's very cool. So to be eligible for the induction, artists are required to have released their first record 25 years prior to an induction, and those elected for induction in the following categories are the performer category. So actually, why don't we play a little snippet of the rock artists who will be inducted into
Here's
the Rock and
who
Roll
is
Hall
in
of
the
Fame.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
The White Stripes.
Okay. The White Stripes in.
And they were a second-time nominee. Bad Company.
Bad Company makes it. All right.
First nomination, and they're in, baby.
Joe Cocker
Joe
in.
Cocker, Dead and in.
Soundgarden.
Soundgarden.
Whoa.
Yes, Soundgarden. Third nominee, finally in.
All right.
Thank you. Also on this list of rock and roll.
You want to play that second one?
Yeah, go ahead and play the second one. Let's see if we
Are
can
these
guess.
more nominees?
These are other nominees.
Or not
yes.
inductees?
These are inductees,
Okay,
yes.
so here's who else is in.
Cyndi Lauper, second-time nominee. Chubby Checker, first-time nominee, and he's in.
Come on, little bitch.
Come on, little bitch. Outcast,
Outcast makes it.
first-time nominee, and they're going in.
Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you very much. I have some audio from Kim of Soundgarden. Here he is talking about being elected for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
The reality is over the years, from speaking with friends, peers, and associates, I've learned and gained a different perspective and understanding. And the most powerful insight was really Chris's experience when he inducted Hart. And things I've heard from the Nirvana guys or Pearl Jam and other bands, everyone thinks it's really cool and appreciative, especially the reactions that they get from fans, the label and management and the crew. And that kind of enthusiasm that I've received from the 2 previous times we've been nominated and this time changed my perspective entirely.
Expect to see a spike in album sales. Good for them.
Good for them. And also,
couple 2-3 checks in the mail, a little bigger than before.
You would hope so. And congrats to Matt Cameron. This is his second induction. So he's in there first with Pearl Jam from 2017, and now he will be in as a member of Soundgarden, making him the 3rd drummer to be inducted twice after Ringo Starr and Dave Grohl.
How about who didn't make it?
Well, I want to do one more thing before we get to that. Paul Rodgers. Because I don't know if you remember this, but a couple weeks ago, Simon Kirke, the drummer of Paul Rodgers, came out, drummer of Bad Company, came out and said they were already inducted. And everybody was like, how does he know? And they did get inducted. But here's Paul Rodgers on what he thought when he was told Bad Company had been nominated for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Brilliant is what I thought, for a number of reasons. One, because Mick could enjoy it, so the timing is right. 2, the fans have been lobbying for this induction for years, so well done, fans. Really appreciate you guys. And how cool it is for Bad Company to be part of the legacy that is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
So congratulations to them. Now, as far as what you're talking about, the people who got snubbed, what a slap in the face to the Phish fans, right? Because as you knew, they were doubling the votes as far as being
the fan vote.
Remember
they did the fan vote?
And so people are like, the fan vote really doesn't mean nothing. It really doesn't.
It really
mean
doesn't.
No.
So apparently the fan vote is only one vote of the nominating committee.
Right.
Or of the electing committee.
That's hilarious.
And so
truly, fans, your vote means nothing.
Means nothing. But you know,
truly,
I'm sure
you have no say.
Phish is pretty excited to have won that. I mean, whatever.
And I think this is
They'll be in it.
a couple times in a row where the fan vote
just went off the rails.
Just whoever won didn't make it.
Yeah.
But hey, congratulations, fans.
They don't
You
care
mean
about
nothing.
you.
They don't care. Nor Billy Idol. He
Nor
was
Billy
number 2.
Idol. Yeah, and he was like 3rd in line with the fan vote. The Black Crowes, Mariah Carey, Joy Division, and New Order, Oasis, and Mana. So, yeah, they were the ones who were snubbed this year.
I think Oasis will make it eventually.
Billy Idol, I think, will.
Billy
also.
Idol should be in.
He'd be in.
Well, you know, we all did make our takes. We thought who we thought would get in, and we have there's a clear winner and loser in this.
Do you think Oasis is have they Pete Rosed their way out? Like, they've talked so much trash about not wanting it and thinking it's stupid. Do you think that that's affecting them?
No, because I think Rage Against the Machine kind of did the same thing.
Okay.
I think, first time nominated, they'll get in eventually.
I want to say congratulations to the people who got the most votes for the Rock and Roll Hall of
So
Fame.
as far as our picks,
congratulations to King Scott with 4.
Whoa.
4 correct picks. So who do you pick?
King picked Chubby Checker, Joe Cocker, Cyndi Lauper, Soundgarden.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. And then also, congratulations to Moon with also 4.
Good job, buddy.
You're kidding.
You picked correctly with Cyndi Lauper, Outkast, Soundgarden, and the White Stripes.
Oh,
Good work.
that feels
Congratulations to Rafe Williams with 4 as well.
All right.
You picked Joe
Nice.
Cocker, Cyndi Lauper, Outkast, and Soundgarden to get in. You were right.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations to myself because
All
I
right,
got
last
Bad
place.
Company, Joe Cocker, Outkast, and Soundgarden with 4.
Okay.
And no congrats awarded to you, sir,
Sweet.
because you only got 3 correct.
Oh, what an idiot.
You got Chubby Checker, Joe Cocker, and Outkast.
What a moron.
And you
Yeah.
picked Joy Division and Mariah Carey as the other ones to
Oh,
get in.
silly.
So
What a
you were
silly
idiot.
man.
What a silly idiot.
Yeah, silly idiot.
gotta
So
go
congratulations to everybody but Rizz. In other news, Maynard James Keenan of Tool has launched a new website, and I went on it this morning, and it's pretty kick-ass, called MaynardJamesKeenan.com, and it's for people who have questions. He said, we built a website with some vague answers, like a late 2000s blog, but way cooler. It actually really is. If you're a Maynard James Keenan fan, MaynardJamesKeenan.com. He gets into his winemaking, his culinary side of interest, his martial arts. There's a ton of like footage from his life on there.
Cool stuff nobody cares about.
I care about it. And you know what? If you're going to ever interview him, this is a great resource.
Answer questions that people want to know about your band Tool.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah, it's band. It's everything in his life. And
Well, you led with the stuff that nobody cares about.
Oh, okay. Well, I care about that stuff. Because, I mean, you feel like you already know plenty about Tool and A Perfect Circle
No,
and
they're
Christopher,
pretty
but
mysterious.
MaynardJamesKeenan.com.
MaynardJamesKeenan.com. Metallica's Kirk Hammett and Sammy Hagar are planning to collaborate soon, and they even have a little title for the project. It's for sci-fi fan enthusiasts. Sammy told Ultimate Classic Rock, we're writing a new song right now called The Seven Sisters, and it's essentially talking about Pleiades, where many of the people come from. So apparently Pleiades is an open star cluster in the constellation approximately 440 light years away from Earth, named after sisters in Greek mythology. Sammy Hagar believes in aliens. He says, I'm a firm believer. I've seen, felt, and been contacted 3 or 4 different times. I've received info that's been valuable to my life from these people, and they have used me. And so, again, this is for people who believe in aliens, and if you're a big Kirk Hammett fan or Sammy Hagar fan, look out for Pleiades, which is going to be essentially them being conspiracy theorists.
Look out!
Toby Keith has just fulfilled a lifelong dream, even though he's dead. His racehorse, Render Judgment, will compete in this weekend's Kentucky Derby. The horse is currently sitting at 30-1 odds.
Oh, yeah, the Kentucky Derby's this weekend.
Ah, yes, get your big hat out.
Yep.
Amazon Prime has recruited Eric Church and John Fogerty for the new NASCAR theme song. Let's take a little listen to this.
All right, so this is
Eric Church, John Fogerty. They're doing a little reboot of CCR's Up Around the Bend for NASCAR.
Let's go see what NASCAR on Prime's all about. Let's do this. Starting off big, the Coke 600. Green flag. Woo-hoo! Nashville.
what a disaster.
Sudden
John
ending.
Fogerty wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
Roll credits.
boy.
Roll credits.
The new anthem is going to premiere during Prime Video's presentation of the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway on May 25th, and it can be heard throughout broadcasts, and it will get stuck in your ears, and it'll be great. It's no secret that artists don't always write their own songs, but this list is pretty interesting. BuzzFeed compiled a list of songs written by other famous people that got made famous from other famous people, if that makes sense. So, like, for instance, Kesha wrote a song for Britney Spears called Till the World Ends. Forget You, which is CeeLo Green's biggest song.
Written by Bruno Mars.
People may not know that. Pink, Get the Party Started. That was written by Linda Perry, which she writes so much great music for other people all the time. Ed Sheeran wrote Little Things that One Direction made famous. Manic Monday, sang by the Bangles.
Prince.
Written by Prince. Yeah. Robin Thicke wrote a song called Can You Handle It by Usher. And Miley Cyrus's You'll Always Find Your Way Back Home, written by Taylor Swift. Kind of interesting. Thought that list was neat. Legendary rock personality on MTV, Matt Pinfield, suffered a stroke earlier back in January, and he was given a positive health update. So he talked about this on Green Day's Walk of Fame ceremony. We all know Matt Pinfield from hosting 120 Minutes, and he revealed to The Hollywood Reporter that the stroke caused him to be put on a ventilator, and he was also battling pneumonia. Now, while posting details on Green Day's big day, he says, slowly but surely recovering, lots of physical therapy, fighting my way back one day at a time, and he's doing better.
Isn't usually when they put you on a ventilator, that's
bad news.
It's not a good sign.
Not good. Not good.
Not good at all.
Great, but he is inducting Green Day, so he will be the master of ceremonies, I believe.
This week.
On May 1st, they're being inducted, so Matt Pinfield will be out and about.
That's good.
Great.
It'd be good to see him. More NASCAR news. There's a 4-part docuseries about the life of NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt, just simply called Earnhardt's, going to be premiering on May 22nd, the first 2 episodes, 3 days before the outlet kicks off the Cup Series. And so there'll be 4 episodes total, with the final 2 episodes airing on May 29th. So Dale Earnhardt fans, rejoice. Here's a little preview of the trailer.
I'm here with Dale Earnhardt.
What's the question, dude?
I was watching my dad live this dream that I wanted.
We get what it's about.
Okay, great.
He's going to go around in circles, and he's going to do the accident, and
The mustache, whole thing.
the mustache. And
Have you ever wondered why Yoda speaks backwards in Star Wars? Well, I guess 45 years in, people are wondering, and finally George Lucas has given an answer. They were doing a screening of The Empire Strikes Back, which is crazy. 45 years and we don't know this answer?
yeah, he's dyslexic.
No.
Her name's Doya.
Because if you speak regular English, people won't listen that much. But if he had an accent or it's really hard to understand, they focus on what he's saying. And so George Lucas says he was basically the philosopher of the movie, and I had to figure out a way to get people to actually listen, especially little kids. And so that's why he had Yoda saying things kind of out of order, speaking backwards.
So it's more profound.
I don't think he did that on purpose. I think that he was like, how can we make this guy sound a little different? And then he's trying to act like some sort of...
I always took it in the movie as like, when he meets him, he presents himself as kind of goofy. Do you know what I mean? Like, he
What?
kind of hides
In
the fact
Empire
that he's a
Strikes Back?
Jedi Master. Yeah, he's kind of like a goofy guy living in the woods eating bugs under a rock. Like, so he just talked funny to, like, kind of almost like Confucius. They made him talk like Confucius. Confucius say.
Yeah.
I always just thought that was pretty obvious.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. 45 years
deeper
later.
than you thought.
Runs deep. Lucas runs deep, dude.
He's so deep.
Do you guys want more info on Gene Hackman's death? Or are we like good here?
I'm good if there's something new.
What is new?
I don't know, man. Fox News put out Gene Hackman's final autopsy revealed that he suffered from severe atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease with heart stents, bypass graft, and advanced stage Alzheimer's. Okay. And finally, Classic Rock, ultimateclassicrock.com put together a list of the 20 classic guilty pleasure songs from the 90s. And this list is actually pretty good. And there's a ton on here that I know I love, so I'm sure a lot of people do.
Let's tell Lern if we like these songs
What
or
about
not.
Steal My Sunshine?
Nobody likes that song.
Well, you know what, though?
From Len?
That song wasn't on this list, but it should have been because that's one that is a guilty pleasure. It gets stuck in your head. Okay, let's start, and they're no particular order, but John Bon Jovi's A Blaze of Glory.
Yes.
Great
From the
one.
Young Guns soundtrack. Yes.
I don't know that one.
Meatloaf.
I don't know. Shot down in the blaze of
dude, you
glory.
It's got like the Western.
Wake up in the morning and I raise my weary head. I got an old coat for a pillow. That's it.
Oh!
That was awesome.
That was
and
great.
The earth was last night's big.
Your long hair right now singing that.
I feel like Jan Bon Jovi.
What about I Do Anything for Love, but I Won't Do That?
I
Meatloaf.
would do anything for love.
I hate
Great song.
That
Meatloaf.
song's awesome. You hate Meatloaf?
That
do.
song's good though.
I hate
That song's
Meatloaf.
Great.
Why do you hate Meatloaf?
I don't know. It just annoys the hell out of me.
Because he's a Kenny Loggins Acacia?
Oh, no.
I mean, the song's like 7 minutes. It's just too much. It's too much Meatloaf, dude. You're all needed out by the third minute.
That song, that girl in that video was the Neutrogena girl, right?
Objects
That lady
in
was
the
hot,
rear
dude.
view
Oh, and
mirror.
he was an asshole.
me up, help me down. She's like lifted up in the air with her big bustier
Yeah.
on. Changed my
They're in
life
a
as
castle.
kid.
Wow.
Yeah. changed
Is
my
that when
life
he's
as a kid.
the Beast?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I owe
Yeah.
Meatloaf for that.
What?
Sexual awakening.
I love that Meatloaf, whenever he was on stage, he had to have a towel with him.
Because he
Well,
sweated
dude
so
was
much?
sweating before
I
he
love
got
it.
up there.
You know when somebody brings a towel and it was constantly holding the towel, they're doing work.
It did
Oh,
pass
yeah.
out like 2 or 3 times in those last couple years of
Yes. He had
staging.
health problems.
What about Extremes More Than Words?
Yep.
Great song.
Great song.
Chumbawamba's Tub Thumping, I Get Knocked Down and I
don't
Get
love
Up
that
Again.
song.
I loved
I'm not a
it.
huge fan
Getting
of that
back up.
Aerosmith, I Don't Want to Miss the Thing.
Don't love that song either.
Nah.
I Touch Myself, Divinals.
That's okay.
Okay.
Rob Thomas featured on Santana Smooth.
We know what my feelings on that
Yes. 1 Week from Bare Naked Ladies made
it's
this
been-
list. Creed's Higher.
Yeah. I believe that's getting, I don't know. Creed's higher.
Creed's back, baby.
What of it?
Do you like it?
Guilty pleasure, my full pleasure.
It's fine. Creed's fine. I mean, yeah, they're
I
coming
like
back
Creed.
around. They're coming back around.
To Be With You, Mr. Big.
Yes, great
The
song.
best song.
Love that song.
Bad Touch, Bloodhound Gang.
They're still touring on that in Japan.
Mr. Big?
I
think
sing
he
that
still
song
lives over there.
randomly.
Great song.
Scorpions, Wind of Change.
Yes, written by the CIA, supposedly.
Supposedly. The Presidents of the USA, Peaches.
Yes.
Great song. Unskinny Bop by Poison.
Yes.
Great song. And then finally, Let's Get Rocked by Def Leppard.
Yes.
So this is a really good guilty pleasure playlist, I feel like.
That's a good one to put together.
It is. And that's your crap on celebrities.
Yeah, you know, Kelly Lemieux, who played bass in Goldfinger, plays with Paul Gilbert. And
Mr. Big?
Yeah, and for the longest time, I think Paul lived in Japan because Mr. Big was doing so much in Japan, and they were doing so well. They're just like, we'll stay over here
That's
until
great.
somebody else wants us. Your celebrity celebrating your birthday on this fine day. They begin with Jessica Alba. How old do you guys think Jessica Alba is?
She's 45.
48.
She's so freaking beautiful.
She is.
Go 44.
She's getting divorced too.
She is my
She's already
age,
divorced.
and she is 44 years old
44.
today. Harry Shum Jr., that's Dr. Benson Kwan on Grey's Anatomy and also on Glee, and Shadowhunters is 43. Jonathan and Drew Scott, 47. Those are the Property Brothers. Penelope Cruz is 51. Bridget Moynihan is 54. John Daly is 59. Too Short is 59. Jay Leno is 75 years old. Paul Guilfoyle, Captain Brass on CSI, is 76. And Anne Margaret, who got more beautiful as she aged.
And
She
Margaret.
is beautiful.
Watch Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah, dude.
She was melting hearts in Grumpy Old Men. She also gave birth to Roger Daltrey and Tommy and was the old school beauty who fell for Elvis in Viva Las Vegas. Anne Margaret is 84 years old today.
I tell you what, that seems pretty young for Anne Margaret.
I mean, if you look at pictures of her, I'm not kidding. She looks better in her 50s than she did in her 20s.
Hey, both of them gals and Grumpy Old Men kind of.
All right, I'll
Come
do
on,
it.
let's
I'll do
be-
it. I'll do
like
it.
my
I'll do it
cougar
for you.
bone.
I know, it's nice.
I'll do it for you.
It's nice to say, Moon.
I'll do it for you. No offense, but I'm not super attracted to her here. But here,
She was hot.
am I wrong?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, she's a beautiful woman, but
Am I wrong?
About what?
That
about
she's
her
more
being
beautiful
hotter
in her
now
50s.
than she was in her.
Did I say now?
She was hot. And when Grumpy Old Men came out, Sophia Loren, and she was in it, I was like, I might be a cougar man.
That's what I'm saying,
young,
dude.
you
Look
know.
at her. She's
That's her in her 70s.
I
I'm not
know.
mentioning that.
All right, today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Nina L. And today's birthday girl's been in 743 fine films, including Axel Braun's Cougar Alert, Bang of the Boss 4, Blondes, Birds, and Bees. She was in the Booty Movie 6, Dirty, Rotten Cheaters, The Hills Have Thighs. Not Midlife Crisis, but MILF Life Crisis. She was in Round Juicy Butts 11, and who can forget a role in 2018's I'm a Nymphomaniac Like Mom.
Oh, no.
3. Nina L. is 45 years old. That's porno birthday. Those are your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we have your Sex Time fun facts. People wagered over $325,000 on the world's first sperm race. We got the results. One thing you shouldn't do after being ghosted, and one thing you should. And what's something that women think is embarrassing, but men don't actually care about?
Oh, I love that.
We'll chop it up. All that and more next. Sexy Time Fun Facts, 7:57, Monday, traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We've got delays 270 westbound between Dorset and Olive. Further south, there are delays 270 eastbound between 44 and 40. Average speed about 25 miles an hour there. Your point forecast, sunny and windy. High of 87. Right now it is 63 at the Point Studio.
What an absolute honor. This is first Ho-Ho show of 2017. Headliner tonight, Rise Against, Tim McElrath from Rise Against. Absolute pleasure to meet you, man.
Good to be here, yeah.
So, okay, a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about, but I think I'm going to kind of start on the serious side of things, if that's all right
Let's
with you.
do it.
It is an unbelievable time in our country politically. Some people would maybe not say that it's a sad time politically, but I think that it's one of the lowest points that I can ever remember.
Yeah.
As somebody that is keeping track of what's going on in the world, like I know you guys do, sometimes myself I get so frustrated with just the daily, just punch in the face of it all, that I kind of want to back away from it. Do you?
If you've been looking for a sign to put yourself first, well, this is it. I want to tell you about Parkcrest Plastic Surgery because I truly believe in what they do. Now, Parkcrest is all about helping you feel your best with results that look totally natural. And their team at Parkcrest, incredible. Surgeons, nurse injectors, everybody working together, always recommending the least invasive option that gets you the results you want. Now, I love that Parkcrest doesn't take a one-size-fits-all approach. Every treatment, whether it's a mommy makeover, fat reduction, injectables, or skin rejuvenation, it's customized just for you. The focus is on building your confidence, not just changing how you look. And they offer everything from cool sculpting, elite and smart lipo, to a Veli for cellulite. And their nurse injectors are experts at helping you look younger without looking, done. Plus, their aesthetic center offers all the latest services like hydrofacials, laser hair removal, and radio frequency microneedling. Dr. McGuire and Dr. Kaplan are true leaders in the field, and people literally travel from all over the world for their expertise. I've seen the difference Parkcrest can make, and honestly, I cannot recommend them enough. So take the first step. Visit parkcrestplasticsurgery.com and see what's possible. That's parkcrestplasticsurgery.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to the farm. So it's a Sunday, and we got a whole crew here doing stuff. We're going to work in the field today. So this will be the final episode of the farm series for now, but I'm sure we'll return back to the farm at some point. So I'm going to show you what's going on here, the progress of the plants, how those elderberries are looking, and we'll look inside the house, and I'll tell you about some future projects we got coming up here. And there's our tractor, courtesy of Herb Equipment, the Captain Rizz tractor. We're moving some poles. Poles. All right, so behind me is another barn. This is a future project that we're going to do. So we're going to turn this barn into a greenhouse. So come on, let me show you what's going on inside. So this is where the old owner, I guess, stored some of his tractors, some of his big carts for the field. So eventually, what we're going to do is we're going to take the sides off and kind of renovate this structure and make it a greenhouse, so we could start cultivating our own elderberry brands and maybe start selling what they call the cuttings. Right now, this is home to many a groundhog. All right, we're out here in the big field, and I am going to show you the progress of some of these elderberry plants. So you saw at the beginning, pretty much nothing. And it's a couple months later, and I'll show you what these elderberry plants look like. Look at that. Mulch is down. Plants are looking good. You'll see a weed every once in a while, but we got to pull those. But these plants are looking sweet. Here's my partner in crime, Cat the dog. Hi, Cat. Let's go. Cat is the consummate farm dog. And there's new dog. Come on, Maggie, Cat, let's go. So I'm not sure if we're going to get a very good crop this year, but this is basically laying the foundation down for years to come. First year being a farmer, so it's been almost 2 straight.
As a home or refinance, or if you're just looking to consolidate some ugly credit card debt and you don't know where to start, let me help you. I'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it as easy as possible. If you have any questions on rates, industry, trends, give Stewie a call at 314-324-4440. That's Stewie's personal cell phone. Call or text him right now, and you're talking to Stu. He'll be there and be honest with you about every step of the way about what's best for your current situation, and he'll provide guidance and walk you through every single step of the process in detail. And great news, his signature bagel loan is available for refinances as well as new homes if you're borrowing up to $200,000. The bagel loan is a signature loan that covers the typical costs associated with closing a loan. Includes things like underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, no closing costs. And he gets you closed in 10 to 15 days. Extra benefits for a refinance is more cash back in your pocket. You can maximize your cash back on a cash-out refi. And if you refinance your home for free without adding to your previous loan amount, you get personalized service with integrity Whatever you're doing, whoever you're working with, it's at least worth a phone call to talk things out with Stewie. No one can beat the bagel loan. Nobody. So call or text him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440 or Google the bagel loan. MLS number 226715.
This is Rizzuto. Not only is he rich, but he also has a lot of money. And he's looking to invest in the next big idea.
Hi, my name is Rizz, and I have a lot of money. I mean, almost too much money. So I'm looking to invest, and I've asked the fellas to come on down to my office and pitch me their ideas. Do they have what it takes to be in the biz?
Meet King Scott. By day, he's the producer of the #1 morning show in St. Louis. But by night, he's not at work anymore. Interesting. He says that despite all of his shortcomings, his one long coming is his knack for decent ideas.
Hello, I'm King Scott, and I'm here to pitch my business idea to Rizz, and I know he will definitely invest in this. It's a revolutionary business idea. It's going to change the world over, and I definitely have what it takes to be in the biz. Sorry. Hey.
Take a seat.
Hello there.
All right. Yeah, make sure you speak into the microphone.
All right. Yeah, I definitely will. Can I move the mic a little bit?
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, hi, I'm King Scott. I'm so honored to be on RizzViz. I mean, a big fan. Love the show. Hi, Gary. Anyways, I got a lot. Great. I got a really wonderful item, and you complain. Almost the biggest complaint I think in your life is your chair. And I actually did a study recently with the Pew Research Center, because that's all they do is chair research, that college or high school students, their #1 complaint in school that's holding them back is chairs. And that's why I'm going to show you something that's going to revolutionize everything. And it's...
Hey guys, it's wedding season, and you know what that means. Bachelorette parties are in full swing. So if you want to kick things up a notch for the big night, you've got to check out Patricia's. They've got everything you need to make your party unforgettable. Fun gift bags, candy, naughty dice, corsets, and more. And with the weather heating up, why not heat things up yourself? Patricia's has a huge variety of body paint, glow-in-the-dark, edible, even kissable body paint, plus sexy temporary tattoos and body art accessories so you could have a little fun without any regret. But that's just the beginning. Patricia's is packed with lingerie, costumes, lotions, toys, vibrating and non-vibrating, and something for everyone. Trust me, if you want to spice up your love life or make that bachelorette party epic, Patricia's is the place. 3 locations: St. Peter's, the Cave Springs exit, on Page 3 miles east of the Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravois. It's Patricia's. It's where fun and fantasy meet, and where naughty is nice.
All right, here we are backstage, Wayback Point Fest, with the boys from Lit. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you again.
We're doing great. Good to see you guys.
Okay, first and foremost, I hear that there is illness sweeping through the Lit camp. Can we confirm, deny, what's going on?
I'd rather not use the word sweeping.
Man, it's going to be Mother's Day soon. Mother's Day is May the 11th. That's a Sunday. On the Saturday, May 10th, we're having a special Mother's Day brunch at the City Winery. Get your tickets. An elevated brunch menu, photo op with us. King Scott's going to be serenading all the mothers in the house.
Yes, I will.
With a very special acoustic performance. Plus, each ticket holder, 21 and older, will get a signed bottle of the new limited edition Riesling wine from City Winery. You take that home, and you also get a complimentary ticket for Point Fest, which will be the next Saturday. We got a couple busy Saturdays coming up. Mm-hmm. Mother's Day brunch at the City Winery. May 10th, Saturday. Get your tickets at 1057thepoint.com. And it's sponsored by
Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet.
So a lot of people thought this was a joke when we heard about it a couple weeks ago. Some are still wondering. The world's first sperm race happened in L.A. on Friday night with a student from USC going up against a guy from UCLA. They did 3 heats. They were tied after 2. And who won? Was it UCLA or was it USC?
I'm going to go USC.
All right, was it USC, UCLA?
UCLA.
They're Trojan, though, at USC, right?
USC Trojans, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going UCLA.
UCLA.
No blockage there.
The Bears?
That's right.
I'll go USC.
Well, let's hear the final call.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is to determine a champion. One more time, UCLA on top, USC at the bottom. This is for all the marbles. Send the swimmers through the finish line. Oh my God. And this looks like a tighter race. They're neck and neck. Tristan with a slight lead there. And we'll see how they make it through these turns now. Remember, that big ball is the halfway marker. Sometimes having more swimmers doesn't mean that they're faster.
These are little sperms
These are
racing.
head-to-head. We might have a photo finish. This is going to do it. Tristan Milker explodes through the finish line. USC wins.
USC
Wow,
takes the
calm
title.
down.
Congratulations.
Milker?
Yes.
That's
Trojans.
that's too on the nose.
Yes. The whole thing was live streamed on YouTube. You could even place bets on polymarket.com. People wagered a combined $329,000 on this thing. The footage they showed left some people thinking the whole thing was staged, though. It showed each guy's swimmers racing across a 2-millimeter wide track.
No way.
But it kind of seemed like CGI. Plus, they don't usually swim in one direction like that. Organizers claim the results are fully legit, but even they seem to suggest the footage might not be the real deal. After the race, they said comparisons between 3D and raw footage would be published to verify the results. Last I checked, they still have not published the comparison. Now, if it was real, some people found it pretty entertaining. But if it was just a fake race based on, motility stats or something, it's not nearly as fun. One report said the footage was transferred to a 3D animation software before it was shown. Whatever that means, I have no idea. But the guys behind spermracing.com claimed they're trying to make it a real sport that turns fertility into a competition. And they really went for it. The event included press conferences, an undercard, and a halftime show by rapper Ty Dolla $ign. They got him.
Dang.
They got him. They also just added a page to their website teasing a new product called Sperm Racing Tryouts. It says you'll be able to buy a kit to test your swimmers and see where they rank on an amateur leaderboard.
Tell you what, man, college shows, some of them were the weirdest and some of them were the most fun, period.
There's a lot. What's going on on America's college campuses, guys?
Man, it's awesome.
Great things.
I don't know, but I woke up so I went to Illinois State and I saw that they had somebody got shot at the Bones Student Center, which is like the main center up there. I don't know what it was about.
Seems like where the sperm races would happen.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So, I don't know what's going on, man. It's a mess.
I don't know what's going on college campuses. But sperm racing is a thing. Not sure if it's real, not sure if it's fake. But people bet big money on it. And congratulations to USC.
There's already a tainted. Didn't take long.
No, it didn't take long.
There's already a contested.
Tainted sample.
Don't say
rigged. It's rigged.
Does anybody remember farting in 5th grade in front of people?
No.
I remember lighting my farts on fire in front of people in 5th grade.
Yeah, I remember being in PE and you sit on those, the tile floors and be doing sit-ups and one might come out.
A little squeaker?
Yeah.
Little squeaker
room.
got through?
Yeah.
Everybody turn and laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean in school, like embarrassing?
Yeah, embarrassing.
No, 6th grade. What was it? 6th? No, it might have been 8th grade. Plastic chairs, the ones without the hole in the bottom. And
Frontier seats.
It was like a gosh dang Mesa Boogie amplifier. And I was sitting next to Trisha, and she has not spoken to me since.
Trisha.
Yeah, she was so sweet.
Trisha, call in. Let's have some closure.
She looked at me with mouth agape and was just, I could not believe that I farted next to her. And I couldn't believe it either. It was total accident squeaker.
Surprised she had her mouth open.
I asked the female in the room here, what's something that you think is embarrassing that Now I'm going to go over this. What's something that women think's embarrassing, but men don't actually care about? So just throw something out there.
How bad do you want me to get right now? Because there's something that I think everybody's dealt with.
Go on.
Go on.
When you are on your time of the month and you're making the sweet love and you don't realize, oh no.
Oh, okay.
Something has happened.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. Like, I think women are like, ah!
That is not on my list.
Okay, so the men are embarrassed by that. Maybe.
No.
Nah.
But no.
It's whatever, man.
Okay, good.
It's life.
That's the first thing that I thought.
Life
There's
is
a list.
beautiful.
There's a list online of things that women find embarrassing that men don't actually care about.
What about a pee-toot? I can't say the real word.
From the front?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll throw that.
Breaking wind from the front.
We'll throw that in the farts and burps category here.
Okay, and
We're
that's-
farts and burps.
Front fart.
Not trying to
Guys don't
embarrass
actually
anybody. This is
care
real
about that.
stuff that women care about that
That's
I'm
so
talking
funny.
about right now.
I have a friend that every time his gal like toots, he'll yell, especially in public. Was that from the front?
Like a couple examples.
Also, what a weird thing to
A
endure.
couple examples are people seeing your house not being perfectly cleaned.
No, they are not.
Guys don't actually care about that.
Yeah, I know. I wish you did because I scrub every Friday, and when people come over to my house and they don't say anything, I'm like, this house is just nobody cares what I'm
You
doing.
have a very clean home.
I do have a very
I
clean home.
appreciated it when Tina and I came over. I was like, "This is nice.
Thank
Good
you.
vibes in your house."
Sneezing naturally. Like some ladies
Sneezing
hold their
naturally.
sneezes in
The hell?
because they think that guys will be
Turned off.
turned off by it.
Really?
This is all like very madame. What are we talking about right now?
You hold in a sneeze, a fart's bound to happen.
Sneeze. We're human
These are
beings.
things
We
that
sneeze.
women think we find that women find embarrassing, but men don't actually care about.
A fart
Okay,
is
I would
actually
hope not.
a fart is actually just a sneeze withheld.
Driver's license photo.
Yeah.
Guys don't care.
No one's
Really?
no one's
I
ever
mean, I've
seen
talked
it.
about my driver's license photo with guy friends and compared, and you guys don't care about your driver's photos?
No, we don't
No.
care about your driver's photo.
Well, I want you to see it. I want you to look at it and tell me what you think.
Guys don't care about your driver's photo.
I don't think you guys care about really anything, right? Like, I mean, is that what we are gathering here?
We kind of don't.
Re-wearing the same outfit. Guys don't care.
Actually, that's a lie because there was a point listener who told me to stop wearing my flared jeans so much. So that's a
Yeah,
lie.
but that's just.
I think that's an outlier.
Yeah, that is a hater.
That's a
not
guy that just
you're
being a
dating.
jerk. Just to be a
that's-
jerk.
That's a
We
guy
don't,
that
we don't
wishes he was
consider that a
dating you.
normal guy.
Okay, well, I'm
I
just saying
think
that was
that's
a guy.
I think that's an outlier. Honestly, guys don't care.
I like wearing flared jeans because makes me look taller.
Or it's not a big deal if you're at a party and somebody else is wearing the same outfit. Like, we're not going to care about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might laugh about it and get a picture together, but
Which is wild because I feel like a lot of these things that we don't care about, we get in trouble for not caring about. But then when it comes back that we don't care, that should ease your stress and your tension.
Well, these are like quite odd things. Like the sneezing thing still is like, I'm like, what?
You understand what I'm saying, though? It's like
You don't know any women that are like hold it in because they think it's
No.
embarrassing.
No, I
to
feel like
sneeze
a
loudly.
sneeze is such a.
What, you've never?
A sneeze? I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah,
Who
it's
would
just
ever-
That
odd.
a woman has held in a
No,
sneeze.
you can keep repeating it. I know. No, man.
Really? In all your travels?
Who's afraid to sneeze?
once.
I've never heard anybody was afraid.
I've never
to
heard
do
a
it.
woman be like, if I sneeze in front of a man, he'll think I'm a witch. Like, I've never heard that.
It's allergy season, dude.
You know what I'm talking about with the vicious cycle, though. Like, it turns out we don't
Well,
care, but that's what
it
gets
also
us in
turns out
trouble
we
sometimes.
Have you had this experience a lot where women don't want to sneeze in front of you?
I've heard of it before.
Oh, okay. But
never
never
heard of it.
personally.
and it bugs you.
No,
right?
I have. Like, have you never heard a woman try to hold in a sneeze?
Well, I mean,
And do the little squeak?
I feel like people try to do that all the time. We do that as a show because we don't want to sneeze on camera
Well,
or
I
whatever.
mean, that's-
but that's just being courteous
That's
to the listener.
practical. We are in front of microphones.
I just find that's odd to me. I just have never heard of that before.
Yeah.
I care.
You need to get out of the house.
Okay, I do. Apparently people are
And
really
Moon,
uptight.
to your point, we can't win. So
Oh, it's
What do you
kind of what I mean.
we
like,
can't win.
Like I'm
period.
thinking about things that I'm like actually embarrassed or feel like I don't know, like granny panties. You guys care about that?
Kind of hot.
deeply.
Like full butt
As long as
coverage.
it's not every day.
Bloomers.
Yeah, maybe for like a half a second.
It's just whatever.
We think
Still
we care,
cute.
and then we don't.
What about
No, we
when
don't.
women have
We don't
had
care.
underwear for many years and there's holes in them? Do
Period
you guys care about
panties.
that? Period panties? Yeah, that's a
I'm
thing.
all about those.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm all about them.
I said I know all about those.
You said I'm all about
yeah,
them.
I'm all about those. dude.
All about it.
What? You weirdo.
Oh, you're not?
No.
What about like? And I'm like, this is good. This is better
Go ahead,
than the
throw it
list.
out.
Like, what about like
I like it.
bodily liquids from women that happen naturally that are in the underpants?
Snail trail.
Like if you were in the snail trail.
Let's not get
that
too
are
specific,
in
okay, guys?
the
Sorry about
hamper.
that.
Like you all live with women. You know,
Yeah.
let's say you're doing laundry one day. You pull a pair of those things out. Now what? You care about that?
Like
No,
poopy
so
stain.
we just dump it.
Skid marks.
I mean, skid marks or like
Front skids.
Front skids.
No, I
Yes,
don't think
I
we care about
Okay.
anything.
I care.
To be
Okay,
honest,
we
that's why I
got
don't
one
laundry.
caring.
Nah.
What about BO on a woman? Do we care about that?
here's the more relevant
Yes.
question. What is it that you guys
Yes,
want us
I
to
do.
care about?
No, I'm not. We don't care. We don't want you.
Oh,
to
that's not true.
We just want you to be
guys are cool
real with
now.
us. Just keep it real.
This
Yes, I
conversation is geared around things that women think we care about, but we don't.
Right. And so I'm a woman, and I'm pulling the things out of my own experiences that I've thought in my life.
You don't do each
Does-
other's laundry. Right?
Acne flare up.
Yeah. Do you care about when we got like the hormonal, like your
No,
chin's
I don't
breaking
care.
out?
One pimple.
What about a weird rogue hair on your
You
chin?
get you get one.
That's funny.
That's good of you.
We love a rogue hair.
No, it's not. We don't love it, but it's funny. We don't
Like
care.
this weekend, I looked at one of my left pit. I looked at my left pit, and I noticed that I had been missing this one follicle for weeks.
Yeah.
And I had a curly underneath. It was like a
Rizz told
weird
us not to
guy
tell
that
you.
was kind of in
That happens
between.
down south too.
Right? Do you care about
miss,
that?
You guys will miss a spot every once in a while, and
It's funny.
it just looks like a teenager just getting chin hair for
All
the
right,
first
body
time.
hair is on this list.
Yeah. Do you care about pubes?
What?
Like lack thereof. Like, are you pubic hair enthusiasts?
To be honest,
Enthusiasts?
I don't
Like,
care.
do
It's-
men-
It's whatever
you're
makes you
hairy.
comfortable.
Do you like when the infield
I
is
appreciate
traditional grass?
I appreciate the effort that's put forth.
He likes upside
Very-
down Dorito.
Diplomatic answer.
Yeah.
Chin hair?
Yeah.
Don't love it.
Hate it. Hate
Yeah, but
it.
that's
Don't love it.
hysterical.
Goatee.
Like if it happens, I'm like, oh, let me get that. Let me get that.
Yeah.
Chin hair is one step away from a full beard.
What about cellulite? How do we feel about cellulite?
I
Do
don't
men care about that as
No,
much?
Scars,
Disgusting.
Good Dave
Scars.
Matthews song.
scars, stretch marks, cellulite.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
That's on this list.
Women think it's embarrassing. Guys don't care.
Right. That's good
Guys
to know.
don't care. Gunshot wound, love it.
Loves
Yeah,
that.
that's cool.
Love it. Love it. Tummy pouch.
Big old
The fupa.
juicy booty.
Bellies in general, it's fine. Some women won't finish their won't finish their plate. Eating a lot.
Who are these women?
Eating in front of people in certain cases. Guys don't care.
What about like gargling?
Let's say most guys don't care because there's some people giving us a bad name for sure.
Gargling?
Yeah, like if I'm in the
Like I have a sore
Bathroom.
throat, I'm gonna get like
no, like I got the Listerine out and I'm just making sure things are copacetic up in this throat. And I'm like, "Ugh."
why is the door not closed?
Wait,
That's what I mean.
Door closed. Why would
like,
you
does
close the
that
door?
bother you? You hear Meals in the other room gargling like she's a 68-year-old man.
Yeah, I leave the house.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
I don't
okay.
care.
None of these things bother me.
What about snorting? Like if you laugh.
No, I don't care.
All right, cool.
No, that's fun.
I don't care about that. What about small boobs or asymmetrical boobs or
Yeah, what
sagging?
about it?
What about saggers?
What about those saggy, small little olive
Don't
oil
care.
boobs?
I like the little ones.
This man's a breast enthusiast.
Isolated.
I really do. I like a little set. I like the big ones too. I like the Max XLs.
Yeah, it really has to do with the frame.
Yeah.
It's like it's all proportions.
But I'm not
You
like
know what I mean?
I'm not a huge. I'm not like a double D's man. That's just me. Everyone's got their own proclivities.
Josh brings up a
Whichever
good
makes the
point.
loudest honking noise is what I'm
Mm-hmm.
into.
Third nipple experiences. How do you guys feel?
Well, I have a buddy that has a
Never,
third nipple. It's funny.
never run into a woman who's had a third nipple.
It really does.
You don't really run into them.
His is like official. I mean, it looks like a little cat nipple. It is a shrunken down, tiny, actual, like, there's the detail.
Yeah.
It's an actual freaking nipple right there. Because a lot of people be like, oh, I've got a third one. It's almost like a little
It's a
birthmark
skin
thing.
tag or something,
Yeah,
yeah.
or whatever it is. Get out of here.
I'm fascinated by. To go back to underwear issues,
Yeah.
granny panties, period panties, etc. You have said in the past that you do separate laundry.
Yes.
You've been married for how long? 10 years?
Yeah.
Is that why? You don't want to see his skids and you don't want him to see yours, and it keeps the mystery alive?
I think that is part of it, but
Really?
I
I can't imagine being cohabitating with someone that long and not getting over that.
We will sometimes, if we have like a half load of laundry situation, we will mix. But Tim is particular about
Let's get crazy.
how he does his shirts. He's a strange person about his t-shirts being washed.
but even underwear and socks.
It's his own thing.
Like that should be one.
So it's not about mixing. It's he doesn't trust you with his t-shirt.
Yeah, it's us
I
having
understand the shirts.
particular
I understand the
things
shirt
about our
situation, but
laundry.
So it's not based
underwear
on
and t-shirts.
It's not-
I'm sorry,
yeah.
underwear and socks.
That was my question.
That's not like the main reason. The main reason is because we like to do things a little differently. But yeah, that has flown through my head. Like with every man I've lived with, I'm like, I don't want them
That's never.
seeing natural things that maybe will make them not want to make the sweet love.
Never.
You know what's making a comeback is tan lines.
Yeah, I love them.
Dude, every time I
I'm
pass
a piece
it.
of trash.
Yes.
Do you remember like back in
Tan
the,
line boobs.
back in
Love
like
'em,
the like the 90s, early to mid 90s, like the really like dark skin, but the really pale tan lines were
The
really a thing.
G-string on the hip, tan line.
Give me the 3 triangles, dude. And I wanna just be right in the middle of them. 2 up top, 1 on the bottom. Give me the triangles. I'm all in.
That's making a big comeback.
Good.
What do you mean?
Maybe mooning's on its way.
What do you mean?
Tan line porn.
Oh my
What?
gosh!
Oh, porn.
What?
You want to talk about tan
Well,
line
no,
porn.
but even like the pictures and the.
Hilarious.
I love it.
You know where it's not hot, though? I was watching the PGA tournament yesterday for some ungodly reason, and those golfers who all look like they have to hate what they're wearing. They have their foreheads are as white as can be, and the rest of their face is like sunburned.
Yes.
They're
And I'm
outside
like,
all the time.
Tan
Looks like
I
a
know.
farmer.
It's not as-
That's what
Like-
farmers that take their hat off and it's just
Well-
white right there. And
looks crazy.
More people are searching for and sharing photos and videos that focus on visible tan lines from swimsuits and bikinis.
No
All right.
way. That's
Yeah.
wild.
I love it.
So there's a reality star. His name is Carl Radke. He's from a show called Summer House. I don't know what the show is, but he even admitted on the show that he specifically searches for tan line adult content. And since then, there's been a noticeable uptick in interest. There's a Reddit group devoted to tan line photos now with over 650,000 members.
All right.
That's 4 times what it was just a couple years ago.
That's a demo of a certain age.
You know what it is, dude? It's the Street Machine Nationals. Some of the first boobies I ever saw were good old-fashioned car show tan line. And I mean white. Virgin Snow White, surrounded by bronzer.
Bronze.
Australian gold.
Yes.
Think of the stuff on Cinemax in the 80s and 90s.
Give them to me.
You know, it was all gals that were hired for who knows what, scale, and then they're doing these sex scenes on Cinemax, and the producers and directors probably didn't even know until they were derobed on camera that like, oh man, you've been out at the beach because you just moved to LA 9 months ago.
Tan line. Let's go.
Throw
Let's
in
roll
a
with it.
Playboy bunny and a few stars, and I'm all in.
Exactly,
But
dude.
it was like back then. It was like way like white skin and dark.
Yeah.
And you'd see exactly where the bikini was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about too. Those particular.
I know
movies.
exactly what you're talking about.
It's like the blueprints.
Some people say tan lines highlight the body in a unique way and find them especially attractive. But health experts are like, hey, getting those sharp tan lines usually means spending a lot of time in strong sunlight, which increases the risk of sunburn and long-term skin damage, including skin cancer.
Get out of
It always
here.
takes a doctor to ruin everything.
I know.
What's the difference between that
Nerds.
and just being tan everywhere?
Well, yeah, you shouldn't do that either, allegedly, I guess. Or not allegedly. You shouldn't.
This was already a risk. The tan lines are, at least you kept a little bit safe. It's 10% safer.
but you also
Don't
got vitamin
discourage this
D. now.
behavior, doctors.
Well, it's getting those lines
Yeah.
and then going into a tanning booth or
Gotta be
going
crisp.
Despite years of public health campaigns warning against tanning, the trend is making waves again, especially among young adults. So while tan lines might be trending in adult content considered sexy by some, doctors and dermatologists stress that protecting your skin is much more important.
Okay.
It is.
Tan lines are having a moment, but your health should always come first.
If you're going to be out in the sun anyway, it's summertime. Use SPF. But you can still have a little bit of a tan line, right?
Well,
I'm not saying you got to rub baby oil all over your skin and cook. These doctors need to shut up.
I love being tan. Like, that's something I look forward to around this time of the year. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be better. Like, you know, you're just so pale and white in the wintertime. It sucks.
Yeah.
You look sickly. Everybody looks better with a little, like, tone, you know? It's great.
Agreed.
God, I'm so glad, Rafe, that you're enthusiastic about the tan lines. Because it was.
You're not?
I didn't love it. Wasn't an era I loved. But it's nostalgic though, because you got the high hair.
Yep.
I love it.
If I see tan lines like that, it's that.
Yeah.
Some people like in the
It's somebody's dad's Playboy.
Yeah, it's the Baywatch theme, like playing in the back of my head the whole time.
It is. You know what it is? It's also like when you see that as a guy, you're like, oh, these are the parts. These are just for me. Because it's, you can tell they're covered up. They've been covered up. They haven't been put up. They're like fine china. It's been put in the cabinet and now it's dinner time. Bring out your fine china.
Here it is.
All right, here's your thing. Go ahead, Moon.
I love it.
This is what's going on in my head.
Whenever you see
I don't think
naked woman with tan lines.
I don't think it is at all.
CJ.
Oh, yeah. She's walking over to me.
God, Pam Anderson is so beautiful.
Yeah. I will say this.
She had a lot of tan line photos.
The one piece tan line's not as cool.
No.
What?
Whatever, bro.
You don't want an entire bodysuit.
No,
then you're
I
not
know
an enthusiast.
exactly what you're talking about.
triangles.
The itty bitty triangle bikini that just cover up here and
I don't know, man.
here, triangles here, little triangles.
Yeah, the kind Grandma wears.
And you could see where the
lines
where
on
the
the
lines
hips.
were.
Yeah.
You call yourself.
I don't want you to just have tan legs
Oh,
and
dude.
a white torso.
Yeah, I don't need a white torso.
Yeah, that's not good, man. Don't do that. But you get some lines. You get the triangles. I'm all in.
I feel you, Rafe.
Thank
I
you.
know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm thinking Roadhouse. You know what I mean?
I want some big beer-bellied guy to tape out the Rizzuto Show on his belly and tan in that,
Oh,
you know,
they'll
and
do
then
it.
peel the
They'll do
tape and then send me that.
Somebody will do it. We've talked about ghosting before. Has anybody been ghosted? Has anybody here been ghosted? I told you I did a ghosting job once, and I'm not proud of it. But I was young and dumb. And I handled the situation in a very immature way. And I didn't love myself for doing it.
Haunts you still.
But I've never, it does. I've never been ghosted before.
Okay.
I've never been ghosted. But if you're dating these days, maybe you've been ghosted once or twice or more. And it's rough, but a relationship expert just weighed in on what you should and shouldn't do when it happens to you. Let's start with the shouldn't. Basically, don't look for closure no matter how much you want it. You could send one follow-up text checking in, but if they don't respond, that silence may be the only closure you get. So don't harp on it. What should you do instead of looking for answers from the person who ghosted you? Hey, guys, check in with yourself to reflect on the relationship. Ask yourself things like what you liked about the relationship, what you didn't, and what you might want in the future. And then just show up at their house.
What?
Every day at the same time for the next 4 weeks.
No.
Park outside their house.
Okay.
And wait for them to leave or come home.
Yeah.
And when they leave, break into their house and take a dump in one of their shoes.
Wow. This is very specific. It's
Move
very
everything
White
in the
Lotus
house
of you.
1 inch to the left. Slowly gaslight them into insanity. Replace their furniture with a slightly smaller piece of furniture.
Yes, these are all things you should do. Also, resist the urge to blame yourself for things going wrong. It's not your fault, ever. It's their fault.
Yeah, never look
100%.
inward.
And that's what you should and shouldn't do when you were ghosted.
Okay, I hope this helped.
Don't you remember that story we had I'd love to hear an update on it. A few weeks ago when you were just telling us that the lady like was camping out like in the park across the street and was like getting packages.
Oh, that was at Tower Grove.
That was here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody was like camping out at Tower Grove and like watching their house. Was that an email?
It was an email. It was a guy and his lady.
Get an update on
No,
that?
we never got an update.
I want to know what's up with that. Did that stop?
Were they pooping in shoes?
No, it was a lady that was just at the park, just staring at the.
They broke up, had a new gal.
Oh,
she was coming
right,
over.
that's
She was
right.
sitting across the street from the park and was like signing for like Amazon packages and
Right.
stuff for him still. That's wild. That's wild, dude. But she had tan lines. I might forgive her.
Have you guys heard about switch therapy before?
No.
Nintendo Switch?
Nope.
Just sit them down with a Switch, 1 hour at a time.
Oh, all right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We're going to talk about switch therapy, and then we'll get into Rafe on relationships. What is switch therapy, and why some married couples are swapping partners? That's right. No, we don't call it wife swapping. We call it switch therapy now.
Oh, so many terms.
Huh.
You see, it's just the same thing, but we're calling it something different, so it's different. It's 8:35. It is Monday. Traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have delays 270 eastbound between Manchester and Ladue. Average speed about 30 miles an hour. Your point forecast sunny and windy. High of 87. Right now it's 64 at the Point Studio.
So let's start off with an easy one.
Okay.
You have this incredible career with Everclear.
Right.
Made all of these records. You've had, I would think, multiple opportunities to do like a solo record, but you're going to put out a solo record for seemingly the first time in your career.
For not seemingly the first time.
The first time in your career. Why now?
Well, I mean, you know as well as I do that Everclear has been my baby from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's my thing. So as far as doing a rock band situation, I never felt really a need to do a solo record. I tried to do one once, and it turned into an Everclear record. And I wanted this to be different. I wanted this to be just me playing everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's mostly acoustic guitar, acoustic bass, some keyboards, some drums, not drums on every song. I sing all the vocals. I play all the instruments. Co-produced it with a friend of mine who's a great engineer, producer. And
Thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, I have to recommend Chesterfield Fence and Deck. They built my new deck, installed a stunning metal fence, and I could not be happier. Chesterfield Fence and Deck has been the go-to place in St. Louis for 57 years, still under the same ownership since 1968, and they truly put quality and professionalism first, and it shows. Their team guided me through every step from expert advice and free in-home estimates to a crew of skilled craftsmen who really do take pride in their work. And the selection is incredible. Cedar, vinyl, aluminum, or steel fences, beautiful cedar decks, maintenance-free Vecca deck, and colors like espresso and hazelnut, cayenne storm, the gorgeous new pewter color. Plus, they offer sunrooms and screen rooms, patios, retaining walls, even high-tech louvered pergolas that you control with your phone. Everything is backed by a 5-year labor warranty and the best material guarantees in the business. They are Better Business Bureau accredited with an A+ rating and have won every award from the Torch Award to Remodeling Magazine's Big 50. So for this month, when you mention the Rizz Show, you'll get 48 months interest-free financing on your next outdoor project. Seriously, Chesterfield Fence and Deck is the sign you have the very best. And after all, who doesn't want a bigger deck? ChesterfieldFence.com. That's ChesterfieldFence.com.
All right, so I got the gig of the day here today, like no doubt about it. We are here with the guys from the Revivalists and Becca, our grand prize winner. We are here at Music Record Shop, and what we get to do today? Record Shop.
just like to point out one of the all-time great record title names by Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats.
Oh, that features the song.
There are 10 songs on this album.
But it features the classic "Piss Up a Rope," which is like an amazing freaking song. That I have that record. That is a really, really great record.
Good stuff.
And I'm not even the biggest of Ween. And I don't get all the Ween stuff. Normally that's like my brother's thing, but that one
I'm a big they got some great songs too.
I love that this store has Angel Olsen and Roy Orbison together because when I first started listening to Angel Olsen, I was like, this reminds me of Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And I just love her records. And in general, and Roy Orbison as well.
This is Coming Home With Me. This is one of my all-time favorite records. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots by the Flaming Lips. It's a masterpiece. Do you realize one of my favorite songs of all time? I need this on vinyl. This has become a part of my collection.
And that's one that you gotta have, like you gotta listen to that where you can hear all of the sounds.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in the production
This CD
of that.
lived in my car for about 3 years. My high school Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, very nice. I'm gonna get this on vinyl because I don't have it, but I had this on cassette, CD twice, bought the digital, digital version on iTunes or whatever, and don't have this on vinyl.
It's funny because when we were in the car on the way here, I was thinking like maybe I'll get some Beastie Boys today.
Yeah.
Science. I have this already. It's surprisingly good to cook to. It's
I would have never thought of that.
Science by Incubus. It's just like weird, heavy space metal, I guess, kind of.
Do you remember how long those dreads got for Brandon Boyd? Oh man, that could not have been easy upkeep for that man.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because there was no upkeep. I don't know.
I just saw them in New Orleans, I think last summer. Now he's all kind of clean cut.
Yeah.
Still takes the shirt off midway through the song.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah. Bob Dylan?
You should check out, he's a singer-songwriter, Bob Dylan. You might want to check him out. His kid's got a lot of talent.
Is he like that? He's like one of those New York guys.
New York
acoustic
singer-songwriter,
guitar.
Greenwich Village.
Interesting.
Seriously, this is an unbelievable record. If Blowin' in the Wind was the only song that he ever wrote, he'd still be a legend. Dude, killer. I love Meg Myers. Let's show her real quick. Meg Myers, she's a killer artist.
Yes, she's amazing.
Fan. What else you got? Let's see what you got. Van
That
Morrison,
one.
Moon Dance, one of the all-time greatest records.
One of your guys' recommendations.
Queen. Some Queen.
Yeah, we got Beatles.
Beatles Revolver.
Yeah, that's a great record
Traveling
too.
Wilburys. I love the Traveling Wilburys.
How many badass people can you have in one band?
There's a limit, and that's the limit.
Answer Traveling Wilburys.
White Reaper, Killer, Johnny Cash.
Yep, got some Johnny
Oh,
Cash.
Beastie Boys, that's the
Donnie's.
record.
Soul Donnie's. Soul Donnie's record.
Sure, if I'm going to lose out to you, losing out to you makes it all right. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I would have to say that this is the most fun doing anything promotionally for a radio station I've ever done in my life. This has been great, man. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, Becca. Congratulations. All right, we're out for Music Record Shop. It's 105.7 The Point. Donnie Fandango backstage, way back Point Fest, Goldfinger, and we got everybody. How you guys doing? It's great to have you.
Woo! Thanks for having us.
Well, and welcome back to St. Louis. I know specifically people were absolutely stoked to see you guys and have you guys back here. And, our buddy Moon is waving that Goldfinger flag when you guys aren't here, man.
Moon rules.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've known Moon way before Moon.
Thanks, buddy.
He's a really good man and an incredible musician, and it's an honor to have him in the band with us. Really, really incredible.
Thanks, John.
And I say this, and we're going to do this. We're going to make him feel uncomfortable. We're going to talk about him right in front of him. All right. But you have access to probably thousands of musicians. Moon, we see what Moon does with Greek Fire and things. What was it about him that you wanted to bring him into Goldfinger? Obviously, he can do a lot of stuff, so I would assume that. He's a good-looking dude. There's that, too.
The first conversation I think I ever had with Moon was, would you make out with Sting? And his answer was, of course, yes.
Yeah, in an instant.
Yeah.
Can I get an autograph, too?
And we both were in agreement that we would both jerk him off. And that was actually what we were talking about.
Here, when spring rolls around, I'm reminded of just how important it is to really start fresh at home. So after a long winter, nothing feels better than stepping into a cleaner, healthier space. And that's why you got to call Zero Res. That's why I called Zero Res a couple weeks ago. Spring is all about renewal, and Zero Res is the team that helps me hit reset, removing winter's grime, stubborn odors, and all that hidden buildup from carpets and floors. And let's not forget your air ducts. Your air ducts are the lungs of the house. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. It really does take a hit, so I always trust Zero Res to get the job done right. And don't just take my word for it. Zero Res has 5,900 glowing reviews and a 4.9 Google rating. St. Louis has voted them #1 for a reason. So beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking. This month, get 3 rooms, 0 resified. Starting at $119, it takes $75 off that air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself, your family. Breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res 314-474-2020 or book online at ZeroResSTL.com and say you want the RizzShow special. Remember, spell backward or forward, it's always Zero Res. Okay, so Rafe has our official bucket list.
Yes.
That's right. We've talked about bucket list on here so many times. We thought, and we're getting ready to implement a new. Stay tuned. We have a new contest with punishments coming up, and we thought maybe as a flip side to that, we talk about bucket lists so much that we would, instead of just being in competition with each other, we would also have a series of videos where we actually try to help each other check things off our bucket list, which is a nice thing.
Lifting each other up.
That's right.
To help us check things off our bucket list.
And to soften the blow of the horrible things we're going to do to each other in the other competition.
Yeah, come the fall, which we have a big Rizz Olympics announcement to make come the fall. Yes, let's lift each other up first.
Yes.
Build up, and then we break down.
That's right.
Okay.
So I forgot Eat at Golden Corral was on my bucket list. We'll check that off next week.
That's right.
Next Monday.
Which, by the way, is it Monday or Tuesday?
To the program, finishing up Sex Town Fun Facts. Rafe on relationships here in just a moment. But what is switch therapy? Switch therapy. You might have heard of couples swapping partners. And this is it, man. Switch therapy.
Another word for swanging, huh?
Yeah, but here's the deal, though.
Oh, and let's church it up with a name and new rules.
I don't know anybody that's done this. Okay? It's a controversial relationship trend. But switch therapy, sometimes called swapping, is when couples agree to temporarily separate and date or even live with other people.
Oh, so this is different than just sex. This is like actually pausing the relationship and going and finding somebody new for a while and then coming back.
Didn't they do this for a TV show?
Yeah, remember?
Wife swap.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but let's say Allison would come to live with me and Amelia would come to live with you, Scott.
Allison could be rich.
Oh.
Not living with me.
Oh.
And Amelia's always wanted to move to Overland.
It's a great episode.
Come on, dude. We'll get trampolines. It'll be really fun.
It would be kind of fun to move in with Scott for like a week.
See, the idea is to get a new perspective on your own relationship by experiencing what it's like to be with somebody else, hoping it'll shine a light on what's missing or what you truly want. So it's not exactly swinging or polyamory, although it does involve being with other people. And the focus isn't just about sex, it's about learning. It's about growing.
Learning if I want to stay here.
And maybe fixing what's not working in your marriage. This is not going to work.
Yeah, this is not how it happens.
Rafe, thoughts?
I don't know, man. You know what I was thinking about the other day?
Go ahead.
I'm curious to get your take on this because I had this thought, and I was talking to a friend, and I'm like, do you think... First of all, great episode of Wife Swap where Roddy Piper and Ric Flair swap wives. I recommend it to anyone.
I never saw that one.
It's one of the funniest things. And they get into a fight over it at the meeting at the end of the show, but I digress. Like a real fight.
Well, and usually that show was like the conservative Christian housewife moves in with the pornographer.
Yeah. Well, in this, Roddy Piper in real life is a family man. He was married to the same woman his whole life. Very moved to Oregon, had a bunch of kids. I digress.
Ric Flair not.
And Ric Flair not. Ric Flair.
He just got divorced again.
Yeah. So it's a very good episode. I was thinking I'm like, do you think our generation, because I feel like everything is steeped in like poly now. Everybody's playing a polycule. I got another buddy moved to Asheville, and I just found out him and his wife were doing it. And I was like, are we just the first generation of divorced kids that got so effed up from divorced parents that were like, okay, this is how we're going to get around this. We're going to be poly. We're not going to get divorced. We're just going to swap. You go live with them for a while. We're going to swap. We're going to go to the key parties. It's cool. You have a boyfriend. I have a girlfriend. Do you think that the rise we're seeing in this in society is just our generation trying to not get divorced? Because our parents' divorces.
Why even get married?
Bad. Right.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I think people get married because they think marriage is going to be cool, and then they don't
want
love
the tax write-off.
And then a way out of like staying in marriages. I'm curious.
I think this is just
I'm positing a theory.
Me is I want to bang other people, and here's my excuse to not get divorced.
I think
it's therapy.
Pandemic did something to everybody that made us realize, like, okay, we've had to be hunkered down with the same community for too long. We're sick of each other. Time to move on. We've all changed. I feel like that's what I've noticed in some of my friendships that are doing the polycule thing and the open marriages and the whatnots.
Maybe that's part of it. My thinking is I just want to bang other people, and I need to put a label on it to make it seem like I'm doing something that is positive for my marriage.
Right, that's what I mean. So to avoid having it affect your marriage, we are adding all of these like new things that make it okay. Well, I'm curious if that's because we're kind of the first generation where I think divorce became more prevalent.
Let me explain how switch therapy works.
Let's talk about it.
Because it could look different for different couples. Some couples literally move in with another couple and swap partners for a few weeks. Others just go on dates or role play as if they're with somebody else. Sometimes it's just about talking to and getting close to another person, not necessarily about the physical intimacy. The main goal is to help couples see things from a new angle and maybe realize what they appreciate about their spouse or what they need to work on. Okay, that's the positive spin.
Okay.
Do therapists recommend it?
No, they do not.
I mean, in this article, they say experts are split.
Swap therapists, see what they think.
Some therapists have recommended it certain. What therapist is recommending this?
Come on, therapists, stay together.
Most say it's not for everybody. If you and your partner have already have strong communication, trust, and have even tried regular therapy, it could help. But for couples struggling with trust, communication, or who are in an unhealthy relationship, this is going to make things worse. Or how about not telling your partner you've already started the switch therapy? I just got an early start.
Proactive.
I was going to tell you.
Honey, I took your advice, and you were right. I did need therapy. I feel so much better.
What are you doing differently?
Well, there's a woman I see, and she's great. She really understands me.
In fact, it's Ron's wife. Ron from down the street.
Oh, yeah.
And she's a therapist. In some ways.
And, I'm going to ask Ron to move in here for a little bit, and I'm going to go live with Betsy.
Hot Betsy.
I don't know. Wow. It's Ron and Betsy from up the street.
I like Ron and Rhonda in my fantasy.
Ron and Betsy from the street. Oh, guys, what are the risks of switch therapy? What are the risks?
Well, we were talking about herpes earlier.
Herpes. Number one risk.
Risk of, I don't know, this other relationship's more exciting and I'm leaving
I got
you.
that at karaoke, honey. Not at switch therapy.
Jealousy, trust, swapping partners could make things a bigger issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if your partner goes to a nicer home, and then they come back, they're gonna be like, "Okay, we need to redo this. We got to do this. We got to." So they're gonna put you to work.
Resentment, hurt feelings, murder, breakup. I don't know. These are all
breakup.
These are all risks.
I bet you the sex with Janice wasn't very good. Her house was trashed. She's got terrible taste in curtains.
You won't believe the thread count.
At Betsy's house?
At Betsy's
It makes me appreciate the Egyptian cotton sheets we got here.
I hope she enjoyed the sheets that I put on my bed because hers was garbage.
Eucalyptus sheets.
Bad.
Are awesome.
They don't have any good snacks.
Yeah, that's the guy.
You're really
That's the guy
honing in on all
coming
the
back.
weird stuff.
They got Cheetos over there, man. How come you don't buy Cheetos?
Listen,
They only have Netflix.
I want to do Betsy.
the main focus for switch therapy is insight and growth.
Yeah, that's what we're looking
And
for.
it comes from stepping outside your comfort zone. So let's start swapping and switching.
I like how that's growth.
Right.
I guess the STDs will help.
Now,
I'm so vanilla, dude. Like, there's no way. Tim and I have had this conversation before because when our friends told us that they were like opening up their marriage and stuff, and I was like, okay. And then we're driving home from that dinner. We're like talking about it, and I'm like, could we ever do that? And we were both like, we could never do
That's the conversation they wanted you to have on the way.
I know, and I think that's the conversation everybody should have when they
'cause
leave.
Yeah, it's just, I had a friend do that too, and within a few hours realized this guy just wants to bang my wife.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, hey, we're not.
It's like, wait a second.
We're just telling you guys. We're
Yeah.
not asking you to do it. And he's like nudging her under the table, and then they set you free to drive home together.
Right, yeah.
With your own
Wait a
curiosities.
second. Interesting.
Does it work, guys? Does this work? Does switch therapy work? Most of the time, no. But guys, there is that, according to this article, that slight chance.
That it could work.
Yeah, let's do it on a slight chance.
Talk to your doctor about what's right for you.
Yeah, may cause
May
jealousy,
cause
resentment,
divorce.
and divorce.
Yeah, well,
Side
good luck
effects
to
may
y'all.
include more problems.
Yes.
Like, you don't know who you are anymore, and what's this bump?
Sleeping on a couch.
Benefits may include short-term happiness.
And seeing Betsy naked. All right.
And more skill in the
Tan
bedroom.
line.
Yeah, that's what switch therapy is, guys. So it's not swapping.
Okay.
And again, it's for insight and growth. 636. Isn't this all just wordy BS to avoid being mature?
Yes.
A grown up? What a concept. Yes, you're correct.
I don't like that everything's got a new term or a new name. Isn't that happening everywhere with everything now? Like, in the younger generations are
It's been happening.
putting a new spin on things that, that's been around for a long time.
You throw
I
this
think that's
fancy term
history.
on it, and what do you think? You're trying to fool me into thinking it's something profound?
Yeah.
No.
I think that's history. I think none of these things that we're talking about are anything new. Nothing is novel here. The ancient Greeks were doing it, and then their kids were coming up with different terms for doing the same thing.
Semantics, yeah.
It's all the
George
same.
Carlin has a famous bit about
Nothing's new
it.
here.
It's like, every syllable you add dehumanizes it. He's like, it's when veterans used to come back from the war, they called it shell shock. It was 2 syllables. It was clean. It was dirty. You knew these men had been in a war, and then it became battle fatigue. And then it was post-traumatic stress disorder. And the point he was making is like, we were still calling it shell shock. Maybe they'd get the treatment they needed when they came home. But it's like, we are constantly reinventing linguistic terms for the same things.
Well,
but the things don't change.
Yeah, the basic concept is you're stepping out of your marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay if you don't want to be married.
You're swinging.
You're swinging.
You're swinging.
Just swing. It's 1 syllable. It's clean. It's neat.
Now it's
fun.
switch therapy.
Right.
Which probably presents more troubles
first
than
it was
swinging.
Swinging. Open relationship. 3 syllables. Now
Yeah.
it's switch therapy. Now we've added another syllable.
Yeah.
I almost feel like it's not the right term. Like, switch therapy would sound like I'm a straight woman and I'm in a heterosexual marriage, and switch therapy for me would be me going out on my husband and meeting a woman.
Well, as long as there's video taken, I think that's okay.
Then that's 100% of
And switch
society's
therapy-
fine with that.
Switch therapy also sounds like a parent that lives out in the woods and makes your kids go get a switch and they
Yeah,
make you
yeah.
behave.
You mean the rule of thumb?
Yeah.
It is therapy now. It must be documented.
It must be documented. Rafe?
Yes.
It's now time for you to tell us what's
therapy?
going on.
That's fine for the show. I'll do it.
What do you got, Rafe, on relationships?
Well, I'll tell you what I got. I'm going to bring up this little Reddit story, get everybody's opinion on this. We've had a similar situation before, but let's just read this little Reddit thread here on Rafe Does Relationships. Cool music. My 24 female boyfriend, who's 25 male, ran away as a dog brutally bit me, and now I see him differently.
Oh, boy.
Okay, say that one more time.
So I, 24 female, have been with my boyfriend, 25-year-old male, for 3 years. Just moved in together not that long ago. Recently, something happened to me that I'm having a hard time getting over.
So this is a fight or flight situation. This man is flight.
This man is flown.
This man is 100% flight.
That's his natural reaction, though. I mean, but I also understand, like, seeing him differently. You can't feel safe with that.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes he's probably just trying to help her, because dogs will chase after something that's running.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. He's trying to help.
That's it.
Not every man's going to run towards the threat, I guess.
2 weeks ago, went over to my sister and brother-in-law's home, so it's his family's dog. And we were leaving. Their next-door neighbor's large pit bull was outside after escaping from the fence. Wasn't closed all the way. Bit my arm badly. Won't get into much detail because the post is already lengthy, but I'm in recovery. It really hurt me. I was in danger. My boyfriend's reaction through all of this is what has me pissed. The attack happened out of nowhere, and I barely had time to process it. Pretty much my back was facing away from the house, so I didn't even see the dog coming. All I heard was him barking and when he left his sister's house, but he wasn't secured, so I didn't think much of it. My boyfriend, however, was facing him, saw the dog running at me, saw the dog jump on me, saw the dog bite me, had time to put himself in harm's way, did not do so. Still took an effort to get him off. I had to use a stick to pry the dog's jaw off of me. My sister-in-law helped. My boyfriend did not.
Oh, where did he go?
5 minutes, this dog was not letting go. The dog was on me for 5.
That's horrible.
Oh, wow.
Minutes. Horrible.
Now I'll get into why I'm upset with my boyfriend.
We're already there. I mean, we're already there.
Yeah.
I think your boyfriend's behavior is the way he was raised, and he just ran off.
I knew he was outside when it first happened. Oh, no. The dog's back. He was the first person I looked for and yelled for when the dog wouldn't let go. Worst pain I've ever experienced. I've never had a broken bone or needed surgery. Now I have both.
I can imagine him running into the house, putting a blanket over his head.
No.
That's what it said. He freaked out and didn't want the dog. He admitted to me that he freaked out and did not want the dog to bite him next. Said that he was scared of blood and didn't know what to do. Honestly, this made me cringe to hear and made me mad because I'm like, you're a grown-ass man running away when you could have helped me. I'm not by any means saying it's his fault the dog attacked me, but I think it would if he would have acted quicker to get him off, it would have helped me out and minimized my injuries. After he told me all this, I can't help but look at him differently.
Of course.
I went to sleep at my parents' house and haven't went back because I'm not sure how I feel about him anymore. I need time to think. I don't want to throw away a 3-year relationship. As I mentioned, we just moved in together, and he's hinting at proposing this year.
Oh, you want to raise a family with this coward?
Yeah, I don't know how, but it just made me lose feelings for him. I know that sounds petty or silly. I literally can't help it. Found out afterwards that his sister already yelled at him asking why he didn't help me as well. My parents are, of course, siding with me, but I don't know if it's because I'm their daughter, so I just need unbiased opinions. Do I have the right to be upset and end the relationship?
Okay, imagine you go through, this guy gets engaged, you get married, you have kids, something happens to the kid, and this guy runs off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is the man you want?
How old are they?
25, 24.
You shouldn't be getting married anyway. Just slow it down. Pump the brakes.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean,
Yes.
that
Both
can
of you
really
hardly-
change.
You're an adult.
Both of you hardly know who you are. You certainly don't know who each other are.
They've been together for 3 years.
Okay. So they've been legally allowed to drink for the entire relationship. I mean, come on, man. It's still nothing. You're still super young. You're still trying to find out who you are. This guy might be the bravest guy in 10 years. Who freaking knows? He's a total coward right now. But anything can change.
Oh,
and if it's
this is a window into the future.
maybe, maybe not. If it's a big deal to her at this point, though, then just pump the brakes and say, "Hey, man, maybe we should take this a little slower.
Yeah,
Don't be
how about we're
proposing."
done?
Dude, I would feel so bad if a dog attacked my girl.
And you did nothing.
And not only did I do nothing, I fled.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's
and
upset.
she sustained major injuries.
Yeah, and she's upset because she is under the impression that it's probably the truth that her injuries could have been lessened if you had done anything. Like, she is hurt more because of your inaction.
Oh, man.
Like, why don't you pull yourself out of the relationship?
What if the guy's got a big phobia of dogs?
You're blaming her?
No, I'm saying
He should end the relationship for her.
Like-
Be like, you deserve better.
Like, like if he thinks
Yeah,
it's true.
That would be a good thing to do, yes.
You're right.
What a disaster.
I would move if I were him. Like, just get out of that whole dating pool.
Yeah, have a little solitude, figure yourself out.
Get out of that dating pool, move to another state, start life new, maybe a new bravery. It's like switching schools. Like, you could become a new person.
Right.
Like, you're middle school now, and then you move to a new school, all new people.
Yeah.
You could be a new person.
Let's not fully
Maybe
judge.
get some balls.
Let's not fully judge him yet, though.
Are you out of your mind?
Listen, we're judging this moment. His brain literally just connected.
Yeah,
He's
you're
a
never your
giant
worst
puss.
moment. But
I'm sorry?
He's a giant puss.
Well, I
Yes,
will say
in this moment, he's a total coward. But
he
I'm not
didn't
saying.
do the thing you would expect him to do, where he just pulls out his phone and instantly starts filming it.
I'm just saying,
that would have been worse.
have
yeah.
some hope for a future coward, because he's only 25. His brain is legitimately just finally like connecting in all the ways that it should.
Everything
he's
goes
a
back
kid.
to Sex in the City, and there's an episode where Charlotte's dating this guy who's
not a
perfect for
kid.
her, but he's scared of mice. And he gets up on a stool because there's a mouse in his kitchen, and she breaks up with him. It's the same
Yeah.
story here.
He's 25. He's not a kid.
Okay.
You done.
Agree to disagree.
You done, bro.
Physiologically speaking, you're still making kid-like decisions here and there up until the age of like 24 or 25,
The only
especially
way
for
out
a
of
male.
this-
Bravery is hot. I'll say, I mean, for the women,
Thank you.
I love a brave man. I love courage. I love all that. That's a turn on. Is it a societal norm thing too? Sure. But, you know,
And this man is going to have the audacity to propose.
Don't do that. If you're not ready to defend your girl in front of a dog, you're not ready to be a head of a household.
The only way out of this
Here.
for him, IMO, which means, in my opinion,
okay.
he has to hire like one of them police attack dogs and go out in the front yard. When he proposes, that's how he has to do it. He has to be like, I realize I made a mistake. And he has to not wear one of them bodysuits.
Oh, no pillow
Oh,
suit?
just go for it.
Maybe wrap his arm in a pillow, and he has to let the dog just brutally attack him in front of him.
or he goes back and he faces
and
him.
be like, do nothing. And then as he's rolling around, as the dog is slinging him to and fro, he produces a ring from his pocket with his bloody arm.
There is no coming back
No,
from
that's
this. For
that's
this
only
woman.
if he goes back and faces the pit bull. Hand-to-hand combat. He has to defeat the pit bull, fight to the death. You can propose after that.
She is scarred for life.
Yep.
This is it. She every time she looks at that scar on her arm, from where that dog
She's gonna
bit
see
her,
his back
she
running
will
away
see
from
his,
her.
Yeah, his
And-
ass running away.
And it happened at a house they're going to have to go to all the time.
Yeah.
Wow.
This didn't happen like at a park or on a vacation at an Airbnb. This happened at his brother and sister-in-law's house.
Yeah.
With the neighbor dog. So every time they go over there for Thanksgiving, she'll be like, oh, you remember last time we were here?
When the dog bit me?
When the dog
And you
almost ripped my arm off?
That's-
And
yeah,
took
the
it off
silver
at the
lining
elbow
here?
and you ran away like a huge pussy?
Let's assume this is all factual too, because you're probably right. In her eyes,
Yes,
her,
I remember that, dear. Yes, I do.
In her eyes, her arm was probably ripped from her body. 5 minutes, she said the dog. was
5
on it?
minutes
5
of a dog
minutes.
attack.
I understand. If-
Horrible.
If that's
It's just a
factual.
pit bull.
That's a long time.
Yeah,
dude.
she'll be able to forgive, but she will never forget.
I was
And I
saying-
think that's the
Well,
part.
she said,
Unforgivable.
she said the dog was locked on for 5 and that they had to like get a stick to pry.
She had to get a stick.
And the sister
She
came.
got a stick.
The sister-in-law helped her.
Well, the silver lining
And way
here.
to go to. Can I just say? I'm sorry,
Props.
Scott. Shout out to the sister-in-law. Okay,
Props.
that is some female supporting female action
yeah.
that I'm on board with.
That's
I love it.
badass.
Where was the brother? Are these guys both it's cut from
They're
the same
bred.
cloth?
They are.
They're
I
in a
mean,
tree,
They are.
yell,
Get the dog.
repeating what Jenny was saying in Forrest Gump. Make me a bird and fly me far, far away.
Yeah, they're in the middle of the cornfield.
What was it
Make me
say?
a bird and fly me far, far away.
God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. Dear God, make me a bird.
That's what he's doing, the big puss.
Yeah,
funny.
it's over.
man.
Get out of here.
No, the silver lining is she's going to be very wealthy now because she's going to be able to sue that family that didn't control their dog that's trained to
I'm sure
And
she's
injure
she'll
others.
do
She's
that.
going to be very wealthy from there.
Can I give you guys another quick
From
one?
what?
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 Well, that
They
family
racially-
that has a dog that's bred, like that's where they came from is to fight and they don't properly take care of it or
Let's
keep
not
it
get into
locked
that.
up.
Let's
All
not
right.
get into that part of it. I'm just saying. So she's going to be wealthy from what? From what money?
that family that had the dog.
For all the money they have, right? Was it Bill Gates' dog that ran off?
I wish.
What? It could be.
Windows? His name is Windows?
Yeah.
Windows 95.
Give me a little
Update.
Windows.
Update.
Paperclip.
Get back here!
Get in here. She's going to be very wealthy from what? You can't squeeze, blood from a stone.
You know what's going to happen is they're going to put that dog down if she even wants to complain.
Yeah, that dog's
That dog's
And then
gone.
I don't agree with that at all.
I think he should have to do it.
I think the dog should be
God.
rewarded for making sure this woman knows she's getting into a bad relationship and this guy's not going to be able to help.
You got to break up with him. He's got to move. End of story.
The dog's like licking its paw, like they'd say, the bucket of chicken.
I did you a favor, honey.
It doesn't feel like a favor.
It was all a test.
Do I have time to give you a quick one, or we got to go to break?
We got to go. We got to go break. We'll come back. We'll finish up.
Sorry, we'll do it. I'll do it next week.
A quick. All right. We'll save it for next week.
It's very quick.
Save it for next week.
All right,
and we'll do some news next.
perfect.
It is 9:09. It is Monday. Traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We got a right lane blocked and a right-hand shoulder blocked due to a crash. 70 westbound just after Earth City. Your point forecast, sunny and windy. High of 87 right now at 64 at the Point Studio.
I'm so excited to be back here at Point Fest 2021, and for the very first time in person after multiple FaceTimes. Josh from Bad Flower, dude, you're really
Hello.
here.
You're a real person.
You are a real
I
person.
thought maybe you were like a computer-generated deepfake.
You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I do feel like an avatar most days of the week, so I think that's the case.
And you look like an avatar in person. Like you look like an avatar version
Thank
of somebody's real self, but that's your actual self.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was
Yeah.
going for. First and most important conversation or question of the conversation: how are you? Just vibe check. How are you feeling today? How are the emotions? It's Point Fest.
Good. I've been so stressed out. We're preparing for our headlining tour. Our album comes out in 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
There's just like so much that has to happen around that. And I stupidly take on so many things on my own, and I don't ask for help. I'm like, no, I want to do this. I want to do the lighting for the tour. I want to design the stage. I want to do all this stuff. And then go to...
Fellas, it's time to go to Victory Men's Health. I mean, this is where Moon and Rafe and I go, and we've been going there for quite a while now. And the reason you should go is, there's a big one, is that 1 in 3 Americans right now are deficient in at least 10 key minerals. And you may not know what you're deficient in, but that could be a game changer for your whole life. That can keep you healthy if you get those corrected. And that's why I went over there. I got the micronutrient test done. And I just got all the results back. But what's incredible is they were able to find out the vitamins I was deficient in, and they made these packets for me that are just ready for me, customized for myself, and it made life way easier. I don't have to go buy a ton of vitamins or anything like that. They just ship it right to my house, and I have it now, and it makes life very convenient because they're the ultimate partner over at Victory Men's Health. If you're trying to stay healthy, you want to lose weight, you want to just improve your body overall, or maybe you have sexual issues going on, you got erectile dysfunction, whatever it is, go to Victory Men's Health. Absolutely incredible. It'll change your life, and it'll set you up for victory in the future. So go to victorymenshealth.com. That's victorymenshealth.com.
All right, we're here at the Burton House in Eureka, and I've been talking on the air about how they want to get rid of this almost 100-foot tree, 110-foot tree, something like that. My tree guy, Tom, he's almost 77. He's cutting the sucker down with our buddy Ryan. And I got my friend Brad over here helping out. So we're hoping it falls that way, and not that way, or that way, or that way. And I asked him, is it going to go that way? And his wisdom was, that's the plan. So we'll see.
All right, backstage at Point Fest, and for the first time playing our fantastic festival, a rock and roll band that we have come to like quite a bit in the last 6 to 9 months. Gentlemen, it's great to see you from Bad Flower. Welcome to St. Louis and welcome to Point Fest. It's great to have you.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
So I want
Talking into the fart mics.
talking into the fart mics, absolutely. The first thing that I just want to like kind of cut straight to it. The song Promise Me we're playing right now, and I love it.
Thank you.
Like, I absolutely love it. When we play it, I honestly feel like it jumps out of the speakers and just, I don't know, man, I think it just sounds great, but it definitely sounds different than the first 2 singles before it. I'm assuming that was a purposeful move on you guys' part.
I think if it was up to me, Promise Me would have been the first single. But there were tactics involved and as to why we went and did it in the order that we did. And I'm glad that we did it in the order that we did because Ghost was such a huge success. And then Heroin, we didn't expect to also be such a huge success. So it was cool to sort of like seal that and now come out with our song that is way less on the rock side that everybody knows us to be. Mm-hmm. And it shows more of who we really are, which is a more diverse group.
Right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Promise Me went #1 at Active Rock over the week.
Heroin
went
did,
#1.
I was like, it did? No.
There we go. Hey, already screwed up this interview.
Yeah, no, Heroin is currently #1.
We just went there. The reason that I say that is because on the alternative side of things, Promise Me is the one that we are playing right now.
Totally.
But you know, when you see those kinds of things happen, when you see, you know, the song move up the charts and see people start to play it and really react to it, as a young band, I just cannot imagine that sort of feeling. It has to be just a really rewarding thing because I'm sure it's something they've been working on for quite some time. Obviously have a lot invested in it. When you start seeing the comeback, more people at the gigs, how does that trigger in your mind?
It is rewarding, but it also like it becomes normalized really fast. And that's the thing that we didn't expect to happen, that a lot of people don't realize happens, is we never really have that moment where we're like, oh my goodness, we've made it. Look at all these things that we have. It's just sort of like you keep hitting these small tiers and small tiers and small tiers, and eventually you reach a certain point. And if you do sort of look over that cliff at all your past and everything that you sort of went through to get to that point, it's pretty impressive and it's pretty fun to look at it. But we don't spend a lot of time doing that. We just keep moving forward.
Right. Well, and I think that most bands will kind of say this similarly.
Yeah, because we'll never feel like we've made it to any degree. Like there's no level of success that feels like the end or the pinnacle point. We always thought there was, you know, like in the very beginning it was, we just want to get on tour, we just want to be the support band on the tour, and then we had that. Oh, we just want to sign with a record label, then we got that. We just want to, you know, have our own fans who sing the lyrics back to our songs, we have it. Like we kept achieving these things that we wanted, and they never felt like it was the end, which is a good thing.
Right. Well, I was talking to the guys in Seether about this just a few minutes ago. Sometimes when you are writing, I've heard from those that are talented enough to write songs, which I am not one, that sometimes they don't like to listen to other things while they write because it unduly kind of influences them. Is that something?
Oh yeah, it's a real thing.
As well?
For sure.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't like to listen to other things, but if you do, chances are some little piece of what you've been into is going to be. It's going to be in your new music. It's just the way it is. Like a little chord progression, a little lyric change, like some tiny little thing. It's going to like recycle itself into your new work.
So then, do you hear that?
Source Jewelry, NinjaBling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show.
This is our personal jeweler, and everybody that we've ever sent over to Moritz Royce, they become their personal jeweler for life. Diamonds, gemstones, fine jewelry, the Simon G collection, pearls, watches. You know, Rizz and I both wear watches from Moritz Royce, and thank goodness Dan Royce himself actually picked them out because we ain't got no style. We don't know anything about fits and what belongs with what kind of style. They are the absolute freaking experts over at Moritz Royce.
Yeah, especially when it comes to engagement rings, which will be one of the most important purchases you'll ever make.
Yep.
You don't want to be ripped off. You don't want to be taken advantage of. You want to have a great, pleasurable shopping experience. You want to leave going, man, I can't wait to give this to the one I'm going to spend the rest of my life with.
That's right. And you want to feel good about that purchase as well. And that's why you go to Moritz Royce. Family owned and operated, absolute titans in the St. Louis business community because they are so very respected.
40 years now in business. Over 40 years. Go to ninjabling.com, get the phone number, get the address, make an appointment. They're the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show, Moritz Royce Jewelry, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
I'm a fan, I'm a freaking nerd, I'm a big fan. St. Louis City has my heart, and Together Credit Union has made it so very easy for me. Not only have they dressed me well with this lovely scarf, but they gave...
All right, guys, home stretch on this Monday morning. Well, home stretch for us. Maybe your day is just starting. Hey, and I'm off for the rest of the week.
Look at you.
Hey, not only
That's a
off,
good feeling.
but going to be enjoying the wonders of the happiest place on earth.
Oh, yeah, speaking of that.
Oh, yeah. We gonna do some news.
And your news being sponsored by...
Schicker Auto Group, your headquarters for American-made Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles. Shop local. Visit shopschicker.com.
A former Disney World employee is headed to federal prison. Now, this is an update on a story we had for you a couple months ago. This is the guy that admitted to hacking into Disney's computer system and tampering with the restaurant menus. He even changed allergy information, so he put people at risk.
You in trouble.
Do you remember? We did talk about this story.
Yeah.
So this guy's name is Michael Scheuer. He used to be a menu production manager at Walt Disney World. He was fired back in June of 2024 for misconduct. Not long after losing his job, he launched a series of cyber attacks against Disney, targeting the system used to create and update menus across Disney's restaurants. Now, since we're going to Disney tomorrow, we're trying to make some reservations, different places. They've got a ton of restaurants.
Tons.
On the Disney World property.
Anything and everything you want, man.
Are you going to the fancy one?
We're going to one fancy dinner.
Ooh.
Yeah, we did one fancy one.
But according to court documents, so this Michael Scheuer guy, he changed menu prices. He added profanity to the menus, which I will applaud that one. I do love it. I don't like the changing allergy information, but I do. He falsified allergy and ingredient information, potentially endangering guests with food allergies. He edited wine descriptions to reference sites of recent mass shootings.
Oh, geez.
He locked certain employees out of their company accounts. So he pleaded guilty in January to charges of knowingly transmitting a programmer code to a protected computer and committing aggravated identity theft.
I can't clock in.
So what's going on? How much time did he get?
Oof.
5 years.
Yeah, I was
5
thinking
years.
Do you think he's an example?
I gotta call HR.
Gosh.
Looks like it's been tampered
I just imagine Donald Duck losing his mind at trying to punch in.
He got 3 years. He got 3 years in federal prison. Also ordered to pay about $688,000 in restitution to Disney and other victims. As a menu production manager, he was responsible for the creation and publication of menus for all the Disney restaurants. So he used his knowledge to access all the menus and hack everything. So luckily nobody was killed.
Yeah.
Like honestly, if you got a peanut allergy and he changed the allergy information, that's bad. That's bad.
That's bad, I'm going.
All right, so I was over the weekend following the Shedeur Sanders situation with the NFL draft. Now, day one was on Thursday, so it was round one of the draft was on Thursday. He was not drafted. So next day, he's going to get drafted, no problem. He didn't go in the second round. He didn't go in the third round. Shedeur Sanders was drafted on the third day. He was the 144th pick of the draft.
That's pretty down there.
Yeah, he was supposed to be one of the top picks in the draft, but he didn't go 1 or 2 or 3, forced to wait until the third day of the draft, finally selected by the Cleveland Browns with the 144th pick.
If I remember right, they got like 4 quarterbacks now.
They have 4 quarterbacks now. They
drafted someone ahead of him.
They drafted a quarterback before him. They got Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, so it's going to be a 4-person race to even be on the team.
They're going to drop somebody. They're not going to drop Sanders.
The Browns passed on him 6 times before finally taking him. But his shocking fall wasn't the only mystery of this whole thing. So on day 2 of the draft on Friday, Shedeur was still waiting around with friends and family for a call, and his phone rang. The person on the other side said they were the GM of the New Orleans Saints. They said, "It's been a long wait, man. We're going to take you for our next pick. But you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that. And then they hung up. Shador was being filmed at the time, so he was confused.
Really?
Everyone who was with him was asking what happened. He said he didn't know. They eventually figured out that somebody was trolling him or something.
No.
Oh, man.
So the phone
Yeah, I saw the other end of
was
it.
specifically a phone from Boost Mobile just for draft day.
Just for draft day.
That was not his personal cell
So
phone.
it couldn't have been a normal prank call because he got this number specifically for the draft. So no one other than the teams would have it. And yesterday the prank caller came forward.
Oh.
I saw the vid.
It was
too.
a 21-year-old named Jax Ulbrich, the son of the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator.
What?
How old is this person?
He's 21.
Wait, now he's the one that made the call, or he's the one that leaked the number?
No.
Made the call.
He made the call.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I saw
it
that.
was the son of the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator. Made the prank call. Pranked him. So the son apologized in a social media post saying, quote, "I'm so sorry I took away from your moment. It was selfish. It was childish. I could never imagine getting ready to celebrate one of the greatest moments of your life. And I made a terrible mistake and messed with the moment. Thank you for accepting my call earlier today. I hope you could find it in your heart to forgive me." The Falcons, as an organization, also apologized. The NFL is investigating.
So is that where it came from?
That dad's over there like, dang,
The dad?
son.
Because I saw somebody floated a theory online that the New York Giants GM's daughter goes to Ole Miss with this kid.
Oh, because that's the shirt he had on, right? An Old Miss shirt or whatever.
And they had floated the theory that she leaked the number.
Well, apparently he got the number from
his
the
dad.
dad. Again, the defensive coordinator.
I actually thought Shador handled it really well. They laughed about it and said, like, he said that. He goes, this is somebody's kid. He goes, it was only email that went out to, like, GMs. And he goes, it's probably somebody's kid. So
Well, here's the audio of it.
This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
Good, been waiting on you.
It's been a long wait, man.
No, for sure.
We're going to take you with our next pick right here, man.
Yeah. Yes, sir, let's be legendary.
But you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Ready to go! What does that mean? Are you going to ask us what it means and you was on the phone? You heard that? You said you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was. Nobody got this number, though. Man, he just got trolled, bro.
It's a dick move. I feel bad.
Oh, so they knew it fairly early.
I mean, because it's confusing, like. But he actually thought it was the GM at first.
Good for that friend though. Like, man, you got trolled.
He got trolled.
Also, weak troll. That's the thing the biggest problem I had with it. If you're going to do it,
go all the way.
Hey,
that
good.
was such a, like, I didn't have a plan going in. Like, you're going to have to wait a little longer.
Is your refrigerator running?
I know, yeah. He had no plan. What an idiot.
He probably didn't think it'd pick up.
He was like, I didn't know what step 2 should be. Hey, I do like Sanders, though, for saying it is what it is. Of course, the dude is childish. Everybody does childish things here and there.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the statement was. I'm sure he wants him dead.
I'm just saying that's a quote.
I
I'm
saw,
gonna take
like,
it
a
as
live
face
thing
value
with
on
him.
this one.
Or he was laughing about it. And they were like, who do you think's behind it? And they tried to, like, make it nefarious. And he's like,
Well,
it's probably just somebody's kid.
He was
It's a
very
college
embarrassed.
Kid. It's like we expect college kids to not be college kids.
It was
What
an
are you talking
embarrassing.
about?
It was an embarrassing situation for Sanders the whole weekend. The fact that he was taken 144th.
Yeah, if anything, this gave him kind of a moment to look like a good guy.
Sure.
Well, and get the
This was
revenge
a
that
favor.
you want on the team you're on, the Browns, and have a kick-ass season,
Yeah,
and
beat the
then make
Falcons.
them regretful
And
for what
beat the
they've not done.
Falcons.
Yeah. That's right.
Dude, this was the best thing to happen to him over the weekend. Get out of here. Now he's fourth in line for the Browns.
So I told Rizz yesterday on a text, I go, he's gone to the quarterback graveyard. Cleveland is where
Browns.
quarterbacks go to die,
Yeah,
dude.
this prank
That is,
call
like,
was the best thing to happen to him.
every quarterback when they're at their, like, this is it. They've been traded around the league. They've got Robert Griffin in there,
Joe Flacco
Did
was
he?
like, what am I going
Joe
to do
Flacco,
now?
listen.
He's probably going to retire.
Baker,
If you were Flacco, would
Bernie
you retire?
Kosar. What?
Sean.
If you were Flacco, would you retire?
No. Joe Flacco was invited to camp to participate, and
It's on a 1-year deal.
he did it. He's done all right the past couple of years, actually, as this mercenary, soldier for hire. He's coming and he's going to kick some ass.
He's stuck around on the Browns. Maybe
He brought Cleveland to the playoffs.
That might be the plan. Let Flacco run it.
Be a
for
mentor.
year and mentor a couple of young guys
Wait,
and let them fight it out.
Yeah, when Deshaun Watson got hurt, didn't Flacco come in and bring him to the playoffs?
But wait, Watson still has the contract, right? So if it's Watson, Flacco, that one guy, the third rounder, and Sanders, that's 5?
Yeah, but on rookie contracts.
I don't know. All right, let's do sports. All right. Moon, what do you got?
Well, sports is brought to you by DraftKings, a casino queen. Play, stay, and dine. Visit DraftKings@casinoqueen.com for special promotions. The freaking Blues have officially evened the playoff series with Winnipeg, beating the Jets 5-1 Sunday and tying things 2-2. Heading into Game 5, Jake Neighbors had a huge game with a goal and 2 assists, while Bennington made 30 saves. After falling behind in the series, the Blues have stormed back. Momentum has swung their way, and now it's a best of 3. The Blues are playing like they believe they can beat anybody.
2 games in a row. Connor Hellebuck, the best goalie in the of the season across the entire league, got pulled. 2 in a row.
That was beautiful.
They were smoking him. Cardinals couldn't complete the sweep on Sunday. A starter, Eric Fetty, struggled early in a 7-1 loss to Milwaukee. He had been rolling through 3 straight strong starts, walked too early, and gave up 7 runs overall, snapping his streak. Brendan Donovan drove in the Cardinals' only run, but Milwaukee's pitching kept St. Louis quiet the rest of the way. St. Louis City SC finally woke up on offense Sunday night, but it wasn't enough. They grabbed a late lead thanks to a lucky own goal, only to get punched in the nut when LAFC tied it up in stoppage time, late stoppage time. Toychert scored. Ben Lunt stood on his head with a penalty save. He has been really great as our keeper. But City SC is now winless in 6 straight and still has not beaten LAFC in franchise history. Brutal. The UFL has a full-blown mess on its hands after a Michigan Panthers player slapped a fan across the face Saturday night here in St. Louis.
Did you see the video of this?
Slapped him.
Slapped the taste out of his mouth.
Wow.
So a St. Louis fan was hanging over. I don't know what was being said, hanging over the wall, and this Michigan Panthers player slapped him in the face.
I think he said a yo mama joke is what happened. I don't know about that.
That's wild.
The whole thing caught on video. You can watch it. After getting chirped post-game, Panthers receiver Samson Nakua, brother of Rams star Puka Nakua, reached up and smacked the trash talker loud enough to echo through the dome. The league is saying that it's investigating, but the footage says plenty. Meanwhile, the Battlehawks stayed undefeated at home, winning 32-27 on a fourth-quarter trick play, then held on in a back-and-forth game in front of another massive rowdy crowd of over 30,000 people.
Good luck getting a job in the NFL if that's your ultimate goal. When you're on camera slapping a fan.
Fans.
But I do like
slapping a fan in
the other teammate with him. Whenever that guy got slapped, he points up and starts laughing.
He's like, you got you. Like, you dummy.
Dopes.
In a thrilling Game 4 of the NBA first-round playoffs, the Minnesota Timberwolves rallied past the LA Lakers with a 116-113 victory. Jaden McDaniels' crucial three-point play and subsequent steal in the final minute propelled the Timberwolves to a 3-1 series lead, pushing the Lakers to the brink of elimination. Again, I'm Moon, and that's your sports because it's doing the bull dance, feeling the flow, working it.
All right, so the lead-off interview for Point Fest 2019, my guy Claudio from Coheed and Cambria. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
You know, it's incredible over there at Mountaintop Motor Company. This week, I've been driving this incredible Cadillac and got so many compliments on it, and they just keep putting me in absolutely amazing vehicles because over at Mountaintop Motor Company, they go across the country to find the absolute most incredible vehicles, and they bring them right back here. So if you're looking for work trucks, they have that for you. If you're looking for an SUV, vans, I mean, anything you need, they got it over there. You can go to mountaintopmotors.com, check out their incredible lineup right now. And do yourself a favor. And plus, if you're looking for maybe a first car for your kid is just turning 16 now and you need to get a great car that's reliable but very affordable, they got a lot of cars under 15 grand that are absolutely amazing. And again, check it out at mountaintopmotors.com. Also, make sure to follow Mountaintop Motor Company on their socials. We've been doing a lot of fun, great social media videos. So go check out Mountaintop Motor Company on all their socials. And just head over to mountaintopmotors.com. Do yourself a favor, get your car the right way, and that's with mountaintopmotors.com.
Is our guest on the phone?
There's some guy named Bert on the phone.
Oh.
Bert.
Hopefully
That's the guy
right
supposed to be calling, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the machine, Bert Kreischer on the phone.
Hey, man.
That was well played, gentlemen. That was well played.
Well, we're expecting a call from Bert Cummings, too, so we're not sure.
Oh, okay, good.
You know, it's funny. I told my son yesterday, I was like, hey, I have one of my favorite comedians on the show tomorrow. He goes, awesome, you have Kevin Hart on. I go, damn it.
My daughters and I saw Jumanji, the first one, for the first time, and I was like, I got out and I was like, God, I want to like text Kevin and tell him how great that movie was. And they're like, Kevin who? I said, Kevin Hart. And they go, you know Kevin Hart? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, Dad, come on, you don't have to lie to us. I was like, no, I know Kevin Hart. And they're like, Dad, how would he know a guy like you? I was like, you know, he's a comedian, right? And they're like, yeah, but he does like big shows. I'm like, oh my God.
Do your kids think you're cool?
No, not at all. Not even remotely. Not even remotely.
Really? So, I mean, you have a lot of very famous friends, and they're not impressed?
Well, first of all, my daughter's not a friend. My oldest daughter's not a huge fan of Joe Rogan's. She's a little woke. And so our sensibility, what makes us giggle, offends my oldest daughter.
Oh, no.
My youngest daughter's clueless. She doesn't it just, they have no clue at all. They're, by the way, they're just, maybe you don't want your kids to think you're cool. I don't know. I thought my dad was a badass, but they think I'm an idiot.
But they know their dad has a cool job. They know, their dad is a comedian, doesn't go to an office, every day.
Well, you know what they know is that the boys that go to school that are the bros, the meatheads, the morons, the chest thumpers are all huge fans of their dad, and they're like, roll their eyes. The boys that are probably going to end up being problematic are all fans of their dad and all his friends. They said to my daughter Isla, you know Joey Diaz? And Isla's like, Uncle Joey? And they go, yeah, Uncle Joey. But Isla calls him Uncle Joey because he is her uncle. Right. And they're like, that's so epic. Does he slide? And it's like, I got dosed by Ari Shaffir in my backyard with ecstasy one time.
I heard that story, yeah.
These boys think it's awesome, and my daughters are like, yeah, he almost killed my dad. Like,
it's funny.
So it's a slippery slope, gentlemen.
No, I got it. Are you afraid of your daughters Googling you? And I'm sure they have.
Oh, they've definitely Googled me. I remember the first time some kid in the library pulled up my machine story. They were really young, so they were still sharing a room back then. And I went in to put him to bed, and my oldest daughter goes, hey, Dad, some kids at school said you robbed a train. And I was like, well, it's a long story. And they're like, you didn't rob a train, right? And I was like, no, I actually did rob a train. And they're like, but bad guys made you do it, right? And I was like, well, kind of. And my wife's like, just tell them the story. So I get a glass of wine, and I sit down, and I was like, all right, when I was 22, I got involved with the Russian mafia. And they're like, what? And I tell them the story, right? I get to the very end, and I was like, I get off the train, I'm walking to my class. The cop is standing in front of the class I just robbed. Next to the gangster I robbed him with, Isla, my youngest, goes, stop! I can't know anymore. Do you get away with it? And I'm like, you moron. I'm sitting right here.
Cut to the end. Do you get away with it?
And by the way,
cut to the end. I gotta know.
And by the way, for Mentality. Now, fellas, if you are feeling like you're running on empty, Mentality Health is going to help you out. Let's talk about why you might not be feeling like yourself and how you can change that starting right now with Mentality. Mentality Chesterfield, Mentality in South County. Now, you may be suffering from low testosterone, which is low energy, you're tired all the time, you've gained weight, got the belly fat going on, you got muscle loss, low libido, which of course can strain relationships. But Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and they make sure your treatment is tailored to your body. Your energy is going to come roaring back. Your belly fat's going to burn off. You're gonna get stronger. You're going to feel like yourself again, confident, driven, ready to tackle life. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. And it's fast, it's easy, and it's safe. So be the dad who could help, keep up with the kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you could be. Feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago. This is all what mentality. Take back your numbers and stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
All right, it's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. Big summer show happening. And look, it's my friends, Josh and Tyler from 21 Pilots.
Well, hey.
What's up, dudes?
What's up?
I wonder at how many more times that I interview you guys that we just turn the tables and you interview me. You know what I mean? Because this is literally like 4 or 5 times that we have spoken to each other. I just don't want you getting tired of me.
Actually, would you rather
Okay.
get attacked by 100 chicken-sized horses or 1 horse-sized chicken?
Oh, man, I think all the little horse-sized chickens. Wait.
All the little horses.
Horses.
It'd be like tiny little
chicken-sized horses.
Right.
There's something very creepy about that.
Yeah.
Not that I guess the big boy, they're both. That's neither one are particularly good, but I would go with
The tiny ones? Yeah, you could probably just kick them in the face and stuff.
Just step on them all.
That's what I've thought.
You would have that advantage a little bit, I guess. You were able to do that.
I've thought about this a lot, actually.
Well, guys, it's great to see you again. I don't believe that you have really, in essence, been off the road in a couple of years. Is that true? Has there been any long spells at home?
We had 3 days the other day, so yeah.
Well, there's a day of travel, then a day off,
true.
then another day of travel,
Yeah,
which I guess counts as 3 days. No, this is what we've always dreamed of.
Sure.
You know, when we first started talking about what it looked like to play music together, we thought, wouldn't it be cool to play more than 1 show in a month? Because, it just took us everything we had just to plan 1 local show as a local band. And then after that 1 show is over, you're just like, I got to wait another 3 weeks before I can play again. So this is, as much as
Shot Sports Bar and Grill and our St. Louis Blues.
Mm-hmm.
Game number 5. Blues.
Piece of a domestic pitcher for $20. Light the lamp combo. Any 2 apps, domestic pitcher, just $25. The Slapshot Cocktail, game favorite for just $5. And Blue Bombs, and you got to do it. Technically, if you don't do it, you could jinx the Blues to lose.
Yeah, they could lose.
Take a shot of these for just $5. These are affordable. Hot Shots Bar and Grill, official sports bar of the Rizzuto Show. For more information, go to hotshotsports.net. That's hotshotsports.net.
Well, how about hotshotsnet.com?
Hotshotsnet.com.
There it is. Hotshotsnet.com.
There's a mess up in the copy. I apologize.
All right. Goodbye.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and what a day in which this has been already.
Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, joined by Hailstorm.
Yeah.
Thank you
Hi.
so very much.
Hey.
It's great to see you
We're
guys.
our invisible third member. Yes,
Hey,
yes,
how
yes.
you doing?
We're the hail half of Hailstorm.
I have to tell you this, and I know you don't remember this because it's been years and years and years, and I don't even remember how many years at this point. But the very first time that you came through the Point, you were on my when I was doing mornings at that time.
Yes,
And it really seems like a decade ago, and it might have been.
It might have been. I don't know. Time is very elastic right now.
Absolutely.
It's like it went by like that fast, but it feels like a different lifetime.
It was probably 2009. It was probably the first album cycle.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And we were in the parking lot. And
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Boy, things have changed mightily.
Yes.
New record is out. All
It
right,
is.
we're playing the Steeple right now, which is
thank you guys for
fantastic.
spinning it. Yeah.
But one of the things that I absolutely love about when a band has something new, I'm always amazed when I go see a band right after they have something new, and the guy next to me somehow already knows every freaking word to every. Like, dude, I've listened to this album twice. I don't know how you can, but like. How
Steel trap, man.
Right? How quickly, when you've got a new record out like you do you start to see non-radio singles getting yelled back at you?
It's pretty incredible. Not only the record wasn't even out a couple days, and we went out on tour, and it was like from the first day, people are singing songs that like I'm having trouble
You know what's funny?
remembering.
I was just saying, we don't remember all the lyrics,
and,
you know?
and not only that, but there are so many people that have gotten tattoos of the lines of the songs, and I'm like, the album just came out, dude. It's crazy. So
How do you know for
it's
sure it's not going to
wonderful.
suck? Sure you want to get that tattooed on you? Like,
Sure you want that?
It's like, oh, don't worry, I'll just write sucks underneath if I don't like it. Ah, I see how it is.
You have the ability to add on, I guess,
Yeah.
I suppose. It's so crazy though how that happens. And there have been so many bands in my life. I mean, I couldn't even tell you how many bands I've loved. But I just cannot bring myself to the dedication of some of these folks to getting the tattoo. I mean, like, I love the example. I love The Simpsons more than almost anything in the history of ever.
Yes.
You know, and I have been thinking about a Millhouse tattoo for a very long time, but I can't pull the trigger.
Just can't do it.
So these folks that are like getting lyrics and stuff, I applaud you for being so hardcore.
It's a beautiful thing because, you know, likewise, I don't think I would do that for my favorite band. So it makes us feel so incredibly special and you know, throughout everything that we've all been going through for the past couple years, it's just so nice to like have that fellowship. And I feel like it's even more intense now. Like it's almost like these songs are no longer just this entertainment for people. It's like their lifeblood and it's something that they need. And so just to be a part of that is amazing.
I think now more than ever, everyone really appreciates being able to go out and see live music again because it was taken away from us.
Even in the rain.
Even in the rain or shine, they're here.
Well, you know, because like you guys know, there is just an exceptional kind of release that you get at a show that cannot be duplicated through any other thing. Just sitting there or standing there and being able to just kind of sit in it is so amazing.
It is. Believe me, we tried to fill that hole with every possible thing.
Download that.
You can't do that.
Like a lot of bands tried doing virtual shows, and God bless them for entertaining the fans when they couldn't come to shows. But it's definitely not the same.
It's nothing like it.
Wasn't
Nothing.
the same.
You can physically feel the gray cloud being lifted from your life when you're at a show. And it happens with us too. Like we're on stage playing every show like it's going to be stolen from us.
Magic moment.
And it's just beautiful to be able to live in the now.
I feel as though, and I don't know this because I don't know you guys really well, I feel like you would be a very competitive band in a situation like this where you're not going last. I feel as though, because I have, you know, friends in bands that kind of like it a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Because they kind of like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, you want to see what's going on after this? We'll
Follow
find
that,
out.
killer.
You know what I mean? Am I correct?
Oh, absolutely. Especially considering that like we've been on a headlining run and a couple of them now and just on this new album cycle. And so I don't know, it's really fun. It's like wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Follow that killer.
Me and Jacoby are in a constant energy battle.
Yes.
See who
has been a part of our community for over 80 years. And as a part of the community, they're always doing things out and about to, bolster our community and empower our community. And right now they partnered with the St. Louis Zoo to help expand the St. Louis Zoo's fundraising efforts with the launch of the official St. Louis Zoo Visa debit card. Yes, you can get this at Together Credit Union at any of the 14 area locations or start on the website togethercu.org. Did you know that St. Louis Zoo cares for about 12,000 animals, representing nearly 450 species? They have a huge impact on wildlife and conservation. Very significant, which is why Together Credit Union and the St. Louis Zoo have teamed up to offer this exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. Members participating in the Zoo Roundup program receive an exclusive Together Credit Union membership to the zoo, which includes attraction tickets, parking perks, in-venue discounts, and a subscription to the digital magazine from the zoo. That's a $160 value right there. So again, if you want this, which you should, the donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care, and it's just yet another thing Together Credit Union is doing for us as the members and us as a community here in St. Louis. Go to any of the 14 area locations. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA, and you can get started at togethercu.org/zoo.
All right, it's 105.7 The Point, Everything Alternative. We are backstage. Big summer show happening. And look, it's my friends, Josh and Tyler from 21 Pilots.
Well, hey.
What's up, dudes?
What's up?
I wonder at how many more times that I interview you guys that we just turn the tables and you interview me. You know what I mean? I mean, because this is literally like 4 or 5 times that we have spoken to each other. I just don't want you getting tired of me.
Actually, would you rather get attacked by 100 chicken-sized horses or 1 horse-sized chicken?
Oh man, I think all the little horse-sized chickens. Wait,
all the little horses.
Horses.
It'd be like
Chicken-sized
tiny little
chicken-sized horses.
Right.
There's something very creepy about that.
Yeah.
Not that I guess the big boy, they're both. That's neither one are particularly good, but I would go with.
The tiny ones. Yeah, you could probably just kick them in the face and stuff.
Just step on them all.
That's what I've thought.
You would have that advantage a little bit, I guess. You were able to do that.
I've thought about this a lot, actually.
Well, guys, it's great to see you again. I don't believe that you have really, in essence, been off the road in a couple of years. Is that true? Has there been any long spells at home?
We had 3 days the other day, so yeah.
Well, there's a day of travel, then a day
That's
off,
true.
then another day of travel,
Yeah,
which I guess
so-
counts as 3 days. No, this is what we've always dreamed of.
Sure.
You know, when we first started talking about what it looked like to play music together, we thought, wouldn't it be cool to play more than one show in a month? Because, you know, it just took us everything we had just to plan one local show as a local band. And then after that one show is over, you're just like, I got to wait another 3 weeks before I can play again. So this is as much as
Flooring. All right, let's think about our homes for a second, you know? I mean, I live in an old house and we will be needing some new floors at some point. And I know I'm going to go to Michael's Flooring because I've gotten to meet Mike Reynolds. I've gone to igotfloored.com. I've seen the inventory. They have every type of flooring that your dream house could be made of. And then just the next step is figuring out, okay, timeline. Maybe you're saving up to do something like a new investment, like new floors. Maybe you got a whole house situation, or you just remodeled your basement and you're thinking, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Michael's Flooring, they're going to be good to you. They've been around for 30 years. So first of all, you're supporting a local company here in St. Louis that's been established. There's 3 different locations to actually go walk in and, you know, tangibly touch all the flooring and ask all the questions to the sales team. Darty and Prairie, St. Peter's, and down the street from the Point here off of Olive. And they understand. They're not going to pressure you. You go in there, they're going to talk to you about maybe an option that'll be better for you if you have no clue about what type of flooring you want. Maybe you have a budget that you want to hit and an aesthetic that you want to look. They will be able to narrow it down for you and work with you, all right? They're a great company. They're professional. They're efficient. They're booking now, so I would say get on it sooner rather than later. Around this time of the year, more and more people, you know, because you have the windows open and stuff, people are getting their flooring done. So go to igotfloored.com. Get some new, beautiful floors. Shop local. It's Michael's Flooring.
Hey, it's Jeff Britton backstage at the pageant, and Nick and Peanut from 311 gracing us with their presence yet again. Thank you guys for taking the time. Appreciate it. St. Louis absolutely freaking loves you guys.
Yeah, how fast did this sell out? It sold out really
super fast.
Yeah.
Super fast.
We're stoked.
And,
We heard about that.
yeah, so thank you for coming in, man. What is, I was looking up, especially you, Nick, before you guys came up here, 49 turning 50 in 2020. You guys have been doing this forever, and I'm the same way. I'm 52. Just a quick story that nobody cares about. First time I ever saw you guys was like 91 in Springfield, Missouri. Blacktop of a parking lot of a place called the Regency Showcase, under a tent. No, you would remember that?
Yeah, what was that band we always used to play with there?
It wasn't Big Joe Carr, but something Royale.
Slugworth,
Well,
maybe?
Slugworth was like a Springfield band, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. You guys remember that stuff.
Legendary.
And so I started
Legendary, dusty
legendary.
memories.
I started in radio in Springfield down there in '87, something like that. So I'm one of the relics, and I'm the guy that loves radio, and I'm the guy that has struggled through everything, and now I'm doing okay. You guys went from doing parking lots to arenas to amphitheaters like the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater to selling out places like this real quickly. Do you guys remember the struggle, and is it cool to know where you are right now because of that struggle?
Yeah, I mean, we put in the legwork. You know, we always wanted to be more of a grassroots thing that wasn't a media creation, but just having a direct relationship with our fans, building it up through touring. And, we weren't embraced by the industry at first, which I guess was a blessing in hindsight, because now we have a really good foundation from touring, and so we don't have a lot of ups and downs. But yeah, those were great times. As we're going into our 30th year here,
Crazy.
We've got on June 10th will be the 30-year anniversary of our very first show, which was in Omaha, opening for Fugazi. So we're planning a bunch of special things to commemorate 30 years together.
Anything that you can tell us about now, or do you want to keep it under wraps until a later date?
Well, the only thing that has been announced is that the 311 day is now expanding to 3 days.
in Vegas. So come join us. Yeah, and there's a lot of information about 311 Day every year on Twitter and social media and stuff, and especially you, Peanut, a great follow on Twitter, at least. I love the stuff that you retweet because I find things that are in your brain that I would never know without social media.
It's weird, right? Like we're if it's one big mind, it's fun having conversations with everybody, and then we all spit it out and we all kind of relate in one way or the other, if it's direct or not. But yeah, it's so much fun. I love did you see the Cybertruck animation that I threw up?
Oh my gosh, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
So I love it so much.
Like, that's perfect. Yeah, that's how I want to go to school.
And
drop the kids off.
And speaking of the evolution from 91 or 87 to now, social media makes it so much easier to be with your guys' fans, and you guys take advantage of that. That's amazing.
Yeah, we just keep creating content, and also we've sort of our guitar tech that handles me and Peanut's instruments. He runs the 311 tour.
Very happy Amco Ranger customer for a long time. I know firsthand how important it is to protect your home from pests. Amco Ranger has been protecting what matters since 1965, and after 6 decades in St. Louis, they are still family-owned, they're local, and absolutely committed to quality. Bugs and rodents aren't just annoying. They could spread disease and cause serious, expensive damage. Amco Ranger handles it all. Termites, mosquitoes, ticks, ants, spiders, roaches, mice, whatever is bugging you, they got you covered. And what sets them apart? No gimmicks, no high-pressure sales, just expert, honest service from pros. Pros you could trust. Their crews are well-trained, they're background-checked, and always focused on your safety and satisfaction. They guarantee their work 100%, and they offer the best prices guaranteed, too. If you find a price on a comparable service, they will match it. Plus, you could bundle their most popular services for incredible savings. Thousands of satisfied customers, hundreds of 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's peace of mind. Call for a free quote or inspection with zero pressure to commit. Protect your family, protect your home. Call 636-441-BUGS. That's 636-441-BUGS. Or visit AmcoRanger.com. Amco Ranger, protecting what matters since 1965.
Ever found yourself in the middle of your daily deuce and thought, I wish this was funnier? Today's your lucky day. Welcome to the Number 2 Show. I'm your host, Rafe Williams, stand-up comedian, plus-size male model, and co-host of the Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point. What is the Number 2 Show? Well, it's me on the toilet talking to you on the toilet, just like it sounds. In each episode, we'll plunge into riveting topics that'll have you rolling in the stall with laughter, so much so that it might freak out whoever's sitting next to you. But I say, hey, lean in and make a friend. Sometimes it's just me. Other times I'll have interviews with special guests. Not now, obviously, dumbass. This is a promo. I'll also have musical performances. Ever heard of tiny desk concerts? How about tiny stall concerts? Like to see those nerds over at NPR try that. Is this a genius idea? I don't want to toot my own horn, but you're goddamn right it is. Enjoy the Number 2 Show. Don't forget to wipe.
Yes, have some. You go.
Hey guys, it's commercial break. Make sure to like,
subscribe, and share. It's the best way to show your love for the Rizzuto Show.
So cheesy.
All right.
Have not been to 9 Mile Garden, go to the website and just see some of the pictures that I'm talking about. 9 milegarden.com. This place is so freaking cool. It's in Afton, right on Gravois. It's 9 miles, right down from the arch, and they have just this huge 325-inch outdoor big screen to catch City SC matches, cards games, blues games, Mizzou, all of it. Plus, Your food needs, your drink needs, your dessert needs, they're all covered. They have multiple food and dessert trucks right there. It's this huge area, 40 taps, signature cocktails, and even mocktails for the kids. And this huge, comfortable area that just makes you feel like, man, I want to do this every weekend. I want to be here kicking back this summer at 9 Mile Garden in Afton every single weekend. And you know what? That's not a bad idea. From the sports stuff to the movies to bands. They got some of the best area rock bands playing out there, like 0 to 90 and Monthly Emo Nights, Platinum Rock Legends, That Warped Band, Feeling This. I mean, it just is the coolest spot to hang. So bring the family, bring the dogs, and join everybody that's having a great time out at 9 Mile Garden. The only rule is no outside drinks or food, but bring your lawn chairs and your blankets. It's all welcome there. 9milegarden.com, the number 9milegarden.com.
I'm seeing your bucket list here in front of me, Lern, and some of these are definitely achievable.
Yes.
Some of them I'm not sure about.
Sure.
Yeah, some of them are going to be tougher than others. The first one, let's just get into it.
Yep.
And, you know, where we welcome feedback. If anybody can help us, put us on the path to make these happen, please let us know. Because it's all about love and helping each other, lifting each other up, checking stuff off. Here's a big one. See Daft Punk.
Daft Punk.
Daft Punk, they're broken up.
They're broken up.
I don't
They
think they're ever
retired.
getting back together.
Right.
So,
But the weekend, even this weekend, or even this past weekend, The Weeknd, the artist, said the only collabs he will do in the future is with Daft Punk. So there could be something on the horizon.
what about a Daft Punk tribute act?
Yes.
What about a Daft Punk lunch? Like you're at the Rainbow Room or something like that, and you look over and you're like, oh my gosh, I recognize
Look at
those
those. Just
guys.
two guys in
Those
helmets.
are the guys from
Because
Daft
it's
Punk.
see Daft Punk. You didn't say in concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I would like to dance live to Daft Punk, those two guys, those French musicians. I want them
All
to
they're
be
doing
playing
is
music.
press and play on an iPad.
What if they stand
Exactly.
up at lunch and they go, bigger, faster?
All right. Okay, so see Daft Punk, that's on the list.
Or have a Daft Punk dance party.
Yeah, will you
whatever.
take me? I would love to see that show.
Thank you.
I would
Yes.
love to see that.
I like how
French-Canadian,
malleable
did you?
your bucket list things are. That's a very open and loving way to embrace the world. You've already dialed back your very first one, which
Right.
I love. But
And
you know what?
What?
You never know. Daft Punk, whatever, tomato. It's French. I believe it's Daft, but whatever. Leads right into the next one. Host a discotheque, maybe a Rizzuto.
Rizzuto would be cool.
I like
Dance
I want to have a
party.
dance party. And we have a lot of listeners who want to dance. And so every time I talk about it, they're always like, oh, hit me up. So what if we have a Rizzuto?
Yeah, man.
And we
not a
play
great
Daft Punk.
I'm not a great dancer, but I'll DJ. Can I DJ?
Dude, I've DJ'd
Yes.
too. I'm a pro.
I
I
want
want to see you out there on the dance floor.
I want
No, you don't.
dancing.
What if we put
You wouldn't
helmets?
dance at the Rizzuto?
Well, yes, of course I would, but you don't want to see it.
Will you wear helmets for me?
Hell
We put,
yes, I
we
will.
we put King Scott and Moon and Daft Punk
Yes.
Yeah.
helmets.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I love this.
The only time I've really got to DJ professionally was over at Pops, and I made a whole robot outfit that I was in.
And I would
You are
like
my
to-
did it.
soulmate. Okay,
You did it,
yes.
Scott.
And if we're rolling things together, I'm not saying it has to happen, but we do have a float trip. It could be Raft Punk. And we could have a dance
I am
party
standing
at
up.
the
I'm
campgrounds.
aroused. This is excellent.
Party at the campgrounds, Raft Punk. These guys in helmets.
Raft Punk.
I don't know.
I like
Riz is
Putting it
in
out
hell. All right, keep going.
Rizz is in hell. That's actually your third one. Send Rizz to hell. That's really, wow.
Yeah.
See you there.
See you there.
RMFLMAO. Big one. Dedicate something in my hometown of West Frankfort, Illinois, like a statue honoring. Who's editing this in real time? Get out of there.
Sorry.
Like a statue honoring my dad, or something permanent, a mural, something where people can go and visit.
I was looking at this and I thought, what about a bench?
Well, that's coming up on the list.
Yeah, let's think of
I
that
know.
ourselves.
Let's not skip ahead.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, but how about a bench, like something achievable? Where are you going to put a statue up?
I don't know. I don't know anything
Where are
about
you doing a
statuing. So West Frankfurt,
Who's gonna-
Illinois, I don't know.
Where are you going to get a statue commissioned?
I'm gonna
Listen up.
commission it.
Listen up, all you Frankfurters out there.
There's murals in West Frankfort, Illinois that have just come up over the last 10 years. People have painted on the side of buildings these really beautiful murals. And my dad was a coal miner in that town. He was also a Vietnam veteran. They have a Vietnam area. They have a coal mining area of the town. I would love to do something to my dad. A lot of people knew my dad in West Frankfort. So I'd love to do something to
Your
honor
father's
his
name?
legacy. His name was Greg Colvin.
Greg Colvin. You knew Greg Colvin, and you're listening right now. email us. Tell us about Greg.
Right.
And email your local Chamber of Commerce at West Frankfort, Illinois, and let's get this going. Let's get the Greg
I think
Colvin
definitely it's
statue
achievable.
bench.
Like this is
achievable.
Because somebody wrote, "This is a big one." This is a big bucket list, but let's be realistic. A statue.
It's big.
It's big.
That's big. Like what kind of statue we're talking? Like a bronze?
Anything, like a concrete. And it doesn't even have to be like a
What
big
about a
one.
plaque?
Yeah, like a plaque.
Plaque, meet me in the middle.
But you said someplace people could go visit.
Right.
A bench.
Yeah.
A bench in a park.
What if I have my tree guys take down a tree and you catch one of them what do you call them? Chainsaw artists. And they make the statue out of the tree stump.
They could do that in the park or
You know what
something.
I'm talking about? Like when people make bears and eagles and stuff?
Yeah.
Hey, we know one.
What, a chainsaw artist?
Yes.
We do?
Up at Shelbina, yeah.
Really anything.
Well, there you go.
I'm down for anything. I just want to kind of put a permanent marker to honor not just my dad, but the coal miners of that town and the veterans in that town, but also in memory of my dad.
A bench would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love your idea. I'm here for it. I'm down.
When I did my America's Got Talent audition,
Playoffs are heating up, and Underdog is the place to make your entries even more exciting with their brand new extender promo. That's right. Here's how it works. You start your playoff series by using your Game 1 boost, and with each game, your boosts keep growing as the series continues. The longer the series, the bigger the boosts. I mean, it's simple. Underdog is one of the fastest growing sports game apps in the country. You could play here in Missouri, you could play in Illinois, it doesn't matter. Millions of fans have already won billions on Underdog, and with over 100,000 five-star reviews, the app speaks for itself. So download the app, you pick a player, you decide if they'll go higher or lower on stats like points, assists, and more. It really is simple. And you can start playing with as little as $1, and if your entry is perfect, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Imagine turning just $1 into $1,000 with your hoops knowledge. Underdog is easy, it's fun, and it makes watching the games even better. So download the Underdog app now and sign up with promo code RIZZ, R-I-Z-Z, and unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code RIZZ. Must be 18 and older, 19 and older in Alabama and Nebraska, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey guys, it's Lux and Jacoby from Papa Roach.
This is it for us. Appreciate y'all tuning in. If you missed anything on the program today, make sure you check out the clip of the day brought to you by Michael's Flooring. Also, the podcast, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Podcast is titled...
It's Just Beeholes.
It's Just Beeholes.
Nice.
All right, Moon, what else?
I just want to wish you and your family extremely safe travels, fun travels
Thank
even.
you.
I want you to even enjoy the traveling process.
I will.
And have the greatest time down at Disney. I'm so happy that within a year of me going and saying, you guys have got to do this, that Rizz has taken me up on the offer. He's taking
I'm
the
not
family.
going by choice.
Oh.
Give these people the truth.
But it's going to be great.
Not my first vacation destination, I'll be honest with you, but I'm going with an open mind. Thank you.
You're going to love it, and I just wish you and the family well during your travels, and I will see everybody while he's in Disney World. I'm bringing the next best thing to the pageant with the Misfit Machine. Punk Rock Disney, Can You Feel the Punk Tonight is coming up Saturday, May 3rd.
Yeah, I can't believe it, huh?
3 p.m. and an 8 p.m. show. Get your tickets while you can. CanYouFeelThePunkTonight.com for all the information or thepageant.com for tickets.
I feel like you guys just announced it yesterday.
I know.
This man works hard on this show.
I know he
so-
does.
Yeah, it does.
And puts his heart and soul into the whole thing. I want you guys to understand.
Okay.
Oh, too much? I've laid it on
No,
too thick?
no, I mean, you can't.
No, it's okay.
We can,
Listen, guys, I want you to enjoy the time without me, okay?
We will. Don't
Wait,
worry.
what?
It's
Have a
fine.
great time.
Everything's fine. No, we're gonna have a great time. Last
You
time
sure
you
are
left,
in a
it was
good mood.
nuts.
Learn.
Yeah. Join me this Friday. We're going to do a Cinco de Rizzo, even though Rizzo will not be there. I'm going to be with Cutwater at the Schnucks in De Peres from 3 to 5.
Oh, and De Peres.
In De Peres. And
Is that on the Illinois side?
Listen, and you guys can stop by and enter to get an all-inclusive, and it is spelled with
Inclusive.
Z's.
Yes, it is.
Inclusive resort Cancun getaway featuring a grand prize trip for 2 to the Hyatt Vivid Grand Island in Cancun, courtesy of Travel House. So you'll have a reason to come out and party at Schnucks. We will be doing fun things in the aisles.
Yep.
I love partying at Schnucks. So 3 to 5 if you need details, 1057thepoint.com.
Thank you, Lern. Rafe.
Yes, go to Des Perez and sign up for some Rizzling prizes.
Yes.
And if you do win the trip to Cancun, please do not have your baby there again. We don't want to go through that.
Last year, that's right. Our last winter had a baby in Cancun.
Baby not included. So
Don't have your baby in Mexico. That's all. No notes.
Scott.
Follow me at King Scott Rules, and Rizz, to you and your family, gute Fahrt.
Okay.
It's German for have a good trip.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, we leave you with a selection from our Team Rizz member today, brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill from St. Louis. Wesley Anderson is our Team Rizz member today. Wesley wants to hear this song.